Sparks Fly in Good Hope, a Good Hope novel, book number 10. Written by Cindy Kirk. Narrated by Amy McFadden. Chapter 1.
You're trespassing.
Greer Chapin's hand froze on the tree branch. She'd come to the peace and solitude of Cherry Acres to steady herself after a distraught customer had lunged across her desk at her. She'd needed time alone, time to think, time to settle. Since she was 16, the cherry orchards on the outskirts of Good Hope had been a sanctuary. Only now did she realize she'd been foolish to come here. No, not foolish. This was Roy's land, at least until the estate was settled. The old man had made it clear she was always welcome here.
What do you have to say for yourself?
The hard edge to the unfamiliar male voice sliced the cool spring air. Rather than cowering, like many might have, or apologizing when there was no reason, Greer lifted her chin. Her fingers tightened around the sprig of cherry blossoms she'd been admiring, snapping off the branch. She turned, blossoms in hand, thankful she'd changed out of her suit and heels before driving here. If she had to make a run for it, at least she stood a chance in sneakers. Keeping her face expressionless, Greer surveyed the stranger. As she'd lived in Good Hope for her entire life, save for her college years, she knew most everyone in the area, especially those close to her own age. The man's classically handsome features might have caused her heart to skip a beat if there'd been the merest hint of a smile on his lips. The scowler stood over 6 feet. He was dressed casually in jeans and a Henley, his chestnut hair looking as if he'd just run his fingers through the wavy strands.
Who are you?
Her cool tone demanded an answer and conveyed she wasn't the least bit intimidated. Her brothers called it her snooty tone and usually laughed when it was directed their way.
I ask the questions.
His dark eyes narrowed on the branch she held before returning to her face.
You're on my land.
His land? Yeah, right. Even if this property is yours, what do you think I am? Some kind of cherry spy? The thought was so ridiculous, Greer nearly smiled. While the man was definitely imposing, with his broad shoulders and lean, well-muscled frame, Greer felt no fear when she looked into his eyes. There was no mean or crazy lurking in the dark brown depths. Still, Greer wasn't foolish. The trust she placed in her instincts went only so far. She kept enough distance between them so he couldn't reach out and grab her.
Who are you?
Greer lifted her chin another inch. I believe that was my question. This guy's demanding tone grated against nerves already on edge. The day had started badly when her water heater conked out right before her morning shower. It continued downhill when she'd had to turn down a loan request from Tom Jenkins, a longtime customer. The nasty words Tom had shouted as the security guard escorted him from the bank had shredded Greer's heart and threatened her composure. It appeared her bad luck train continued to roll down the tracks. She'd come here for solace and ended up in a confrontation with her second surly male of the day. Come to think of it, this guy was her third. The water heater repairman hadn't been all that pleasant either. She chuckled and shook her head. Bad things really did come in threes.
You think trespassing is funny?
The guy slipped the phone from his pocket, his gaze never leaving her.
We'll see what you think when the sheriff arrives.
He paused and stared at the screen, as if not sure of the number. Would you like Sheriff Rallis's cell or the official department number? As Cade was practically one of the family, Greer had both numbers. For a second, he looked uncertain and not so intimidating. Taking pity on him, Greer decided to give him a break. Listen, I think we got off on the wrong foot. I am, or I was, a friend of Roy's. Emotion rose inside her unexpectedly. Greer cleared her throat, but didn't say more. She didn't know this man and certainly didn't need to explain further.
Roy is dead.
Those eyes, dark as Venezuelan chocolate, were as flat as his voice. I'm aware of that fact. I attended his memorial service. Any regret over her bad behavior disappeared. I don't recall seeing you there.
Why would I attend?
A muscle in his jaw jumped.
I didn't know him.
His dismissiveness about someone she'd cared about was like a slap. Yet here you are, ordering me, a friend, off his land. His jaw jutted out. It's my land now. The last puzzle piece dropped into place. The whereabouts of Roy's daughter had been unknown, so the estate's executor had hired a private investigator to track her down. When Chicago records showed Shannon Davis was deceased, her share of the estate had gone to her son. You're Wyatt Davis. Greer had read in the Open Door, Good Hope's online newsletter, that Roy's grandson and heir had been located. I was sorry to hear of your mother's death. She thought of her father's unexpected death when she'd been 16 and added, It's never easy to lose a parent.
My mother died a long time ago.
He spoke matter-of-factly.
You still haven't told me who you are or why you're in my orchard.
His orchard. Greer knew for a fact the estate was still in probate. Granted, since he was the only heir to the property, the process should go smoothly, but the orchard wasn't officially his. Not yet.
Well?
He prompted. Greer wasn't certain why she hesitated. She should simply introduce herself. It was the polite and neighborly thing to do. Getting off on the right foot also made good business sense. As a landowner, there would be times in the future where he might need the services of a bank. Her bank. It wasn't like he was asking for her life story. She could keep it brief. She'd been missing Roy and had come to the orchard where she'd spent many happy afternoons. The words wouldn't come. Maybe because her pleasant memories of Roy were tied to the dark days when her family's banking empire had been threatened. Maybe because Greer had little tolerance for arrogant men. Roy's grandson was not only arrogant, but rude. I don't appreciate your manner, Mr. Davis, or the Inquisition. Without another word, Greer whirled and headed down the row away from him.
Hey, you can't leave.
Greer continued walking, each step taking her farther from Mr. Insufferable. If the man spent any time in Good Hope, he would quickly learn that no one ordered Greer Chapin around. No one. Wyatt McConnell's gaze lingered on the woman's shapely form as she ran from him. Nope, he instantly corrected. That wasn't accurate. She didn't run. In fact, if he had to hazard a guess, he'd say this dark-haired beauty didn't run from anything or anyone. There hadn't been an ounce of fear in her steel-gray eyes. The only flicker of emotion was when she'd mentioned his grandfather. It appeared someone had cared about the old guy. His mother certainly hadn't, if the fact that she'd never mentioned him and hadn't seen him in the 12 years before her death was any indication. Roy was a stranger to Wyatt, someone he hadn't known existed until he was dead. His mother had always insisted she didn't have any family. Now, Wyatt stood on land that had been in the family, his family, for generations. His phone rang, and when he glanced at it, he saw it was his sister Trinity, wanting to FaceTime. He accepted, and a pretty face with a mass of blonde hair filled the screen.
Hey, bro.
Hey, baby sis, he shot back, knowing that would get a rise out of her. She lifted an eyebrow. If I recall correctly, you and I are the same age.
Nope.
Wyatt settled the phone more securely in his hand.
I'm the older, prettier one.
Only by 3 months. She flashed a smile. As far as prettier, I'll just say, in your dreams. Wyatt enjoyed sparring with her, but pulled his next shot. She looked tired today. He didn't doubt that worry over her job situation had put those lines on her face. The last time they'd spoken, his sister had told him the small clinic in Omaha where she was practicing was in danger of being absorbed into a large health system. He cocked his head. How's the job? Even as we speak, the minnow is being swallowed by the big fish. Though Trinity kept her tone light, Wyatt saw the disappointment in her eyes. I'm sorry. It hasn't been just a job to me, you know. It's a place where I can really help people, where I could belong. She gave a little laugh. Sounds silly, I know.
Not to me.
Wyatt expelled a breath.
I still hope to find that sense of belonging someday.
Don't you have that now? Confusion skittered across her face. Look at those beautiful trees behind you. It's gorgeous where you are. And whether you knew your grandfather or not, he was blood, which means you have a tie to that town, that land. I know, but didn't you also say you'd inherited a big company? I did. Maybe you can think about running it in a way that helps employees, instead of being like the soulless corporation that's forcing me out. Passion wove through her words, but the serious set of her mouth was softened by a small smile playing at the corners of her lips as she continued. Plus, if the Hallmark Channel has taught me anything, it's that small towns always have ways for you to get involved. You just have to open your eyes to opportunities. Wyatt thought about everything he'd discovered so far about Good Hope. Because of the tourist industry, Good Hope is a thriving town. It also appears to be a tight-knit community. More than one person has told me that neighbors helping neighbors isn't just a slogan, but a way of life here. The people Wyatt had met were interesting and friendly, except for the woman he'd just confronted in his orchard. Good Hope sounds amazing. Trinity's clear blue eyes searched his face. Yet you still don't appear convinced that it's the place for you. Why is that? Wyatt hesitated. There weren't many people he could admit this to, but he knew Trinity would understand. I feel like an outsider. I realize that in a town where everyone has always known everyone, it's impossible not to, but I'm tired of feeling that way. I understand. A thoughtful look blanketed his sister's face. Remember, though, it's only been a couple of weeks. Plus, it goes both ways. You'll always be an outsider if you never let anyone in. She really did know him, he thought. I'd love it if you'd come visit me. His tone turned persuasive. You could stay with me while you weigh your options. She smiled. I may just take you up on that offer one of these days. I hope you do. When Trinity ended the call, Wyatt started down the row in search of the smoky-eyed intruder. He'd barely taken a step when he heard his name. He whirled to find Beckett Cross, the attorney for his grandfather's estate, striding toward him from the opposite direction. Beck! Wyatt smiled in welcome. What brings you out this way? The attorney with the intelligent brown eyes and easy smile had been the one who'd notified him that his grandfather had passed away. Beck had explained that, as Wyatt's mother was deceased, the bulk of Roy's estate now passed to him, an estate that included a large sum of cash, a processing plant, and nearly 1,000 acres of red tart cherries. Things were running smoothly at Muddy Boots, Beck said, referring to his cafe on Good Hope's Main Street, and it was a nice day. The attorney gestured with one hand to the trees covered in cherry blossoms. Looks like you're going to have a good crop this year. It would seem so. Wyatt didn't know much about cherries, but he'd learned that lots of blossoms equaled an abundance of cherries, which meant this would be a good time to sell the orchards. Unfortunately, the estate was still tied up in probate. From a distance, the sound of a car motor split the quiet rural scene. The brunette was leaving. Wyatt could almost hear his mother chiding him for his poor manners. After spending 4 years in foster care following his mother's death, he'd been given a second chance with a new family. Eileen McConnell and her husband, Jerry, had adopted him when he was 14. They'd taught him everything he knew about being an honorable man. Beck's gaze turned thoughtful. Was that Greer Chapin I saw you speaking with? Wyatt offered a noncommittal nod, reluctant to admit the woman had refused to give him her name. His parents, and likely Beck as well, would not be pleased with how he'd treated Ms. Greer Chapin. Wyatt couldn't even mount a proper defense. He didn't understand himself why he'd been so short with her, so accusatory. Greer is a good friend. Beck's lips lifted in a fond smile. In fact, she's practically family. Wyatt raised a brow. Her mother is married to my wife's father. It took everything in Wyatt to keep his expression impassive. He was urban to the core. Coming here had been a shock to his system. Forget 6 degrees of separation. In Good Hope, it was down to 3. When Wyatt realized that Beck was waiting for an answer, he struggled for something to say about Greer. He rolled the name around in his head. It fit the fiery brunette. She mentioned she and Roy were friends. Beck paused, clearly startled by the comment.
If Greer says they were friends, it must be true. He did leave her money in the will.
Wyatt had paid scant attention to the other beneficiaries when he and Beck had gone over the terms of Roy's will.
Thanks for the pictures.
Changing the topic back to business was deliberate, a way to put his encounter with Greer in the rear view. Unfortunately, the second the words left his mouth, Wyatt realized he'd made a mistake. Going through the personal contents stuffed into Roy Davis's safe deposit box had thrown Wyatt off kilter and unearthed more questions than answers. As the house where his mother grew up had burned to the ground, the pictures stored in the box were the only remaining records of her life in Good Hope. There were pictures of Shannon as a young girl, pails of cherries in each hand, smiling brightly for the camera. There was even a family picture with Roy and a woman Wyatt assumed was his grandmother. The woman looked a lot like her daughter.
I'm sorry there wasn't more.
Beck studied him with a sharp-eyed gaze that missed nothing.
It didn't give you much.
Wyatt shrugged.
It isn't as if I knew any of these people. My mother never spoke of her parents. You said they were divorced a long time ago. I've only been here a handful of years, but my father-in-law knew Roy and Paula. Apparently, Paula left Roy for a man who was in the area working on one of the road projects. Steve, that's my father-in-law, said Shannon was 7 or 8 at the time.
Wyatt thought of his mother's tough exterior and her insistence that you should look out only for yourself. That had been his attitude as well, until he'd moved in with the McConnells.
Did Paula and Roy share custody?
Beck shook his head.
If the information I received is accurate, neither Shannon nor Roy heard from her again.
Though Wyatt had loved his mother, he wasn't blind to her faults. She'd been quick-tempered and moody. The smiles he'd seen in the pictures had been in short supply during his childhood. Was that because her mother had deserted her? Undoubtedly, her contentious relationship with her father also factored in.
I wonder if that's why she cut herself off from her life in Good Hope.
At Beck's speculative look, Wyatt continued,
Too many bad memories here.
Wyatt inhaled the sweet scent emanating from the flowering trees. The sky overhead was a brilliant blue, and the sun warmed his cheeks. He lifted his face for a second and felt himself relax. When Wyatt turned back to Beck, he shook his head.
I think of some of the places we lived, the urine stench in the halls and the gangs roaming the streets. It had to be bad for her to willingly exchange this life for that one.
A smile lifted Beck's lips.
Sounds as if you're starting to like it here.
Wyatt chuckled.
Good Hope is growing on me.
When he'd arrived on the Door County Peninsula, the plan had been to sell all the assets. After his conversation with Trinity, he was having second thoughts.
Good Hope grew on me, too, Beck admitted. I came here to start over, but never intended to fall in love with the town, or the people. Now, I can't imagine living anywhere else.
Wyatt considered how to respond. He'd read the online account of Beck's pregnant wife dying in an accident caused by a drunken driver back in Georgia. He knew Beck remarried a local woman and had 2 young children with her. Beck's eyes took on a distant glow.
I plan to leave the practice of law behind and run a small cafe, all the while keeping to myself.
Seriously? You thought you could keep to yourself in a small town? Wyatt chuckled. Even I know that if you want privacy, live in a city.
Looking back, I believe I wanted the connection.
Beck's eyes softened.
Amy owned the bakery down the street from my cafe. We started sharing coffee and donuts every morning, and our relationship developed from there. I tried to put her off, but Amy can be very persistent.
Wyatt had the feeling Greer could be as stubborn, persistent, as Amy.
Amy.
Wyatt repeated the name, wondering if it was simply Beck's southern accent that made the common name sound unusual. Beck smiled.
That's right, Amy, short for Amaryllis. Her maiden name was Bloom. She and her 3 sisters all have flower names.
Wyatt nodded, wondering how they'd gotten so far off track.
I've been meaning to ask if you know of a house or apartment I could rent on a month-to-month basis, until I decide if I'm going to stay.
Beck's gaze turned sharp and assessing.
You're still considering selling?
Wyatt heard the surprise in the attorney's voice. He understood. Seconds ago, he'd practically waxed poetic about life in Good Hope, and now he was talking about leaving.
I'm keeping the option on the table. For now.
Wyatt studied the endless row of trees.
I've spent my professional life involved in city government. I'm not sure I'm cut out to be a farmer. There are plenty of opportunities for civic involvement in Good Hope.
In that moment, Beck sounded like Trinity.
There's a budget meeting in the courthouse tomorrow night at 7. You might want to attend. With your background, I bet you'd find it interesting.
Wyatt nodded. He walked past the building every night on his way to Beck's cafe. Beck's watch pinged. He glanced down and expelled a breath.
Ugh, duty calls.
The wind picked up, and pink flowers rained down on them as Wyatt walked with Beck between the rows of trees.
Was there a specific reason you stopped out today?
Beck stopped abruptly and shot him a rueful smile.
Thanks for the reminder. Amy and I are hosting a barbecue on Saturday. What's the occasion? Just Memorial Day weekend.
Beck smiled.
You should come. It'll be a good opportunity for you to get better acquainted with everyone.
Though Wyatt's first instinct was to accept, he hesitated. He wasn't sure if it was smart to get involved locally until he decided if he was staying. If not for the election of a new mayor, he'd still be enjoying his work as a city manager in a community on the outskirts of Minneapolis. As his position had been appointed, when a mayor of the opposing party was elected, he was out. Wyatt had been considering several opportunities when Beck notified him of his grandfather's death and his inheritance. Instead of pursuing those leads, he'd come to Good Hope.
I appreciate the offer.
Wyatt chose his words carefully, not wanting to appear ungrateful.
But there will likely be someone at the barbecue who will know of a place you could rent.
Beck smiled.
The Sweet Dreams Motel is nice, but I understand wanting more space.
Wyatt grinned.
You should be selling cars. I'll take that as a yes.
Beck chuckled.
See you Saturday.
The attorney drove off in a vintage truck painted a bright cherry red. As Wyatt watched him go, Trinity's words came back to him. You'll always be an outsider if you never let anyone in. An image of Greer in her red shirt flashed before Wyatt. He wondered if she'd be at the party. Wyatt grinned, suddenly eager for the weekend. Chapter 2. Greer sat at the table on the raised dais with 3 other town board members. Last fall, she'd been elected to the spot on the board that her mother had held for 2 terms. Greer enjoyed playing a small role in moving Good Hope forward, which was the only reason she'd tossed her hat into the ring when no one else had indicated an interest in running for mayor. She wanted her beloved Good Hope to flourish. She wanted all the wonderful projects Jeremy had worked so hard to promote to continue. The way she saw it, being mayor would be a win-win. Holding the office would allow her to not only help her community, but allow her to hone her people skills, which were sorely lacking at times. Take her encounter with Wyatt Davis. Though his abrupt manner had set her off, when she looked back, there were much better ways she could have handled the conversation. Lynn Chapin Bloom, Greer's mother, would have had the man relaxed and laughing in minutes. Unfortunately, Greer was more of an introvert. Meeting new people had always been difficult for her. While that could be a challenge for her while running for mayor, she was determined to give it a shot anyway. This is a public hearing on the proposed budget of the town of Good Hope. Eliza Kendrick, beautiful and professional in a black linen sheath, surveyed the sparse crowd. Most of those in attendance had chosen seats in the far back of the large room. We have plenty of chairs closer to the front. We'll wait while you move forward. While it wasn't exactly in order, Eliza's cool gaze had everyone but 2 men relocating to the first couple of rows. Eliza nodded approvingly. You should all have received a copy of the proposed budget when you entered the room. It was also posted to our website. In addition, a breakdown of the budget summary was made available during regular office hours at the office of the town clerk. She is with us tonight to address any specific questions the board may be unable to answer. Eliza gestured to the pretty strawberry blonde seated in the front row. Prim turned in her seat, half stood, and gave a little wave. Immediately following the completion of this hearing, a special town meeting of the electors to approve the total town tax levy will be. Greer tuned out the particulars on the next step and focused on those in the audience. She'd been struck by how few people turned out for these meetings. Of course, looking back, she realized how few she'd attended. Though she'd always gotten updates from her mother, she should have taken more of an interest in what was going on in her community. During her time as mayor, Greer resolved to do what she could to raise awareness and involvement. Refocusing on Eliza, Greer was once again struck by the woman's natural leadership ability. Eliza should be running for mayor, not Greer. When Greer had voiced the thought before she declared, Eliza had laughed. Not only was Eliza the executive director of the Women's Events League, known as the Cherries, she also ran her own business. More important, she'd told Greer, she had a baby girl and a husband who took priority. Greer, on the other hand, was slowly taking over the running of the family's banking empire. She had no boyfriend or children. Unlike Eliza, Greer had the free time. A large woman with a mass of brown hair pushed back her metal folding chair with a clatter and stood. I was wondering, please move to the microphone and state your name before asking your question. Eliza bestowed a surprisingly warm smile on the woman. We're recording this meeting, and we want to make sure the person who transcribes it doesn't miss a thing. Greer wished she had Eliza's knack for being cool and businesslike one minute, then turning on the charm the next. My name is Mary O'Rourke. The woman's voice trembled slightly. I have a utility pole on my property. She pulled a sheet of paper from a handbag she held like a shield in front of her body. It says here something about an easement. Mrs. O'Rourke, Eliza interrupted. This meeting is specifically to discuss the budget. We won't be able to discuss your easement concerns today. There should be a name and contact number at the bottom of the letter. If after speaking with that individual you still have questions, please contact me directly. The woman glanced at the letter as if searching for the contact information. She gave a jerky nod. I see it here. Thank you. Thank you. Eliza glanced around. Anyone else? Silas Orby, master gardener and all-around pain in the ass, took his time covering the short distance to the microphone. If the grizzled old man wearing overalls and a Vietnam vet's ball cap had physical limitations, the slow crawl would be understandable. But Greer knew for a fact that Silas had finished first in the 70 and older age division of last year's 5K Cherries Jubilee Classic. When it suited him, the man could move quickly. Or he could keep everyone waiting, like he was doing now. Eliza's fingers drummed lightly against the podium, her smile tight and controlled. Greer wanted to cheer when finally, blessedly, the man reached the stand. Silas Orby, Master Gardener. After a moment of silence, Eliza prodded. What is your question, Mr. Orby? I want a law passed that dogs can only pee on their own bushes. Levon Whittle's mutt, Mr. Finley, is killing my flowers. She lets him venture down my fairy garden path and... It took every ounce of Greer's self-control not to laugh as the man went on to describe in great detail Mr. Finley's favorite spots to pee. Mr. Orby, I'm sorry to interrupt, but as previously stated, this meeting is to discuss the budget and— This is about the budget, the man insisted, rolling over Eliza's protest. People come to these parts to see my flowers. Tourists put money in everyone's pockets. Mr. Finley's pee is— That is quite enough, Eliza snapped. This is not the proper forum for that discussion. When the man opened his mouth, Eliza pointed at him. Not one more word. You may contact the sheriff if you have concerns about the behavior of one of your neighbor's animals. You may contact the mayor's office or one of the town board members if you'd like to suggest a policy change. Eliza's voice was razor sharp. With her gray eyes glinting in the overhead light and her jaw set in a firm line, Eliza reminded Greer of a drill sergeant staring down a recruit. "We will not spend one more second at this meeting on Mr. Finley's urinary habits."
If that's how you feel, I've wasted my time here.
Huffing out a breath, Silas pivoted on his heel and marched from the room. Eliza's gaze remained impassive as she scanned the room. "Would anyone else like to speak on the budget?" A woman with dark hair, who appeared close to Greer's older brother's age, moved to the microphone. "I'm Kathy Scott. My husband Jim and I are foster parents. We're relatively new to this, but I want to bring up an issue that concerns me. What happens to these children when they age out of foster care? Like I said, we're new to this, but isn't there something we can do as a community to help ease the transition?" Though Eliza's smile never wavered, Greer could practically hear from where she sat the board chair grinding her teeth. Had everyone missed that this was a budgetary meeting? Greer waited for Eliza to repeat what she'd already said twice before. Instead, the board chair surprised her by fixing her steely gray eyes on Greer. "Would you like to respond, Ms. Chapin?" When Greer hesitated, Eliza made a hurry-up motion with one hand and stepped back from the podium. With her heart fluttering in her chest, Greer rose and stepped to the microphone. She wasn't sure why she was being singled out to answer, or rather, to tell the woman her question was inappropriate for this meeting, but she wasn't about to argue. "Mrs. Scott, first I want to thank you and your husband for becoming foster parents. Even in a community as small as Good Hope, there's a need." Greer licked suddenly dry lips. "I'm sure you're aware it's the federal government that provides funds to states for foster care services. Those services are not funded at the local level." "You're saying nothing can be done? That you won't help?" Tears filled the woman's eyes as her voice grew thick with emotion. Two men at the back of the room emitted sounds of disgust and pushed to their feet. Seconds later, the door slammed shut behind them. Greer waited while the woman swiped at her eyes and composed herself. "You've heard of the Giving Tree?" Mrs. Scott nodded. "I'd like you to contact me so we can brainstorm what we can do to help these children. It sounds as if there is a need, and neighbors helping neighbors is what the Giving Tree is all about." Greer offered the woman a smile. She thought about adding that this was a budgetary meeting, but there was no need, as the woman voiced her thanks and resumed her seat. Greer didn't have a chance to ask Eliza why she'd directed that question to her. Several people with actual budgetary questions stepped to the microphone. Once the meeting concluded, there was a brief meeting of the electors and the budget was approved. Eliza was nearly out the door when Greer caught up to her. "Eliza?" The woman spun on her heels. "Why did you direct that question to me?" Greer inclined her head, puzzled by the odd behavior. "You have as much knowledge in that area as I do." Eliza's lips lifted in a slight smile. "I'm not running for mayor." Wyatt sat alone in a corner booth at Muddy Boots. With its quaint decor and amazing comfort food, the cafe Beck and his wife Amy owned would have been a success in any size city. The ambiance wrapped around Wyatt like an old flannel shirt. Comfortable and in no hurry to rush back to his room at the motel, he studied the dining area. His chair was positioned so that he had a direct view of the mural painted on a far wall. It was of a young girl in a red raincoat, kicking up water. Wyatt added another dollop of cream to his coffee and decided the scene fit the atmosphere in the busy cafe. The number of tables and the happy chatter said the tourist season was in full swing. He took a sip of his rich Colombian brew. One more thing to appreciate. When he'd learned he'd inherited property on the Door County Peninsula, Wyatt had researched the area. He knew the effect cherries and tourism had on Good Hope. It explained why so many specialty shops could exist in such a sparsely populated area. What had Beck told him during that first meeting in Minneapolis? That Good Hope had all the advantages of big city living while offering a slower-paced way of life. Though Wyatt still hadn't decided to stay, he was leaning in that direction. He considered what Trinity had said about opening his eyes to opportunities for involvement. He'd just taken another sip of coffee when two burly guys with beards, ball caps, and sour expressions pulled back chairs at the small table to his right. That board meeting was a joke. The other man flipped open the menu. Your sister-in-law did a good job at the microphone. Kathy cares about her foster kids. The one with the red beard sighed, his tone more resigned than angry. She's terrified of speaking in public, but this was important to her. Greer's Chapin shot her down. Just said no. His friend snorted. You know she turned down Tom's loan? It pisses me off to think that piece of work is going to be our next mayor. Maybe not, Redbeard began. No one else is running, Daryl, his friend reminded him. To be fair. Daryl stopped when a waitress appeared to take their order. Once the burgers and fries were ordered, Wyatt expected the topic to return to Greer. Instead, Daryl mentioned something about the upcoming Independence Day fireworks, and nothing further was said about Greer. Wyatt ate his meatloaf. He tried to ignore the stirrings of emotion the man's words had aroused. He'd spent enough time in the political arena to know there were many sides to an issue. He also knew that a politician's background and attitude often set their priorities. He'd done his research on Greer Chapin since meeting her in the orchard. Someone who'd grown up with a silver spoon in her mouth would likely find it difficult to relate to people barely scraping by. The tasty dish turned to sawdust in Wyatt's mouth. Though he'd been of the same political persuasion as the mayor he'd worked under, over the years many issues Wyatt had championed had been pushed aside in favor of those the mayor saw as more important. The issues Wyatt championed had never been brought to the forefront during the mayoral race by either candidate. If they had, they might have gotten the consideration they deserved. She's running unopposed. The statement circled in his head as he finished his meal. Once the last delicious morsel had been consumed, Wyatt picked up his phone and looked up the eligibility requirements for elected office in Good Hope. 18 years or older. Wyatt had reached that requirement more than 10 years ago. High school education. His master's in public administration seemed like overkill. Resided in the area for 3 years. Wyatt's heart sank until he read on, or landowner in area. Or, instead of and, was significant. Wyatt might have been in Good Hope for only a short time, but he owned well over 1,000 acres of land, as well as a processing plant. He narrowed his gaze on the filing deadline. Tomorrow. One night to decide whether to throw his hat into the ring. This could certainly be one of those opportunities Trinity told him to be on the lookout for, and he did miss the part of his old life that allowed him to get involved and help people. But was he ready to commit to staying in Good Hope? Was he ready to become a local? Chapter 3. Greer lifted a staying hand when Beck tried to hand her a Corona. She added a smile to her refusal. For now, I'm sticking with lemonade. Beck grinned as Owen Vaughn slipped the bottle out of his hand and continued on his way to where his wife stood with their baby. Don't mind if I do. If you change your mind, there's more in the cooler. Beck gestured with his head toward an immense blue and white insulated box filled with ice. Next to it was another one, this one red, holding cans of soda. Fresh squeezed lemonade in a pitcher sat on the table that was topped with a red and white oilcloth tablecloth. To Greer's way of thinking, this party would have had it all, if only there'd been a bottle of wine. If there had been wine, Greer would have had a glass. But even she knew backyard barbecues lent themselves more to beer than a fine Cabernet. It's a lovely party, she told Beck. I'm glad you could make it. Beck's dark eyes held worry. Your mother mentioned you weren't feeling well. Just a migraine. Greer kept her voice light. She didn't like talking about the headaches she got when she was under stress. It seemed like a failing. I'm good now. Glad to hear it. Beck squeezed her shoulder, and Greer thought again how lucky Amy was to have this man in her life. You need anything, you know where to find me. Greer lifted her red Solo cup. As long as the lemonade keeps flowing, I'm happy. Beck chuckled and turned in the direction of his wife. He'd taken only a few steps before he got pulled into a group that included two of his brothers-in-law, Sheriff Cade Rallis and Accountant Max Brody. Greer wondered if Beck's other brother-in-law, Mayor Jeremy Rakes, was at the party when she spotted him across the expanse of lawn. Though the Good Hope mayor could rock a suit, Jeremy always appeared more comfortable in what he wore today, a knit shirt and cargo shorts. His blonde hair looked in need of a trim, and his affable smile could get even the most irritated constituents to warm to him. The older woman at his side looked like his grandmother Ruby. She was petite, with hair the color of champagne and bright blue eyes. But Greer had never seen Ruby dressed in anything quite so flashy. The silver and purple caftan rippled in the light breeze. While beautiful, the style and color didn't really suit Ruby. "I didn't expect to see you here." The rich feminine voice could have reached the back of any theater. Even before she turned, Greer knew who she'd find. Town matriarch Gladys Berthoff, looking beautiful in a vibrant silver and purple caftan. Greer glanced back at Ruby, then at Gladys, whose long, elegant fingers encircled a corona. At 97, the former star of the Good Hope Community Theater stage cut an imposing figure. Part of it was the confident way the woman stood, commanding respect. Part of it was those pale blue eyes and the swatch of silver in her jet-black hair. Gladys was definitely a force to be reckoned with in Good Hope. When she fixed her pale blue eyes on Greer, unease skittered up her spine, which made absolutely no sense. Ruby, Gladys, and Catherine Spencer, the woman at Gladys's side, were bosom friends and inseparable. Rumors said the three dabbled in matchmaking. Thankfully, Greer didn't have to worry about them turning their attention on her. All her life, she'd been seen as the serious one. It was as if people assumed because she was ambitious about her career, she was automatically uninterested in anything else, including love. As a result, no one had ever tried to set her up on a blind date, not even in college. Not that she minded, really. She'd heard enough horror stories from friends to be happy to sit out that particular rite of passage. After greeting the two women, Greer studied Gladys. "It's cute the way you and Ruby are twinsies today." Gladys frowned. "Twinsies?" In answer, Greer gestured to where Ruby stood beside Jeremy. Gladys's eyes went wide. She stumbled back, one hand dramatically clutched to her chest. "She's wearing my caftan!" "Or you're wearing hers," Catherine, a retired accountant and the analytical one of the three friends, pointed out. "You should have purchased one for yourself, Catherine," Greer teased. "And risk Gladys flaying me alive?" Catherine shook her head, her expression solemn despite the smile tugging at the corners of her lips. "No, thank you. I value my hide too much." "What was Ruby thinking?" Gladys sputtered. Catherine gestured with her head. "It appears we're about to find out." Ruby had spotted them and was hurrying across the lawn toward her friends. Seeing Ruby's eager expression told Greer the woman had no idea she was approaching the lion's den. "Well, what do you think?" Ruby held up her arms and twirled, the brightly colored silk floating in the air. "Not so much a dull dog now." Gladys's penciled brows arched upward. "Dull dog?" "That's what you called me when I wore my gray silk to Cassie and Crue's wedding Saturday night." Ruby's tone might be matter-of-fact, but Greer saw hurt lingering in the blue depths. "So I decided to change my image." Catherine covered her snort of laughter with a cough. Gladys studied Ruby. "I don't recall saying you were a dull dog." "Those might not have been your exact words, but that was the message." Ruby lifted one arm and smiled as the silver threads in the fabric caught the late afternoon light. "I went shopping and made my dress choice based on WWGB." Gladys exchanged a confused glance with Catherine. "WWGB?" Gladys asked. "What would Gladys buy?" Ruby stroked the smooth fabric with the palm of her hand. "I found this at Swoon and knew you'd approve." Ruby gestured toward Gladys's identical caftan. Appears I was right.
If Greer could have thought of a way to gracefully exit this situation, she'd have taken it. But a flowering bush had her blocked in. Gladys tapped her lips with one finger. The thing is, Ruby, we all have our own style. Look at Greer. 3 sets of eyes were suddenly fixed on her. Ruby studied Greer thoughtfully.
You're saying there really isn't anything wrong with being a dull dog, if that's your style. But I'm not a dull...
Gladys began shaking her head even before Ruby finished. To be clear, I never called you or Greer a dull dog. Neither of you is anything of the sort. If Greer hadn't been reeling from the dull dog designation, seeing Gladys trying to dig her way out of the hole Ruby had dug might have been amusing. When I mentioned not being particularly fond of the gray silk, it was because the dress didn't suit your coloring. Gladys glanced at Catherine for backup. Catherine placed a hand on Ruby's arm. Gladys didn't mean to imply,
I know what she meant.
Ruby pulled herself up to her full height, which wasn't much, and continued.
She meant that I'm not the kind of woman who can pull off a purple caftan, but here I am.
Ruby raised her hands with what Greer could only describe as a Gladys-like flourish before dropping them and linking an arm through Greer's.
Then there are some who prefer to wear their caftans on the inside. Isn't that right, Greer?
3 sets of eyes again focused on Greer. How she had suddenly become aligned with an angry octogenarian, she wasn't sure. Tightening her grip on her lemonade, she racked her brain for a response that would appease everyone in the group. 4 of my favorite women in one place. How did I get so lucky? Jeremy appeared and leaned over to brush a kiss across his grandmother's finely lined cheek, then offered a warm smile to the group. Greer wished she could bottle his charisma and sprinkle a little of it on herself. I wondered if you'd make it. Finn and I have been looking forward to the barbecue. It's a good opportunity to see everyone, especially the new baby. Jeremy glanced around, searching for his wife. When he spotted Finn holding her sister Ammy's baby boy, his expression softened. Jeremy's good nature seemed to calm the group of 3 older women. If you'll excuse us, there's someone we absolutely must speak with. Gladys gestured with a sweeping hand and turned to leave. When Ruby attempted to stand her ground, Catherine smiled at her friend and grabbed her hand. Leaning close, she whispered something in Ruby's ear. Whatever she said did the trick, as Ruby was quick to follow Gladys, her caftan billowing softly behind her. Greer tried to see who the women were targeting, wanting to speak with, but the yard was crowded, and it was difficult to tell who'd captured the older woman's eye. Give Finn our love, Gladys called back over her shoulder as the threesome strode off. I adore those ladies. A smile lifted Jeremy's lips. They intimidate the heck out of me. Greer shocked herself with the admission. Me too, at times. Jeremy's robust chuckle eased her embarrassment. Greer shifted from one foot to the other and felt her heels cut into the soft ground. She wished, not for the first time, that she hadn't worn a dress. Or heels. Seriously, who wore a dress and pearls to a barbecue? For a second, she was back to that horrible day in middle school when she'd worn a dress more suitable for prom to a homecoming dance. Today, she'd considered going ultra-casual in jeans and a spring top, but the dress, which the website had called Summer Moonlight, not gray, with its capped sleeves, V-neck, and belt that tied around her waist, had seemed perfect. The strappy-heeled sandals and pearls could have been what pushed the outfit out of casual and into dressy. If I were you, I wouldn't worry. Jeremy's words pulled her back to the present. Had he sensed her concern over the appropriateness of her attire? Surely not. Even if he had, she couldn't imagine him mentioning the fact. Greer smiled. I'm not worried. Jeremy nodded approvingly. That's the spirit. I can't see a stranger beating you in the election. A cold chill skittered down Greer's spine. The last time she'd checked, she was running for mayor unopposed. I was surprised.
She chose her words carefully, not wanting to admit she hadn't been listening and didn't have a clue what Jeremy was talking about. After all, Greer had a reputation to uphold. She wasn't one to be blindsided.
McConnell hasn't even been in town a month.
Jeremy's forehead furrowed.
I know he has relevant experience, but he doesn't know Good Hope. It makes me really glad you're running, Greer. The town needs you.
Greer saw no reason to mention that just that morning she'd had second thoughts about tossing her hat into the ring. There were other ways, better and less stressful ways, to hone her people skills than being mayor. But Good Hope was her town. Like Jeremy, she loved the small community and wanted it to thrive. I don't know much about this McConnell. Greer took another sip of her lemonade.
Beck introduced me to him last weekend.
Jeremy shrugged.
Seems like a nice enough guy.
Greer thought of the qualifications. He must own land in the area?
He does.
Jeremy likely would have said more, but his blue eyes fixed on something over Greer's left shoulder.
He's here.
Greer's heart skipped a beat. McConnell? Jeremy nodded.
Talking to Beck.
With fingers pressed tight against the solo cup, Greer slowly turned. Her heart slammed against her ribs. Standing next to Beck and Amy, appropriately dressed in jeans and a cotton shirt, stood Wyatt Davis. Until Wyatt had actually opened the gate and strolled up to the massive Victorian home, he hadn't been sure if he was coming to the barbecue or not. But he was tired of being alone. This short time in Good Hope had taught him something new about himself. Despite his crankiness with Greer Chapin, he was a social creature. He missed the daily interactions with coworkers, even simple things like morning conversations over a cup of coffee. Though he'd told himself he didn't care if he won the election for mayor of Good Hope, that wasn't true. He was a competitive guy. That meant, with the election less than 2 months away, he had to get out and mingle, meet people, hear their concerns. In the process, hopefully he'd become a part of this community. A backyard barbecue on a beautiful spring day seemed a good place to start. The scene in the yard was a festive one. Chinese lanterns hung from tree branches, more for decoration than any need for light. Long tables draped in brightly colored cloths held enough food to feed an army. The minute he strolled up, Beck moved to greet him, a pretty blonde at his side. The woman had a sleeping baby strapped to her chest.
Wyatt, I'd like you to meet my wife, Amy.
Beck's hand rested lightly on his wife's shoulder before it dropped to gently stroke the baby's hair.
And this is JT. Our daughter, Sarah Rose, is over there with her grandfather.
Wyatt followed Beck's gesture to where a thin, scholarly-looking man held hands with a curly-haired toddler.
Wyatt is Roy's grandson,
Beck added. Roy was a mainstay in this community for many, many years. Amy offered a warm smile. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Davis.
It's a pleasure to meet you, ma'am,
Wyatt said politely.
And it's McConnell. Wyatt McConnell.
At Amy's questioning glance, Wyatt explained.
After my mother died, I was adopted by the McConnells. I took their name as my own.
Amy's green eyes met his. They must be very special people.
They are.
Wyatt glanced up at the beautiful Victorian.
You have a lovely home, Mrs. Cross.
We love it. Amy's expression warmed. Please, call me Amy.
I understand you're running for mayor.
Beck tossed the words out as if they were of no consequence, but his eyes were watchful.
I guess that means you made up your mind to stay.
Shock blanketed Amy's pretty face. You're running against Greer?
I am. Beck said something about you being related.
Wyatt offered an easy smile. Her mother is married to my father. Concern furrowed Amy's brow. You just got here. How can you...
Beck stopped his wife's words with, Wyatt meets the qualifications to run for office. Competition is a good thing.
Of course. Amy's smile appeared forced. If you'll excuse me, I need to check on how we're doing with the food.
Tell Cade I'll be over in a minute to help him and Max.
Cade? Wyatt inclined his head.
Would that be Cade Rallis, the sheriff? Beck's gaze sharpened. You know him? Wyatt shook his head. I've heard the name. Cade is married to Ammy's sister, Marigold. Wyatt hid a smile. Yep, 3 degrees of separation. I'll introduce you around, Beck offered. You don't need to do that. You have guests. Trust me. Everyone will thank you for keeping me away from the grill. Beck gave a self-deprecating shrug. I've yet to manage the intricacies of that monstrosity. It's in much better hands with Cade and Max. For the next 15 minutes, Beck made a point of introducing Wyatt to as many people as he could. The strange thing was, though Wyatt had spotted Greer across the lawn when he'd first arrived, she always seemed to be just out of reach. Wyatt saw her by the refreshments table when Beck made his last introductions. Beck left him with a trio of women when Max, one of the grill masters, waved him over. Let me see if I have this straight. Wyatt had a good memory for names, but he'd had a lot of them shoved at him since he arrived. He studied the threesome standing before him. He gestured to the one he saw as the leader. She was a striking older woman with piercing blue eyes and a swath of silver in her hair. Gladys. Then he shifted to the one he pegged as second in command, a woman with salt and pepper hair pulled back into a chignon. Age-wise, he'd guessed her to be somewhere between Gladys and the other woman. Catherine. You have an excellent memory, Mr. McConnell. There was grudging approval in the husky voice. He smiled and turned to the third member of the little group. She was petite, with bright eyes and hair the color of champagne. The first thing he'd noticed about her was her ready smile. The second was that she and Gladys wore the same dress. You're Ruby. He pointed to her in a teasing gesture. The mayor's grandmother. Ruby's smile widened. If that's my claim to fame, I wear it proudly. Wyatt glanced around. He'd met Jeremy, and they'd exchanged a few words. Now that Wyatt was running for office, Jeremy was someone he'd like to know better. Is your grandson here? He was here, Gladys informed him. I saw him speaking with Greer. He left a few minutes ago, Ruby said at Gladys's questioning look. I ran into him when I was getting a Corona. Finn wasn't feeling well, so they left early. I'm sorry I missed him, Wyatt said. As long as Finn is feeling better, they'll be at church tomorrow, Ruby informed him. Wyatt waved a hand. Church doesn't seem like a good place for conversation. Everyone, well, young people your age, goes to Muddy Boots for breakfast after the service. Wyatt found himself casting a speculative look in Greer's direction. Would she be there? Not that it mattered, although he had to admit there was something about her that made him want to get under that starched facade. He inclined his head. What church? First Christian. Catherine offered the name as if the church were the only one in town, when, in fact, Wyatt passed by several on his early morning runs. It's a wonderful church. Ruby touched his arm and gazed into his eyes with a seriousness that seemed sweet. Pastor Dan gives the best sermons. Did I hear my name? Pastor. Gladys stepped back into the leadership role. Ruby was just singing your praises. I don't believe we've met. Wyatt found himself thrown off by the sight of Greer at the minister's side. I'm Wyatt McConnell. Pastor Dan is newly engaged. Ruby tittered. There was no other word for the sound. I am, Dan said in response to Wyatt's questioning glance. Within the last month. For the first time since the couple had strolled up, Wyatt acknowledged Greer, directed his next comment to her. There was no ring on her hand, but Wyatt knew some women preferred to wait for a wedding band. Congratulations. A look of puzzlement crossed Greer's face. Dan blinked. Gladys hooted. Oh my goodness! Wouldn't that be an odd match? A flush rose up Greer's neck and turned her ivory cheeks the color of cotton candy. Greer's chin inched up. It must be a common reaction for her, because he'd noticed her doing that when they were in the orchard. The look in her eyes now was different.
In the orchard, they'd held a coolness. Now all he saw was embarrassment. "I'm not engaged to Dan." Greer smiled at the minister, then gestured with one hand toward a pretty blonde now holding Beck's baby son. "Katie Ruth is his fiancée." Something in the way Greer spoke got through to Gladys. "I didn't mean to offend, Greer." There was a sincerity in the older woman's voice. "The idea of you and Dan together was just so startling." "I believe what Gladys is trying to say is you and Daniel are so different." Ruby spoke quickly. "He's so warm, and you're so—" "I believe you should stop while you're ahead." Dan placed a gentle hand on Ruby's shoulder. "Greer is someone who I like, and very much admire. I believe this discussion is making her uncomfortable." Greer's lips curved in a smile that wouldn't fool a blind person. "I can see how the thought would be amusing." "I was wondering if you had a few minutes." Wyatt gestured in the direction of, well, the food or the refreshments table, or somewhere that wasn't close. "There's something I'd like to discuss with you." He needed to apologize for how he'd behaved in the orchard. Wyatt still didn't fully understand why he'd been so rude, but that didn't matter. Whisking her away from the awkwardness that was this moment would be his way of making amends. "I heard all about it from Jeremy." Ruby spoke in a loud whisper. Gladys arched a brow. "You heard all about what?" "That Mr. McConnell has tossed his hat into the ring against Greer." Wyatt nearly flinched when the older woman narrowed her eyes on him. "Is that true?" "I can't believe you didn't know," Ruby told her friend. A muscle in Gladys's jaw twitched. The look of irritation on her face told Wyatt this was a woman who prided herself on knowing before anyone else everything that went on in her town. And the small smile Ruby was unsuccessfully trying to hide told him her friend enjoyed taking the scoop away from her. "Is that true?" Gladys demanded, her gaze locked on his. "Instead of running against Miss Chapin, I prefer to think that we are both running for the same office." He turned back to Greer. "Would you like to take a walk? Unless you and the pastor—" "Dan and I were on our way over to Katie Ruth," Greer explained. She held up a staying hand when Wyatt started to speak. "Yes, let's take a walk." Not, "I'd love to take a walk with you." Then again, what did he expect? Greer Chapin wasn't going to fawn over him, or anyone, just to be polite. If he wanted this woman's attention, he'd have to earn it. What did it say about him that that fact made him smile? Chapter 4. Greer couldn't believe she was strolling across the lawn at Back and Ammy's backyard barbecue with Wyatt Davis, or McConnell, or whatever it was he chose to call himself. Wyatt slanted a sideways look in her direction. "I'm sorry I behaved like a jerk when we first met." Greer stopped walking and turned to him. Though they'd rounded the front of the house, this wasn't the place for that conversation. Hearing footsteps coming in their direction, Greer made quick work of the steps leading up to the wraparound porch and its white enameled swing. She didn't look to see if Wyatt followed. For whatever reason, she was acutely aware of his presence behind her, not to mention the subtle, spicy scent of his cologne wrapped around her like a lover's caress. Wyatt gestured to the swing. "Do you want to sit?" When Greer took a seat, Wyatt dropped down on the other end and shifted his body toward her. She met his gaze. "You're running for mayor." "We can talk about that," he said, his tone surprisingly conciliatory. "But first, I really am sorry for how I behaved in the orchard." Greer wasn't certain what game Wyatt was playing, or even if he was playing a game at all. She didn't know him well enough to draw any conclusions. Still, he'd offered an apology, and the truth was, he wasn't the only one who'd behaved badly. "I'll accept your apology if you'll accept mine." Surprise flickered across his face. He lifted a brow. "Yours?" "I should have introduced myself right off. I'm not sure why I didn't." "Probably because I was being an ass." He flashed her a smile, one that no doubt had been winning him hearts since grade school. Greer found herself smiling back. It would take a nun to resist that potent smile. That didn't mean she'd be swayed by his charm. She'd gotten burned by a guy back in college who thought he was God's gift to women. Never again. Well, now that we've got that settled. Ignoring his good humor, she moved on to the next order of business. Tell me why you decided to run for mayor of a town you just moved to.
You're one tough cookie, Greer Chapin.
She gave a scoffing laugh. Using such an idiom tells me you're either trying to be folksy or you're hungry. Let's hash this out so you can get back.
You're not returning to the party, are you?
His brows pulled together.
Is it because Gladys embarrassed you?
His intelligent dark eyes, Greer realized, saw a little too much. I've seen everyone I came to see. Now, why did you file?
For the past 3 years, I was a city manager in a town outside Minneapolis.
Wyatt's tone remained conversational.
I enjoyed the opportunity to help the citizens of North Bluff.
If you liked it so much, why aren't you still there?
Jeff Newlin, he was the mayor, lost his re-election bid. It was a surprise to everyone.
Wyatt shrugged.
Mine was an appointed position. The new mayor was from the other political party, so I was out.
Sympathy surged, but Greer beat it back. That and your inheritance explain why you're here. It doesn't explain why you're running for mayor of a town you didn't know existed 3 months ago.
I'm a landowner. I meet the qualifications.
Instead of being irritated, Greer found herself enjoying the push-pull of the conversation. Still doesn't tell me why you're running. He rested a hand on the top of the swing. His hand was large, with a light dusting of dark hair. A strong hand that...
No matter where I live, I like to make a difference.
Greer jerked her attention to his face, her gaze settling on his mouth before she forced her eyes up to meet his. Why not volunteer to chair a committee, or run for the town board?
You have more power at the top.
Despite the warm breeze caressing her face, she turned cold at his statement. That's what this is about? Power? He blew out a breath.
Yes and no. Greer!
She recognized her eldest brother's voice and stifled a curse. David had chosen to make an appearance at the worst possible moment. She was finally at the point of ferreting out the truth behind Wyatt's mayoral bid. If only she could have simply waved her brother on his way. But David had already climbed the steps and was nearly to them. She and her brother, a successful architect and all-around good guy, shared their father's dark hair and gray eyes. Though he was 10 years older, they were close. His gaze shifted from her to Wyatt, and she saw a question in the smoky depths.
Am I interrupting?
Not at all. Greer kept her tone even, not wanting to make a big deal out of the conversation. David, this is Roy's grandson, Wyatt McConnell. Wyatt, my eldest brother, David Chapin. Wyatt rose, and the men exchanged handshakes. Greer stood. Are Hadley and Bryn with you? Normally, when you saw David, you saw his wife and daughter.
Hadley ran into Amy when we first arrived. They were talking up a storm when I wandered off. Bryn is playing badminton with the Brody twins.
Greer wasn't sure her sweet niece being anywhere near Callum and Connor with rackets was a good idea. As David, a normally overprotective dad, seemed okay with it, Greer kept her fears to herself. David turned his attention back to Wyatt.
I'm glad we had a chance to meet. Roy was a fixture here in Good Hope. It's good to hear the orchard will continue in the same family.
Wyatt is running for mayor. The words popped out before Greer could stop them. A startled look crossed her brother's face. His dark brows pulled together as his gaze shot to Wyatt.
You just got here.
He's a landowner, Greer interjected. That makes him eligible.
Still. I have an MA in public administration and experience in city government.
A watchfulness filled his gaze.
I believe I have a lot to offer Good Hope. You're aware my sister is running.
They were talking about her as if she weren't there. Wyatt rocked back on his heels.
I believe it's best for voters to have a choice. Greer grew up here. She knows this community and is familiar with its needs.
David's expression remained pleasant, but his jaw was set in a hard line.
Which is definitely of value.
Wyatt slanted a smile at Greer, but didn't take his eyes off David.
As is having someone from the outside assess how things are being done with fresh eyes and a new perspective.
To her horror, Greer nearly nodded. Fear lanced her heart. Wyatt had a persuasive manner. She could see voters in Good Hope warming to him. David offered a grudging nod.
It still takes time to get the feel of a community. Since the election is 2 months away, I don't have much time, Wyatt agreed. I plan to speak with Jeremy Rakes and Eliza Kendrick to seek out opportunities for involvement.
Setting up appointments with the mayor and town board chair was smart. This man was no political neophyte, which made him even more dangerous.
Cherry Acres is a huge operation.
Her tenacious brother didn't appear inclined to let the subject drop.
I would think running it, especially if you're not familiar with cherry orchards and processing, would leave little time for anything else.
Greer could have kissed her brother. This was exactly what she wanted to bring to Wyatt's attention. How could he hope to do a good job as mayor when his focus would be so fragmented? Wyatt rubbed his chin.
It's a good point, David. Yes, I know it is. Wyatt.
Greer stifled her smile. By using her brother's name, Wyatt was personalizing the interaction. The agreement was obviously his attempt to create a bond. But the message in David's comeback was clear. Drop the strategy and answer the question.
What I've discovered in the short time I've been here is that Roy was very hands-off the last few years in terms of running his operations.
There was no judgment in Wyatt's tone, merely a simple relaying of facts.
Aaron Mattingly was with Roy for over 30 years. He'll continue to oversee operations. Aaron is a good man, David conceded. He'll be teaching me about the business gradually. Wyatt chuckled. I think he's concerned about overwhelming me.
Greer seriously doubted there was much that would overwhelm this man. When David didn't say anything, Wyatt added,
That's my long-winded way of saying that if I'm elected, I will give the office of mayor the time and attention it deserves.
David exchanged a glance with Greer.
It's been great visiting with you both.
Wyatt slapped David on the back.
It's time I mingle.
Neither Greer nor her brother attempted to stop him. The truth was, Greer was eager to see Wyatt go. Whenever she was around him, she found herself on edge, with an odd blend of wariness and excitement. She retook a seat on the swing, glanced up at her steady, sensible brother.
What do you think? Of him?
Greer nodded. David dropped down beside her, expelled a breath.
I think he's going to give you stiff competition.
Like you said, he's new to Good Hope. Surely voters will see that and vote for a local. David shifted in his seat to face her.
The argument that he brings fresh eyes and a new perspective will resonate with some.
Greer stared unseeing, straight ahead. She wasn't yet mentally prepared to fight for the office. She wanted only to ensure that all the good things that Jeremy had brought to Good Hope during his 2 terms would continue. Surprise skittered through her when David reached over and gave her hand a brief squeeze.
You don't have to do this, you know.
She pulled her brows together. What do you mean?
There's a viable candidate for mayor now. You don't need to run.
Greer took a second to control her emotions. She reminded herself that she hadn't hidden from close family members her reluctance to run. It was no wonder David thought she'd leap at the chance to back out. In truth, part of her did want to take the out. While Wyatt didn't know Good Hope, he was a smart guy. He would learn. The voters deserve a choice. Greer met her brother's direct gaze with one of her own. I don't know where Wyatt stands on issues. Good Hope's future is too important to me to leave to a stranger. After a long moment, David nodded.
As long as you're ready for a battle.
That was a joke. She wasn't a brawler. But she was someone who loved Good Hope, who wanted the best for this town and the people who lived here, which meant she would stay the course. She met her brother's questioning gaze and gave a decisive nod. I'm ready. Wyatt cursed his bad luck when he learned from Beck that both Jeremy and Eliza had left the party while he was speaking with Greer and her brother. A conversation that had barely smoothed the waters between them. He'd gotten the feeling Greer still didn't trust him, and her brother? Well, he appeared to be reserving judgment. I have some good news. Beck's words broke through his thoughts. What news would that be? Wyatt asked. I may have found you a house. That is good news. Wyatt's full attention was back on the attorney. If he was going to run for mayor, and he most certainly was, he would need a comfortable home base. When can I see it? Clay is the one with all the answers. Beck's gaze searched the area. He smiled and motioned with one hand. Clay, do you have a minute? The blond man who ambled over had an easy smile. I always have time for you, Cross. I'd like to introduce you to Wyatt McConnell, Roy's grandson. Wyatt had quickly concluded that there must not be many men named Roy in Good Hope. Very few mentioned Roy's last name, even though it was different than his own. Clay Chapin. He extended a hand. Any relation to Greer and David? Wyatt asked, returning the firm grip. I'm their brother. Clay flashed a smile. The good-looking Chapin. Clay was an easy man to like. While his sister was serious and reserved, and his brother watchful, Clay was clearly the outgoing one. Clay is the high school principal, Beck added. I'm withholding judgment on the good-looking part. Open those eyes, Cross, Clay teased, then his expression turned more serious when he settled his gaze on Wyatt. It's good to meet you. I'm sorry about Roy. He was a good man. Thank you. Wyatt decided to cut through the small talk and get to the point. I understand you may know of a house I could rent. As a matter of fact, I do. I'll leave you two to discuss the matter. Beck offered a smile and clapped Clay on the shoulder. See you Sunday? Family dinner, Clay said in answer to Wyatt's unspoken question as Beck strolled off. Tell me again how you're related? Ammy's dad is married to my mother. Clay smiled. Tell me how you know my brother and sister? Wyatt wanted to know more about the house, but this was small-town life. Pleasantries first, then business. I first met your sister when she stopped out at Cherry Acres. Apparently, she and Roy were well acquainted. Unlike David and Beck, Clay didn't appear surprised by the comment. Greer spent a lot of time at Cherry Acres, especially in high school. That was... Clay started to say more, appeared to think better of it. She and Roy had a special bond. Really? Wyatt's smile invited Clay to continue, but he didn't take the bait. You're looking for a house. I am. Wyatt smiled his thanks when Amy strolled by and handed him a Corona. He took a sip. Sweet Dreams is nice, but no need to explain. Clay brought up the bottle he'd been holding loosely between two fingers and took a pull. The house I have in mind is an 1,100-square-foot craftsman-style bungalow. I'm not familiar with... Craftsman bungalows are known for their simplicity and functionality of design. Clay appeared to warm to the topic, leaning forward slightly and gesturing with the bottle. Single-story, low-pitched roof, front porch and fireplace. This one has 2 bedrooms and 2 baths. When will it be available? As soon as I can get a crew in to do some general cleaning. Clay rubbed his chin. Right now it's got furniture in it, but that would be a plus for me. Wyatt had been sharing an apartment with a friend in Minneapolis and had already decided it wouldn't be worth the cost to move what little furniture was his to Good Hope. Once I decide to buy or build, I'll look at getting new furniture. Then this may be just the place for you. A smile tugged at the corners of Clay's lips. There's just one downside. What would that be? You'd have a couple of Chapins for neighbors. Wyatt wasn't even surprised. You live nearby? Next door. Clay took another drink of beer. I'm not the only one. Your brother? My sister. Clay grinned. Greer lives right across the street. Chapter 5. Tell me it's a bad joke. Greer fixed her gaze on Clay. Tell me you didn't rent Esther's house to Wyatt McConnell.
Okay.
Clay added another helping of mashed potatoes to his plate before passing the china bowl to David.
I won't tell you.
Clay, why did you do it? A tightness formed at the back of Greer's neck. When she'd stepped outside to water her plants before heading over to her mother's house for a family dinner, Loretta Sharkey, her neighbor, and the high school choral director had sprung the happy news that Esther's house was rented. After suffering a mild stroke, Esther had moved in with her sister in Sturgeon Bay. That Esther would have money coming in while she recovered pleased Greer, until Loretta told her the name of her renter. Clay appeared surprised that she found the news distressing.
What's the big deal? It isn't as if the guy will be throwing wild parties while he's there.
Wild parties? Jeremy's blue eyes sparked with interest.
Count me in.
Finn laughed. Marrying Jeremy had softened Delphinium Bloom's big city edge. You and I, Mr. Mayor, are in bed by 10. He lifted his wife's hand to his lips, and his eyes held a wicked gleam.
It's the best part of my day.
Laughter rippled around the table.
Esther needs rent money.
Clay lifted his hands in a what-did-I-do gesture.
I found her a good tenant.
Everyone at the table knew that Esther, a retired teacher, thought of Clay as a surrogate grandson. Clay had always been the one who helped her with minor home repairs, as well as mowing and keeping her walks clear during winter months. The woman held out hope of returning home once her intensive therapies were completed, which was why she wanted her home rented rather than sold.
The guy was even willing to keep her furniture, so Esther won't have to pay to store it,
Clay added.
I think I missed part of the story.
Jeremy cocked his head.
What guy?
Wyatt McConnell. The Wyatt McConnell who's running against your sister for mayor? Lynn Chapin Bloom's voice held a sharp edge. The fact that Lynn managed to keep track of all the conversations at the table, despite being at the far end, proved her mother retained the ability to see and hear everything concerning her children. Thank you, Mother. Greer shot her mother an approving nod. At least someone sees the problem.
I was surprised he filed.
Jeremy absently reached over to touch the downy hair of his infant nephew, who was strapped against Ammy's chest.
But he meets the qualifications.
Does he? Greer glanced down at the thinly sliced beef, fluffy potatoes, and fresh from the garden green beans without interest.
What are you thinking, Greer?
Jeremy asked. Greer glanced at the fork in her hand. The only way he meets the qualifications is land ownership. The estate is still in probate. I'm not an attorney, but my understanding is since the estate is over $50,000 and the property was in Roy's name only, it has to go through probate to be transferred to Wyatt. Jeremy glanced at Beck. Beck hesitated, obviously cognizant of confidentiality.
With Wyatt being Roy's sole heir, the estate should settle quickly. There's no doubt that the property will be his.
But it isn't in his name yet, right? Jeremy's gaze grew thoughtful.
Are you saying you want to contest his right to run for mayor based on that fact?
Greer realized she now held the fork in a death grip. Maybe. Silence descended over the table, no small feat considering how many were gathered.
You could possibly mount a good legal argument.
Beck spoke slowly, as if choosing each word carefully. Greer forced a smile to suddenly numb lips.
But...
When Beck hesitated, Jeremy answered.
It would look bad for you.
Greer frowned.
Like you wanted to torpedo the competition on a technicality.
Clay pointed with his fork.
Not cool.
Not cool. At any other time, Clay's propensity for dropping into teen speak would have made her smile. I have to agree with your brother. Her mother's voice remained calm and soothing. Even if the action allowed you to run uncontested, winning that way would likely forever taint your term as mayor.
I agree.
David's eyes held sympathy. Greer sighed. It appears I have no choice but to run against him. Or not run at all. Lynn passed the basket of rolls to her right, her tone as matter-of-fact as the movement. Greer's eyes widened. She stared at her mother, unable to believe what she was hearing. You think I should back out? I think you need to carefully consider if being mayor is something you really want. Lynn offered Greer a supportive smile. I remember how you struggled with the decision to run. There was no one else interested. At least, no one qualified. Greer lifted her chin. I love this town too much to see it run by someone incompetent. Do you think Wyatt would be incompetent? I'm not sure what to think of Wyatt. I only just met him. We've all only just met him. If what he says about his history is true, then yes, he has the education and the experience. But he doesn't love Good Hope. Of that, she was sure. Greer let her gaze sweep the table, stopping on each familiar face. I believe Good Hope needs me. I will not turn my back on the community that means so much to me. How was your weekend? Kinsley Ferris, Greer's administrative assistant, greeted her with a big smile Tuesday morning. Good. Busy. Greer smiled at the young woman she'd hired fresh out of college 2 years earlier. How was yours? Some friends and I went to Sturgeon Bay to one of the clubs Saturday. We stayed out way too late. Kinsley heaved a heavy sigh. I could barely drag myself up for work on Sunday. In addition to working at the bank, Kinsley waited tables at Muddy Boots for extra cash on the weekends. I didn't see you there. I skipped church and breakfast. Greer took a seat behind her desk and glanced at the folders of the accounts that were behind. Was everyone there? Greer didn't need to elaborate. Kinsley knew everyone referred to the regular group that met at Muddy Boots every Sunday after church. While Kinsley wasn't usually assigned the table, she often stopped by to say hello. Most of the regulars, with one new addition. Kinsley's dark eyes held a gleam. New addition? Roy's grandson, Wyatt McConnell. Kinsley smiled. He's a hottie. Too old for me, but still hot. He also seems really nice. Already stumping for votes, Greer thought, then immediately felt uncharitable. She powered up her laptop. Did he just stop by the table, or? He was seated beside Clay. Kinsley's gaze turned curious. I hear he's running for mayor. How do you feel about that? What do you mean? With great effort, Greer kept her voice even, somehow even managed to smile. Running against someone who's part of your social circle. Greer wanted to snap that having breakfast with her friends didn't make Wyatt part of her social circle. Reining in her emotions, she simply shrugged. I think it's always good to give voters a choice. Kinsley didn't appear completely convinced, but she nodded. I hope you know you've got my vote. I know you'll make a fantastic mayor. I appreciate the vote of confidence. Greer glanced down at the stack of files that represented past due accounts. Now, let's go over these and come up with an action plan. Greer managed to keep her mind off Wyatt and on business until that afternoon, when Jeremy walked into the bank and knocked on her office door. Do you have a few minutes? Greer pushed back her chair and stood, a smile already on her lips. For you? Always. She motioned to several chairs and a deep burgundy color positioned for conversation. Can I get you some coffee? I'm fine. Greer wasn't sure what to think when he pulled the door shut behind him. Once he took a seat, she raised a brow. Something tells me this isn't simply a social visit. It is, he said, stretching his long legs out in front of him. And it isn't. Seeing you is always a pleasure. Greer had known Jeremy her entire life and could be completely frank with him. Get to the point, Rakes. Jeremy's gaze never left her face. I'd like to approach Wyatt about co-chairing the Giving Tree fundraiser. I don't need a co-chair. The fundraiser was scheduled for the week before the big Independence Day celebration. She and her committee were down to fine-tuning details on the board game tournament. The fundraiser, a new addition to pre-4th festivities, was designed to capture tourist dollars as well as money from the citizens of Good Hope. Everything is already done. Jeremy lifted a brow. Everything? Perhaps not everything. There are still a few details to iron out. Greer felt warmth flood her cheeks. At the last minute, the committee decided to add a junior board game tournament to involve the children.
Good. Wyatt can help with that.
This committee doesn't have anything to do with the mayoral race. Greer chose her words carefully. She liked Jeremy. He was a friend. He was practically family. But she would not be pushed around. Why are you intervening?
I think you meant to say interfering.
Whatever word fits. Greer leaned forward. This committee and I have worked our tails off. We came up with the idea, we secured the venue, and are now, as I stated, fine-tuning the details. Bringing someone in at this point, well, it might be perceived as your way of boosting his visibility and his campaign. Jeremy said nothing. Greer inclined her head. Is that what you're doing?
I can see how it may look that way. But truly, Greer, that isn't my intent.
Jeremy's gaze was clear and direct.
In fact, quite the opposite.
When he hesitated, Greer made a circular motion with one hand. Tell me. Everyone who worked for her knew that she was always willing to listen to suggestions, but she also expected them to be well thought out and logical.
As the current chair of the Giving Tree Board, I thought having our other mayoral candidate co-chair this committee would look like we're not playing favorites.
Greer paused. This was not the time for a knee-jerk reaction. She considered Jeremy's argument and found it lacking in merit. I disagree. Greer considered herself to be a rational person, willing to look at all sides of an issue. While she supposed she could appreciate Jeremy's concern, this project had been in the works since before Roy died. I won't back you on this, Jeremy. The Giving Tree is a community organization. Its focus is neighbors helping neighbors. The last thing you want to do is bring politics into it.
That was what I was trying to avoid.
Hear me out. Greer lifted a hand. I'm not the chair of this committee because I'm running for mayor. I'm chairing it because I was the one who brought the idea to the board. Doing a fundraiser prior to the 4th festivities to take advantage of the tourists already in Good Hope for the holiday made good business sense. Greer paused to take a breath and prayed she wasn't rambling. But darn it, what Jeremy was proposing was ridiculous. Before you attempt to foist this on me without my consent, I request that I be allowed to present my argument to the full board, in closed session, against his appointment. I don't want the semblance of infighting to bring negative attention to the organization we both love and support. Jeremy raked a hand through his hair.
I didn't expect you to react so strongly.
Greer said nothing. Silence, she'd learned, could be a powerful ally.
Forget I brought it up. Hearing your arguments against doing it makes me wonder what I was thinking.
He gave a little laugh.
Obviously, I hadn't thought this completely through, which doesn't surprise me since I haven't been functioning at full speed lately.
Concern washed over Greer. For the first time, she noticed the lines of fatigue edging his eyes appeared even deeper today. Is everything okay with Finn? Though Greer had assumed her stepfather would have said something if his daughter was ailing.
Finn is just a little under the weather.
Jeremy rose to his feet.
In regard to the co-chair thing, forget I brought it up.
I'll see if there's a place for Wyatt to volunteer during the event, Greer offered. We're always looking for volunteers.
I don't know how you do everything you do.
Jeremy slanted a sideways glance at her as she walked him to the door. I've always been a high achiever, excellent at multitasking. Oh, and the most important thing... She paused for effect and flashed a smile, recalling Jeremy's comment the other day at dinner. I don't have a spouse who enjoys having me in his bed. Chapter 6. By the time Greer finally left the bank at 6:30, the only thing she wanted to do was go home, get out of her work clothes, and have a glass of wine. Instead, she pushed open the door into muddy boots. One glance around the dining area had her crossing the room to where Kathy Scott sat. Mrs. Scott. Greer offered a warm smile. I hope I didn't keep you waiting. Though Greer had been sincere when she'd asked the woman to contact her during the town board meeting, she'd promptly forgotten about her, until Kathy had called and asked if they could schedule a time to meet. The woman looked up and flushed. In one swift movement, she swept her phone up off the table and dropped it into her oversized purse. "I was just checking in with my husband. Sounds as if all is well." Greer slid into the chair across the table. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed what she'd missed seeing earlier. Wyatt sat at an adjacent table, ignoring the food on his plate while he concentrated on his phone. "Have you eaten?" When Greer had first walked into the cafe, she hadn't planned to eat. Instead, she'd go home and grab a yogurt and an apple, her usual dinner fare. Now, smelling the enticing aromas and seeing the juicy burger on Wyatt's plate had her stomach growling. "I did." Kathy gestured to the menu the hostess had left. "But you go ahead and eat. If you don't mind, I think I will." Greer smiled at the older woman who approached the table. A fixture at Muddy Boots for the past 20 years, Helen had hair the same color as her bright orange lipstick. "Good evening, Helen. I'll have a hamburger, no bun, with green beans as the side and an iced tea." "Anything else for you, ma'am?" Helen turned to Kathy. "Other than maybe a refill on that coffee?" "I'm fine, thanks." When Helen shuffled off, Kathy averted her gaze for a second and appeared to be steadying her nerves. "When you mentioned in the meeting that I should contact you, I almost didn't." Greer offered a reassuring smile. "I'm glad you did." "I wasn't sure how this all worked." The woman lifted her hands. "I don't even know where to begin." Greer could see that she was going to need to facilitate this conversation if she didn't want to be here all evening. "At the budgetary meeting, I'm so sorry. When I looked back on the notice, the purpose of the meeting was very clear." Red stained Kathy's cheeks. "I didn't pay attention." It wasn't a problem. Greer smiled her thanks when Helen brought her tea. "I hated that you'd taken time to come all the way down to the courthouse for nothing." "You were very nice." Kathy twisted a napkin between her fingers. "When you said you wanted me to contact you, I hope you were sincere." "I was sincere." Greer knew she sometimes came across as brusque and too businesslike, but she was making a concerted effort to appear more approachable. "Tell me your concerns." "Jim and I have one son, Tyler. He's attending college in Nebraska." Kathy's fingers toyed with her napkin. "We have a big house, and I work from home. Jim works for Cherry Acres in the processing plant. His boss died in the fire. It was very sad. Roy was a nice man, if a tad gruff at times." Greer thought it was the perfect description of Roy. "My husband called him a curmudgeon with a soft heart." Kathy chuckled. "Jim loved working for Roy. He's been on the job nearly 20 years. Greer resisted the urge to look in Wyatt's direction. She wondered if he understood just how much his grandfather had been a part of the fabric of the Good Hope community. The conversation remained light, two women getting to know each other. Though Greer was tempted to get down to business, she sensed that Kathy needed to settle. Besides, Greer had blocked off this time, and by eating, she was killing two birds with one stone. As Greer inhaled the scent of grilled meat, she concluded being a vegetarian just wasn't in her DNA. Tiny slivers of almonds topped the steamed green beans. She glanced at Kathy. "Are you sure you don't want anything to eat?" Greer pointed to her plate. "There's a lot here. I'm happy to share." Kathy appeared oddly touched by the offer, but shook her head. "I ate before I came, and overdid it. I'm afraid there isn't even room in my stomach for dessert. Not even for the cranberry blueberry crisp that's on special tonight." "Did you say you work from home?" Greer stabbed a bean and tossed the question out there in an attempt to get the conversation back on track. "I'm an inbound customer service rep for an online floral company. It's not the best pay, but it allowed me to stay home with Ty, and now our foster kids." Kathy's smile transformed her face from average to beautiful. "I love to cook and bake, and, well, anyway, that's what I do." Greer forked off a piece of meat, but didn't bring it to her lips. Now you're doing foster care? We started fostering when Ty left for college. The house seemed so empty. We have rooms and lots of love to share. Kathy's eyes took on a distant glow, and Greer could see she was looking back. We started with emergency care for babies and small children and short-term fostering. How did that work? Greer realized she'd never known anyone involved in foster care. Once we were screened and approved, we went on a list. We'd get a call when a child, or children, needed temporary placement. They'd been removed from their home for a variety of reasons. Sometimes the parent or parents had been arrested. Other times the police or social worker had found evidence of neglect. Kathy's eyes went dark. Some were abused. Greer thought of all the children born to friends in recent years. Babies, toddlers, and school-age boys and girls. Sweet and innocent children. That had to be difficult to see. The goal of the system is family reunification, whenever possible. Kathy glanced down at her hands. It would make me happy when I'd finally get a child to feel secure enough to sleep without the lights on or to not recoil each time I reached out to pick them up. Then the courts would return them to their parents, and the cycle of abuse and neglect would start again. I couldn't do it anymore. Kathy expelled a shuddering breath, and her eyes glistened with tears. I still feel guilty about not taking those little ones, though the social worker assured me that those are easy placements. Greer only nodded, not certain how to respond. The image of little ones recoiling in fear had emotion clogging her own throat. Jim and I decided to look at longer, more permanent placements, especially older children or groups of siblings. Kathy smiled. It's been a good fit. I would think teenagers would be tough, Greer said when Kathy paused, as if expecting a response. They can be, Kathy smiled. We put middle and high school kids as our preference. The social workers were overjoyed. I assume very few foster parents want teens. Kathy's eyes grew soft. It isn't always easy, but we find it very rewarding to help these young people take charge of their lives. I'd like to hear what you think the community could do to better help these children. Before I do, I want to make it clear that Jim and I don't abandon our kids. We continue to be there for the children we've fostered, even when they age out of the system. Kathy brushed a strand of hair back from her face. My concern is that's not true for all foster kids who age out. I know some people think that an 18-year-old high school graduate is an adult, but you and I both know they're not. Greer thought of herself at that age. She hadn't really known who she was at that point, or what she wanted. Luckily, she'd had her mother and brothers to guide her. Roy had been there for her as well. 18 is still very much a child, Greer agreed. Moving her cup and saucer aside, Kathy leaned forward, resting her forearms on the table, her eyes focused on Greer. Studies show that 20% of the children who were in foster care will become instantly homeless. Only 50% of foster kids who age out of the system will have gainful employment by the time they're 24. Kathy shook her head. We need to address this travesty. I agree. Surprise had Kathy's eyes going wide. I have other statistics. I'd love to hear more, but based on what you've told me, I believe the Giving Tree needs to explore this issue and see what can be done. Tears filled Kathy's eyes. You're really going to help? Reaching across the table, Greer covered Kathy's hand briefly. We'll do this together. Neighbors helping neighbors. Thanks, Miss Chapin. Greer, please. I think we know each other well enough to be on a first-name basis. How do we get started? Greer thought for a moment. I'll contact the social worker who handles the program on the peninsula and find out how many foster kids age out per year, and I'll plan the strategy from there. Sound good? It sounds wonderful. Kathy's voice thickened with emotion. Thank you, Greer. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. Greer leaned forward and meant every word. We can't help if we don't know there's a need. Now that the need has been identified, we can address it. Wyatt set down his fork, a half-finished piece of cranberry blueberry crisp in front of him. Every night since he'd come to Good Hope, he'd taken his evening meal at Muddy Boots. There was such variety on the menu that, so far at least, he hadn't eaten the same thing twice. He'd been so focused on an article he was reading on his phone that he hadn't seen Greer walk in. The second he'd heard her voice, he'd snapped to attention. He hadn't wanted to eavesdrop, but hearing the words foster kids from Greer's dinner companion had pulled him into the conversation. For several reasons. One, because he'd been in the system himself, and, more important, because of the conversation he'd overheard between those two men who'd said Greer had no interest in helping such kids. If he was being honest with himself, he had to admit that conversation had played a part in him deciding to run for mayor. He'd judged Greer without knowing her, concluding she was cold with that air of entitlement and superiority brought on by a lifetime of wealth. Wyatt was well acquainted with the type. Jeff, the mayor he'd worked under, had come from a similar background as Greer. Jeff's parents had been one of the founding families of North Bluff. The community had changed since Jeff was a boy, with many workers now living in the small town because of its proximity to Minneapolis. Still, Jeff continued to view the needs of those in the community through the lens of people like himself. Wyatt had painted Greer with the same brushstroke. He wondered now if he'd been too hasty. Greer stood and shook the woman's hand as they ended their meeting. Stunned surprise flashed across Greer's ivory complexion as the woman pulled her into a hug before scurrying out of the restaurant. Wyatt remained silent until his mayoral opponent sat down to finish her meal. Then, without giving himself time to consider the wisdom of his action, Wyatt picked up his dessert plate and coffee cup and moved to sit opposite Greer. "Mind if I join you?" Greer glanced down at his cup and plate, now resting on the table. "Isn't that a question best asked before you take a seat?" "You're right. I apologize." He waited, knowing she'd have no compunction about telling him to get up and leave. The words didn't come. She forked off a bite of hamburger, naked but for a small dollop of mustard. Wyatt took a sip of coffee. "How was your day?" To his surprise, she expelled a weary breath. "Long and still not over." "What's left to do?" He was simply making conversation, Wyatt told himself, though he found himself intensely interested in what she had to say. "Kathy," she explained, waving a hand in the air, "the woman who just left, is a foster mom. She's concerned the community isn't doing enough to help teens who age out of the system. While I'm fairly certain her assessment is accurate, I need to do some research before I bring it to the Giving Tree board." "I heard someone got shot down at a recent town board meeting for asking something similar." The words popped out before he could stop them. Greer raised a brow. "Not at any meeting I attended." Wyatt raised his hands. "I must have heard wrong." Kathy came to the budgetary meeting and brought up the topic, which was not the appropriate time. Greer shook her head, and sympathy darkened her gray eyes. She was extremely nervous. It was difficult to tell her we couldn't discuss the issue, but I encouraged her to get in touch with me so we could discuss it further, which she did. Those men had got it wrong, Wyatt realized, and he'd accepted what they'd said as fact. Greer had met with the woman, gathered information, and was now planning to gather more. It appeared she had the situation under control. Still, this matter was personal to him. "I was in foster care for 4 years, until I was adopted by the McConnells." Something sparked in Greer's eyes. "You have first-hand knowledge of the kinds of things Kathy spoke to me about." "I didn't age out," he pointed out. "I was adopted at 14. She tapped a nail painted a pale pink against the table. "I imagine you knew kids who did." "Being in foster care isn't like being in a fraternity." Greer stiffened. Wyatt immediately regretted his flippancy. "I'm sorry." He reached across the table and took her hand. She inhaled sharply. Immediately realizing his mistake, Wyatt pulled back his hand.
Everyone's situation is different. There were kids who ping-ponged back and forth between foster care and their family. Kathy mentioned her caseworker told her that family reunification is the primary goal. From what I saw, being tossed back into some of those home situations wasn't always for the best. But most kids preferred that to life in the system. Wyatt lifted his cup, but didn't drink. Then there were some, like me, who had no home to go back to. We were stuck in limbo. Just thinking of those years brought back painful memories. Still, Wyatt had become an expert at putting his mother's death, and the years following, in the back recesses of his mind. Being a child is difficult enough. Greer's eyes went dark. Wyatt found himself wondering what kind of experiences she could possibly have had that could have put that sadness in her eyes. She shook her head, expelled a breath. I can't imagine having the additional pressures of wondering where you'll live, or worrying if someone you love will hurt you. Though Wyatt counted himself lucky that he'd never been physically abused by his mother or her boyfriends, or anyone in a foster home, he knew of kids who had been, kids like his sister Trinity. It leaves a mark. Something flickered in her eyes at his choice of words. For a second, Wyatt thought she was going to ask if he'd ever been abused, but she merely toyed with her fork, her gaze thoughtful. I'll be getting an ad hoc committee together to delve into this issue. I firmly believe this is an area where the Giving Tree could help. I'd like you to consider either chairing the committee or being on it. Wyatt couldn't hide his surprise. You plan to follow through on your promise to the woman? Surprise flickered in those smoky depths. The woman has a name, Kathy Scott, and of course I'll follow through. I gave her my word. Wyatt nodded. Being a part of this committee would allow him to effect change. I'd be happy to serve on the committee. Serve? Greer arched a dark brow. Or serve and chair. Serving made more sense. Learning the cherry business, not only the growing and harvesting, but the processing, was a steep learning curve. He also, he reminded himself, had a campaign to run. I should simply serve, but... He paused. Greer's lips twitched, and a teasing light filled her eyes. You like being in charge. Busted. He lifted his hands. How did you know? I'm the same way. Chapter 7. Greer carefully hung up her suit and placed her pumps in the shoe rack between a navy pair and a black pair in the identical classic style. The silk lounging pajamas she slipped on caressed her skin, while the flat slippers were a welcome change from the heels. She turned on the gas fireplace, but left off the heat. Though temperatures at this time of year had been known to dip into the upper 40s on occasion, she wanted the ambiance, not the warmth. After gathering some alarming stats on the fate of kids who aged out of foster care, Greer poured herself a glass of Riesling. Before taking a sip, she emailed Andrea Griggs, the foster care coordinator with the Door County Department of Human Services, to get some statistics. With that task done, Greer took a sip of wine and picked up her knitting needles and yarn. Back in college, when the stress of trying to pull all A's had threatened to overwhelm her, Greer had taken up knitting. When she'd admired a sorority sister's hat, the girl had told her she'd made it herself. She'd gone on to explain how knitting calmed and centered her. After watching several YouTube tutorials, Greer purchased a supply of yarn and needles. After she'd knitted hats and gloves for everyone in her family, as well as for most of her friends, she'd researched other uses for her finished products and come across an organization that sent medical supplies to developing countries. They used knitted comfort dolls as protective packaging during the transport. Once the supplies arrived safely in the country, the dolls were given to children as gifts. Greer had been supplying dolls to the organization ever since. Flipping on some music, she'd barely gotten started when a knock sounded at her door. Frowning, Greer pushed to her feet. She didn't get many visitors. Though it was probably overkill in Good Hope, Greer glanced through the door's peephole and discovered Marigold Rallis on her porch. Marigold!
How nice of you to stop by. Greer stepped back and motioned the blonde inside. Please, come in. Marigold's windswept curls lay artfully across her shoulders. Greer thought of the shortest and the youngest of the four Bloom sisters as a perky elf. Loretta left her scarf when she was in the salon today, Marigold explained, following Greer into the living room. I dropped it off, then saw your light. I'm glad you stopped by. Greer gestured to the sofa. Sit, and I'll pour you a glass of wine. Marigold hesitated only a fraction of a second, her gaze lingering on Greer's lounging pajamas. Are you sure I'm not interrupting? The only thing you're interrupting is my knitting. That's something easily picked up and put down. Marigold slipped off her sweater and took a seat, while Greer got another glass and splashed in some wine. She tucked one leg under herself and sat at the other end of the sofa. It's good to see you. Greer had a feeling there was a purpose to the youngest Bloom sister's visit, but she wouldn't press. She knew Marigold would tell her when she was ready. Kate is filling in for a deputy tonight. Marigold lifted one shoulder in a languid shrug. Once my last client left, I didn't have any reason to hurry home. Greer smiled, took a sip of wine, and waited. There's something I'd like to ask you. Marigold's voice trembled slightly before she firmed it. She set down her glass. Like her, Marigold was known for keeping her emotions firmly under control. Perhaps that was why, out of the four, Greer had always felt closest to this Bloom sister. You can ask me anything. Greer forced a light-hearted tone. If it's something about my sex life, I can't guarantee I'll have anything to say, since that's pretty much non-existent. The comment had the desired effect. Marigold chuckled, and her entire body relaxed. While I find it difficult to believe someone as pretty and smart as you has a non-existent sex life, I promise to steer clear of that area. Greer made a great show of leaning against the back of the sofa. Just two women having a casual conversation over a glass of wine. She offered what she hoped was an encouraging smile. There's something I want to ask you, Marigold said again. She licked lips that had a pretty pink gloss, and her gaze darted around the room. I won't hold you to your answer, and if you need time to think about it, I'll understand. Greer's heart skipped a beat. From the look in Marigold's eyes, this was serious. Still, Greer kept her tone offhand. What is it? It's about a loan. Greer's body reverberated with an inner groan. If she didn't like making loans to friends, she really didn't like doing it for family. And when Marigold's dad had married her mother, she'd become family. Keeping what she hoped was a pleasant, non-committal look on her face, Greer merely lifted a brow. What kind of loan? Surprise flickered across Marigold's pretty face. What do you mean? Well, a loan can be a home mortgage, an auto loan, or personal, just to name a few. Greer wondered if Kate and Marigold had finally decided to take the plunge and build on the lot they owned on Millionaire's Row. Personal. A pulse fluttered in Marigold's neck. You know, Kate and I have been trying to get pregnant since we got married. I have endometriosis and... Greer held up a staying hand. You don't need to share your medical history with me. I think I do. Marigold licked her lips. It's why we are thinking about taking out a personal loan. Something in Marigold's brilliant blue eyes had Greer swallowing back another protest. Often, when clients came to the bank for a personal loan, they ended up sharing way too much. The sad stories made Greer only feel worse when she had to turn them down. Personally, Greer didn't like making high-interest, unsecured loans, and steered away from them as much as possible. Her soft-hearted father making too many of that type of loan prior to the banking crisis of 2008 had gotten them into financial trouble. Greer realized with a jolt that Marigold was staring at her with an expectant expression, waiting for a response. I knew you'd tried some fertility drugs. Had her mother told her that? Greer wasn't sure. All she knew was she hadn't asked. She was too much of a private person herself to pry into anyone's personal business. I had painful periods for years and suspected I might have endometriosis. That's why Kate and I decided not to wait to have kids.
Marigold rotated the stem of the wine glass back and forth, making no move to drink.
We hoped I'd be like my sisters and get pregnant quickly and easily. That hasn't happened.
Greer's heart twisted in sympathy. That has to be difficult. Especially for Marigold, Greer thought, who excelled at whatever she tried. Before returning to Good Hope a couple of years ago, she'd made a name for herself as a hairstylist to the rich and famous in Chicago.
Kate and I have done all the medical tests.
Marigold held up one hand and counted off.
Laparoscopy, hysteroscopy, and hysterosalpingography for me. Semen analysis and scrotal ultrasound for him.
I didn't realize so much was involved, Greer murmured.
Cade checked out fine. That was a positive.
Though Marigold's tone remained upbeat, the hairstylist couldn't hide the pain in her eyes.
I was diagnosed with endometriosis.
Impulsively, Greer reached forward, briefly covering Marigold's hand with hers. I'm so sorry. Marigold blinked rapidly for several seconds before regaining control.
The doctor told me it affects 1 in 10 women. I had no idea it was so common. Still, it was a bitter pill to swallow. I always thought of myself as healthy. I eat right, exercise, and...
Greer fought a strong urge to interrupt. Marigold didn't need to bare her soul in order to have the information needed to make a loan decision. But Greer sensed Marigold wanted to tell her story, and Greer felt honored that she trusted her enough to share it with her. In the end, Greer let her talk, bringing out a plate of pretty sugar cookies in patriotic styles and colors that she'd picked up at Bloom's Bake Shop just that morning.
Anyway,
Marigold bit into a cookie shaped like a blue star.
That brings us to where we are now.
As she sipped her Riesling, Greer was amazed by all the steps that Marigold and Cade had already taken. You've gone through a lot.
When I say it aloud, it really has been a busy 18 months. What's made it really difficult is...
Marigold finished off the cookie, then chased it with a sip of wine. Greer had a fairly good idea what she was going to say when Marigold set down her glass.
If anyone can understand, it's you.
Marigold's lips, dusted with blue sugar, lifted slightly.
So many of our friends and family are having children. We're the odd ones out.
Greer nodded. She did understand. Only, for her, it hadn't been about babies, but weddings. So many of those with whom she'd gone to high school or college were already celebrating anniversaries.
I just learned earlier today that Finn and Jeremy are pregnant again,
Marigold blurted out. That's wonderful news.
Yes. Yes, it is. I'm happy for them. Truly I am.
Marigold's voice rose, and Greer wondered who she was trying to convince.
It's just, I can't help thinking, when will it be my turn?
Greer reached over and squeezed Marigold's arm. It will happen.
That's what I tell myself.
Marigold straightened.
Making that happen is the reason I'm here.
Dread coursed through Greer's veins as she waited.
Cade and I have decided to pursue IVF. You're familiar with that?
Marigold's tone had turned businesslike. In vitro fertilization. With so many women delaying childbearing, it seemed as if there was always some article about fertility issues and treatment in the news. I seem to recall that it's fairly expensive.
It's very expensive, and most insurance doesn't cover the procedure, or even everything leading up to the procedure.
Marigold chewed on her lower lip, appearing not as confident as she had only moments before.
The clinic in Green Bay told us to plan on $20,000 for the first cycle.
Greer's eyes widened. Will your insurance cover any of it?
I wouldn't be here if it did.
Marigold's lips twisted.
We've used all our savings to pay for what we've done up to this point. We're looking into adoption, and that's still a possibility. But the process takes forever, and it's expensive too.
How can I help? Greer sincerely hoped she would be able to help, even in some small way.
We'd like to get a personal loan for the $20,000.
Marigold paused.
Or maybe we should go 35,000 just in case a second cycle is necessary. I'm told the second is usually cheaper than the first.
You were thinking of getting this as an unsecured personal loan? Greer had a fairly good idea what Marigold earned, and there was no secret about the sheriff's salary. If they'd depleted their savings, odds were there was credit card debt. The last thing she wanted was to dig into their personal business if she didn't have to. Marigold clasped her hands together, her gaze never leaving Greer's face.
That's what we were hoping. Is that a possibility?
If Robert Chapin had still been in charge, Greer had no doubt he'd have tossed good sense aside and said yes. Her father, although an astute businessman in many ways, had found it impossible to say no to friends. When Greer had taken over lending operations at the bank, she'd vowed those kinds of sloppy business decisions would not be her legacy. You can complete a loan application, but I can tell you right now that the chances of me being able to approve such a large loan on your signature is slim to none.
You know we'd be good for it.
Marigold fought to keep her voice even, and Greer could see the effort it took. I know you and Cade would do whatever it took to pay the money back in full. Marigold's blonde brows pulled together.
Then I don't understand why you won't give us the loan.
Despite your best intentions, things happen. You have other obligations that will put pressure on you. Greer reached over and touched Marigold's arm. Lending you the money with no collateral would be reckless. Marigold slumped against the back of the sofa cushions as if Greer had just hit her with a 2x4. Tears swam in Marigold's baby blues for a second before she blinked them back. Greer felt like a Scrooge shattering the young couple's dreams of a family. She told herself to think outside the box and come up with a solution that would work.
I appreciate the honesty.
Marigold expelled a ragged breath.
I better...
There may be another way. Marigold dropped back on the sofa, her expression turning hopeful.
Such as?
Does Cade still own the lot on Millionaire's Row? Greer recalled that last year her brother David had drawn up house plans for the couple.
Yes, that lot is part of the reason we're so financially strapped. Despite it just being a piece of land, the taxes on it are incredibly high.
Greer didn't doubt that in the least. The land Cade had purchased several years back with some inheritance money was some of the priciest in Door County. Isolated, yet near Good Hope, all of the homes along that stretch of shoreline had stunning views of Green Bay. Do you still own the property free and clear? Marigold's eyes narrowed slightly as she nodded. We've discussed selling it, but I'm not talking selling. I'm suggesting we look at an equity loan on that piece of land. Greer felt a surge of satisfaction. This loan would be one she could live with, and make.
You can do that?
Marigold asked cautiously. If the land had a house on it and was free and clear, I'd be able to look at lending you up to 80% of the value of the home, maybe even higher. Greer did some fast calculations in her head. Normally, loans on vacant lots are at a much lower percentage, usually not over 35%. I don't recall what Cade paid, but that property is worth well over $1 million.
We didn't pay that much for it,
Marigold hastened to explain.
Cade got it for...
It's still worth that much. Greer understood her wealthy eldest brother owning property on that road. She'd never understood why Cade had sunk his entire inheritance into that piece of land. I have no problem giving you a line of credit starting at $35,000.
Okay, that's good. Okay.
Marigold blew out a breath, steadied herself.
What do we need to do?
Just stop by the bank and fill out some papers. Greer considered. Knowing the value of the property and the stability of you and Cade, I'll try to keep the points and upfront fees to a minimum.
Let me make sure I have this straight.
The businesswoman in Marigold reappeared.
You'll give us an equity line of credit starting at $35,000, and the property will be the collateral.
Yes, at closing, the bank will be entered as the mortgage holder on the property with the Register of Deeds. That protects the bank by ensuring you can't sell the property without paying us off first.
So, this will be a line of credit rather than a loan. Greer nodded, seeing Marigold understood and appreciated the difference. Just to be sure, Greer added, "You and Cade can either write checks or request advances against the line of credit." Marigold tapped a finger against her lips, her gaze thoughtful. "That way we'll only pay interest on the outstanding balance, not on the entire line of credit. Correct?" "Correct." Marigold's smile lit up her whole face and chased away any remaining shadows. "Is this an open-ended offer?" Greer inclined her head. "Open-ended? It may take us a couple months to decide what direction to go." Greer wondered if it was the IVF or the loan that was up in the air. "Sure, that's fine." "You won't pull the offer before then?" "I wouldn't do that to you." Greer rose when Marigold stood. "As long as nothing changes regarding your and Cade's ownership of the property, the equity line of credit remains on the table." "Thank you, Greer." Greer didn't know quite what to think when Marigold flung her arms around her for a quick hug. "You're the best!" As she walked Marigold to the door, a feeling of satisfaction flowed like warm honey through Greer's veins. She liked helping people, and saying yes was far preferable to saying no. Sometimes you had to be a little creative and steer people in the right direction, which was what she'd done with Marigold. It wasn't just her. Greer knew there wasn't a reputable lending institution that would give Marigold a personal loan for that amount of money. This way, Cade and Marigold would be able to pursue their dream of a family while preserving another dream, the dream of one day having a home overlooking Green Bay. A win-win for everyone. Chapter 8. Greer left the bank just before 5 the next day. While she liked not having any wasted time, she didn't like leaving work early. She also didn't like being late. Thankfully, the courthouse was just down the street, and by walking briskly, she hurried into the room on the second floor with 15 seconds to spare. "Fancy running into you here." Greer cocked her head and frowned. "Didn't you receive my email?" "That's why I'm here." The email had informed Wyatt that all the Giving Tree committees would be meeting in room 2044B of the courthouse at 5. "Okay, then." She turned and likely would have strolled off to whatever committee she was here for if he hadn't placed a hand on her arm. "You didn't mention who else was on the committee with me." Wyatt gestured to the large room where at least 5 groups of individuals had gathered. "I'm not certain which of these—" "Let me get that information for you." She brushed at a strand of hair that had come loose from her chignon. "Give me a sec." Her phone was in her hand, and it really did take only a second for her to pull up a file. "You're meeting with Oakley Marshall, Izzy Deschler, and Ryder Goodhue. Oakley, she's the one with the blue-streaked hair, is Dan Marshall's sister, and this is the first committee she's served on for the Giving Tree. Izzy is a local artist. Ryder owns the Daily Grind coffee shop chain. Both Ryder and Izzy have previously served on other committees." Greer tapped something into her phone and glanced up. "Any other questions?" Wyatt glanced around the room and spotted Ryder. He hadn't gotten to know many people in Good Hope, but he had visited the Grind on several occasions. "No questions." He offered her an easy smile, wondering if she knew how pretty she looked in pale pink. "How've you been?" "Busy." She offered a perfunctory smile. "I can't wait to see the report." For a second, Wyatt couldn't figure out what she meant. Then he realized she was speaking about the committee report. There was no chance for him to say more, because she was striding across the room, heels clacking on the shiny linoleum, toward a large group gathered against the far wall. Wyatt frowned. He couldn't figure out Greer Chapin. He thought they'd forged a tentative friendship when they discussed, and he'd agreed to chair, this committee, but now she appeared annoyed. Shrugging off the confusion, he strolled across the room to where the threesome sat. The young woman Greer had identified as Oakley popped to her feet. There was no other word to describe the jack-in-a-box movement. Though Wyatt wasn't good at guessing ages, he'd put her in her early 20s. Her dark brown hair was streaked with navy, and she sported cat-eye eyeliner and nails the color of blood oranges. Her smile was open and friendly, and he shook the hand that she extended. "I'm Oakley Marshall." "Wyatt McConnell. It's a pleasure to meet you." "This is Izzy and Ryder." Oakley gestured to the other 2 people, who'd also stood.
Pleased to meet you. Wyatt inclined his head. It appears there are 4 of us on the committee. 5. A throaty voice had him turning to see Gladys sweeping toward them, arms outstretched. I'm a late addition. Greer graciously allowed me to join you. Before sitting down, Gladys positioned her chair so that the other 4 faced hers. Wyatt took his chair and put it back in the semicircle arrangement he preferred, noting Gladys observed the movement through half-lowered lids. When no one spoke, Wyatt glanced around the circle. Though he and Greer had briefly discussed him chairing the committee, he wasn't certain he was in charge. Still, someone had to take the lead. That someone might as well be him. This committee is tasked with coming up with ways the Giving Tree can help children who age out of the foster care system. As if this were a classroom, Oakley shot her hand up in the air. Oakley? He acknowledged. I'm really good at taking notes, so unless someone else wants... That's fine, Gladys announced. Oakley will take notes. Wyatt expected Gladys to continue, but she merely sat back and repositioned herself. It was as if she was attempting to find a comfortable position on the metal folding chair. He could have told her she was fighting a losing battle. I don't have any experience with kids in foster care. Ryder glanced around the group. Other than hiring some high school students to work part-time at the grind. I've taught several in art classes. Izzy spoke for the first time. While I've never been in foster care, I know what it's like to feel alone in the world and to have to make your own way. I have helped several young people going through trying times by giving them jobs to do in our community theater. Gladys's pale blue eyes took on a distant glow. Not only did the work provide them with much-needed income, it gave them a sense of belonging. That, I believe, is something we all yearn for. Was it only Wyatt's imagination, or did the older woman fix those eyes on him? For a second, it was as if she'd looked inside to his very soul. He realized everyone around the circle had shared the extent of their experience with foster care, except him. My mother died when I was 10. I spent the next 4 years in a variety of foster homes. Some passable, some horrible. Wyatt kept any emotion from his voice. I got lucky when I was placed with Jerry and Eileen McConnell. They gave me not only a home, but a family when they adopted me. Like the rest of you, I never experienced aging out of the foster care system, but I can imagine how difficult that would be. Greer mentioned when she asked me to serve on this committee that Kathy Scott, a foster care mom, had brought this concern forward. Ryder's gaze slid between Gladys and Wyatt. Do we know why she isn't on this committee? It was a good question, and one to which Wyatt had no answer. I asked. Gladys gestured with one hand in what might be Greer's direction, or the movement could simply be Gladys's dramatic flair. Kathy has her hands full with her job and taking care of 3 teenagers. While she is happy to provide input, she doesn't feel she has enough time to serve. Wyatt wished, but didn't say, that Greer had relayed that information to every member of the committee. He didn't like being kept in the dark, even on such a small matter. As irritation surged, he reminded himself that this wasn't a committee that would decide the fate of the world, but a volunteer organization devoted to helping neighbors. I believe it would be a good idea to make a list of possible things the Giving Tree could fund that would help these kids. Wyatt deliberately kept his tone offhand, not wanting to come across as dictatorial, but determined to make progress. I'll keep track. Oakley held a mechanical pencil above the pad folio in her lap. Should we go around the circle, or... I believe it is wise for us to also come up with a list of non-monetary things that can be done to help. Gladys's bright red lips lifted. Our first instinct is often to toss money at an issue, when there are often other, equally important ways to help. Oakley surprised Wyatt by glancing at him for confirmation. That's a valid point, Gladys. Wyatt nodded. You're right that money, while often seeming the most expedient, isn't always the best. I thought about the issue and made some notes. Ryder glanced down at his phone.
I realize not every foster child has time with school to work, but earning money helps a child gain self confidence and often useful job skills. There is also, as I previously stated, a sense of camaraderie that develops with coworkers, a feeling of belonging. Gladys offered Ryder an approving smile. While most of the youngsters who worked at the theater will never have jobs in that industry, I hope they carried with them that sense of accomplishment. Oakley scribbled something down, looked at it, and frowned. Am I adding having a part-time job in high school to the list, or not? Wyatt opened his mouth, but Izzy spoke first. Since what we're really doing is brainstorming, I think you should list everything, and then we can call it down and come up with our recommendations. Izzy played with the tail end of a fuzzy braid that lay over her shoulder. Wyatt couldn't have said it better himself. He'd been on so many committees where one or two people shouldered the load. It struck him that every member of this committee had come prepared to work. I agree with Izzy, Ryder said. Everyone around the circle, including Wyatt, nodded agreement. Okay. Oakley gazed at the paper. I'm ready for the next suggestion. Why don't you kick it off? Wyatt said to the girl. Me? Oakley's eyes widened. You're a member of the committee, Gladys reminded her. And, Izzy pointed out, you're closest to the age of the population we're discussing. Just toss out an idea. Wyatt offered an encouraging smile. Brainstorming is judgment-free. Oakley chewed on her bottom lip for a second. This may sound stupid, but— Rephrase, Gladys interrupted. Never negate what you're about to offer by prefacing it with, this may sound stupid. When Oakley flushed, Gladys reached over and gave the girl's hand a squeeze. Oakley took a deep breath. When I got out of high school and went off to college, I was scared. Wyatt merely inclined his head. My parents loved school. My brother did too. But they're not like me. Oakley touched her pierced brow, and her fingers dropped to her hair. I didn't want to pledge a sorority. That was my mother's suggestion. Why did she suggest that? Izzy appeared genuinely puzzled. Because it would give me a group. Oakley's lips lifted in a wry smile. Even if her former sorority would have taken me because I was a legacy, I'd never have fit in. Wyatt wasn't sure what a legacy was, but he thought Oakley was spot on with her belief that a sorority wouldn't have been the place for her. I see the importance of having a tribe, especially at a large university. Izzy's brows knit together. Gladys likely had the drama group, while I had the art crowd. Ryder rubbed his chin. I read a study that said less than 3% of those who age out of foster care end up earning a college degree. I read that same study. Izzy leaned forward. What I couldn't believe is only 50% will have gainful employment at 24. I don't believe college is for everyone. Gladys waved a hand. However, I do think everyone needs some kind of skills that translate into being able to earn a living wage. While Wyatt found all this information fascinating and disturbing, they needed to move on. Sounds like we're in agreement that these kids need more support when they head off to college. And while they're in college. Oakley looked up from her scribbles. I bet many of those who start don't finish. Good addition, Wyatt said. Gladys also brought up a good point about skills needed for gainful employment. What else? If they're kicked out of their foster home, they'd need a place to stay, to get on their feet, Izzy offered. Oakley added that to the growing list. Out of the corner of his eye, Wyatt watched Greer take a seat just beyond the circle. Though she was also chairing a fundraiser that would take place prior to the Independence Day celebration, she was obviously interested in the work of this committee. The woman appeared to have her hands in any number of Good Hope pies. When Greer caught him staring, she motioned for him to focus back on the group. I imagine some will have mental health issues stemming from abandonment and abuse. Wyatt thought of his sister, Trinity, and her desire to provide services to this population. Like him, Trinity understood the need because she'd once been part of the system. We could look at providing mental health services. Greer gave an approving nod at his words.
Let's not forget the value of a mentor.
Gladys looked around the circle.
If everyone in this circle offered to mentor a young person aging out of the system, think what we could accomplish.
Even more if we recruited others. Oakley scribbled furiously in her notepad.
I want to make sure we add help for them to secure immediate housing once they're out of the system.
Izzy glanced at Oakley.
It's there, Oakley confirmed. Good, because I was homeless once and it sucks.
Izzy spoke in a light-hearted tone, but her eyes remained serious.
It sounds as if this committee is off to a splendid start.
Greer startled the group when she spoke.
I hate to cut your progress short, but we need to vacate the room in 10 minutes. So if you'll wind things up and settle on a future meeting time, I'd appreciate it.
It feels as if we barely got started, Oakley protested.
Unfortunately, I was only able to book the room for an hour.
Greer glanced around the circle as Wyatt had at the beginning of the meeting. She made eye contact with each person on the committee, even waiting until Oakley looked up. I hoped to have some data to give you today about the number of foster children in the area who age out of the system. I've been in contact with Andrea Griggs, the foster care coordinator with Human Services, for that information. I haven't yet received the information from her. Once I do, I'll forward that to you. Though it didn't surprise him, Wyatt was still impressed. Greer was a woman who followed through and made things happen. Good qualities in a mayor. He refocused when he realized Greer was still talking. The Giving Tree has a long and proud history of neighbors helping neighbors. I'm not certain why the needs of these children have never been addressed, but I appreciate all of you for stepping up to see how we, as a community, can help right this wrong. Then she turned and strolled with purposeful strides to where another committee sat. If everyone can give me your email, Addie, and phone number before you leave, I'll send out the notes. Oakley tore off a sheet of paper and passed it, along with an extra pencil, to Izzy. That way, we'll have each other's contact info.
Who wants to be in charge of setting up the next meeting?
Gladys glanced around the group.
Wyatt was ready to say he'd do it. He stopped when he realized that by asking the question, Gladys was allowing everyone to take an active role in the group.
I'll do it.
Ryder pushed back his chair and stood.
I'm headed to the West Coast on business for a few days, but I'll set us up as a text group before I leave. We can use the grind for our next meeting, as long as we pick a not busy time.
After looking through the notes Oakley sends out, perhaps we each come to the next meeting with one solid idea that could be quickly implemented to help.
Oakley cocked her head at Wyatt's comment. I'm not sure I get what you're suggesting.
Here's an example. We come up with a care package for those who are leaving for college. It could include all the common things that parents normally send with their child when they leave home.
Awareness dawned on Oakley's face. I understand now.
Everyone okay with the task?
Wyatt didn't want to be pushy, but he also didn't want this committee to be all talk and no action. Nods from everyone had his tense shoulders relaxing. He clapped Oakley on the shoulder.
Thanks for taking notes.
Happy to help. Oakley flashed a smile. I haven't lived in Good Hope long. I thought volunteering would be a nice way for me to meet people while doing some good. That's what he got for assuming. Wyatt had taken for granted that everyone on the committee had grown up on the Door County Peninsula.
How long have you been here?
Less than a year.
You like it?
I love it.
At the scrape of chairs as committee members around the room began to rise, Oakley glanced around and smiled.
I heard all about the neighbors helping neighbors philosophy from my brother. I wasn't sure I believed it, but it's true. People here really do care.
Wyatt gave a slow nod. He was beginning to realize what a wonderful community he'd volunteered to lead. He'd learned long ago that the mayor set the tone for much of what went on in a community. He hoped he was up to the task. Chapter 9. Wyatt drove to his new home, keys in his pocket and his packed suitcase in the trunk of his car. After the meeting at the courthouse, he'd detoured to the high school to meet with Clay. The 3-month contract he'd signed in Clay's office would go month to month after 90 days. By then, Wyatt would make a decision whether to buy a home or build. The only decision he didn't have to make was whether he was going to stay in Wisconsin.
He realized now that running for mayor hadn't been an impulsive move, but rather one that showed he'd made his decision. Serving on the Giving Tree Committee had only solidified the rightness of the decision. After pulling his car into the detached garage, he went around to the front of the house. As he stood on the porch, he surveyed the quiet neighborhood with its well-manicured lawns and blooming flowers. Yes, he thought, he would enjoy living here. His phone pinged as he pulled the keys from his pocket. Pulling it out, he glanced down. "Heading to SF for Delia's wedding. Let's chat when I get back." "Safe travels," he texted back. Wyatt had nearly forgotten that Trinity's best friend from high school lived in San Francisco. He recalled his sister mentioning the upcoming wedding the last time he'd seen her. Perhaps this trip was the break she needed to clear her head and decide what she wanted to do about her future. He hoped so, anyway. Turning back to the house, he put the copper key in the lock and stepped inside. Glancing around the large living room, he admired the exposed beam ceiling and a fireplace edged in a pale green tile. Though green wasn't a favorite color, it was striking, surrounded by the dark wood of the mantel. When Clay had told him the home was furnished, Wyatt had expected the interior to be like his grandparents'. Grandma McConnell's home decor could have been on the pages of a 1990s edition of Home Beautiful. This, well, this was more classic. He turned slowly in a circle, taking it all in. There wasn't a lot of furniture in the living area, just a sofa, a chair with an ottoman, and a hard-backed chair with an interesting design carved in the wood. The mission style of the pieces exuded a warm, welcoming vibe. The hardwood floors appeared freshly cleaned and polished, and the richly patterned rug beneath the furniture, while not new, had lots of years left. Living here, Wyatt decided, wouldn't be a hardship. And as he explored the rest of the house, if Trinity did decide to visit, he knew she'd like it as much as he did. Wyatt had just set up his laptop on the dining room table when he heard a sharp rap. A second later, the front door creaked open. "Clay? Are you here?" Wyatt recognized Greer's voice immediately. In several long strides, he met her in the foyer. "Wyatt!" Her hand moved to her throat, and she took a stumbling step back. "What are you doing here? Where's Clay?" "The last I saw your brother, he was at the high school." For some perverse reason, Wyatt enjoyed catching her off guard. "I'm here because this is my home. For the next 90 days, anyway." "That's right." She might have been caught off guard by his appearance, but she rallied quickly. Wyatt glanced around. "This place exceeded my expectations." "Well," she took a deep breath and let it out. "Welcome to the neighborhood." "Clay mentioned you live close by." "Right across the street." She brushed the hair back from her face. Wyatt channeled his inner Gladys and went for a dramatic flair. He expelled a heavy breath. "It was a factor, but not enough of a negative to keep me from signing the lease." A startled look crossed her face. His effort at humor had clearly fallen flat. She thought he considered the close proximity to her to be a negative, when that wasn't at all how he felt. "Well," her lips lifted in a tight smile, "enjoy your new home." She whirled on her heel and strode out the front door before he had a chance to explain he'd been joking. He actually considered having her across the street an extra bonus because it meant he'd see her more often. Before he could form the apology, she reached her home and disappeared inside. He'd bruised her feelings. Now he just had to figure out how to make things right. Greer resisted, barely, the urge to slam her front door closed behind her. If Wyatt wasn't happy to have her in the neighborhood, well, she wasn't happy either. She knew Esther needed the money from the rental, and her brother had been doing what he could to find a responsible tenant for her. Esther had even considered listing the home on one of the many rental sites that had popped up in recent years, targeting tourists. There was money to be made renting a nice home by the night, or week, or month. Clay had been willing to handle all those details for her, but in the end, Esther had chosen not to go in that direction. She didn't want a bunch of strangers in and out of a house that had been her home for 40 years. Wyatt had been a good choice, Greer grudgingly conceded. For Esther. Not for her. After grabbing a chunk of cheese and an apple, Greer considered whether to change out of her suit. It had been a long day, made even longer by the Giving Tree meetings. It was about to get even longer because, she glanced at the clock on the mantel, in 20 minutes, her campaign committee would arrive. Most would be dressed casually, Greer knew, as she headed toward her bedroom, which meant it would be weird for her to greet them in a suit. Still, this was business, so she exchanged the suit for gray tailored linen pants and a black silk top with a crossover V neckline. Undoing the chignon she preferred for work, she ran her fingers through her hair, letting the strands fall loose to her shoulders. She'd barely had time to touch up her makeup when the doorbell rang. Hurrying to the front door, she flung it open, a smile of welcome on her lips, and found Wyatt. "What are you doing here?" He peered around her, as if curious about the house that was a mirror image of his. Rocking back on his heels, he offered a rueful grin. "I'm here to apologize. I was trying to make a joke. I failed, but I didn't mean to offend you." "No offense taken." If Greer could have gotten away with giving him a little shove off her porch, she'd have done it. "You look nice." He gestured with one hand. "More approachable. Not so stiff." He flushed. "I seem to be putting my foot in my mouth. Since when did your opponent join your election campaign?" Clay, all blond and affable, strode up the front walk. "Hey, Wyatt, how do you like your new home?" "It's great. Please assure Mrs. Babcock that I'll take good care of it." Wyatt returned his gaze to Greer. "I can see this isn't a good time to talk." "It isn't," she agreed. Wyatt made it to the bottom of the steps before being stopped by Beck. The two men were still chatting when Loretta strolled up to join the conversation. "Welcome to the neighborhood." Loretta, the high school choral director and head of the local Toastmasters group, spoke in a firm voice that carried all the way to where Greer stood. "If I'd known we'd have 2 mayoral candidates in the neighborhood, I wouldn't have agreed to work on Greer's campaign." The way the words were said punched like a fist. A startled look crossed her brother's face. Beck's brows furrowed. "Loretta, I'm certain that didn't come out the way you meant it." The brash educator had a reputation for being sharp-tongued. Greer had been on the receiving end of that tongue during her high school chorus days. She'd never gotten the feeling the woman liked her, though since Greer had moved into her neighborhood, she'd always been cordial. "I haven't had time to see where the two differ on the issues." Loretta waved a careless hand in Wyatt's direction. "Who knows? Perhaps I'll prefer his stance rather than hers." Greer's blood began to boil. She didn't want anyone on her election team who wasn't 100% behind her. Keeping her temper under tight control, Greer strode down the steps to the group that now included her stepfather. She gave Steve Bloom a smile, then turned to Loretta. "I apologize for placing you in an awkward position, Loretta." Greer's smile felt stiff and forced. "When I approached you about serving on my election team, I also wasn't aware Wyatt would be moving into the neighborhood. As it appears this will make serving awkward for you, I release you from your agreement to serve." Loretta's eyes blazed as she drew herself up to her full 5 feet 9 inch height. The look in her eyes reminded Greer of the time the pianist had asked if she could change the arrangement of a piece that wasn't working. "Are you saying you don't want me on your committee?" "I didn't say that." "You most certainly did." Loretta's gaze shifted to Clay. "I hope this won't affect our working relationship. You can see why I can no longer support Greer in her campaign." "Loretta, she didn't mean—" Clay called after her, but the woman didn't turn around. All eyes were now on Greer. She stiffened her spine. "You heard what she said to Wyatt? She regretted agreeing to serve on my campaign." "Maybe." Wyatt's gaze followed their neighbor. "Unfortunately, I think you just exchanged a supporter for an enemy." Loretta brought over cookies the next day and informed Wyatt she'd love to serve on his election campaign. He thanked her profusely, but gently declined her help, stating he didn't want to make things awkward in the neighborhood. He'd called it, Wyatt realized, as he walked Loretta to the door. Greer had made an enemy. He totally understood where Greer was coming from in giving Loretta an out, But her brusque manner and the fact that she'd dismissed Loretta without giving the woman a choice had been knee-jerk. Wyatt was beginning to realize if Greer lost the election to him, it wouldn't be related to competence. It would be a personality issue. She was wound up tighter than a cuckoo clock, and her manner tended to put people off. As he strode outside to water Esther's bushes, he wondered if Greer really wanted the job as mayor. She appeared to be an excellent businesswoman with stellar organizational skills. Still, spending 24/7 in the public eye would be draining to someone who valued personal privacy. Did he have what it took? Wyatt considered the question. There had been times, too many times in those early years, that he'd begged for food or gone without. He'd developed a knack for reading people, for showing them what they wanted to see. If they'd wanted a sniveling little boy, that's what he'd given them. If they admired a child down on his luck who looked them straight in the eye when asking for a handout, he'd been that kid. His mother hadn't cared how he got the food or the money, as long as he kept out of her way. Even at 10, he'd been well on his way to being jaded when Shannon, she preferred that he call her that instead of Mom, died. She'd been paying attention to her phone rather than a traffic signal and had crossed against a light. 4 years in foster care had nearly completed his destruction. Then the McConnells had taken him in. They'd seen beneath his tough exterior and had never given up on him. Everything he'd accomplished in life he owed to them. With the hose still in one hand, he took the phone from his pocket with the other and hit their number. "Wyatt!" Pleasure rippled through his mother's voice. "Dad and I were just talking about you." "All good, I hope?" It was odd how simply hearing her voice steadied him. "Of course," Eileen laughed. He could practically see her eyes crinkling and the light sparkling in her blue depths. Wyatt had never known another woman with such a happy spirit. "Trinity's off to California for Delia's wedding," his mother sighed. "She was dreading it, I think." "But Delia is one of her closest friends, if not her best friend." "Trinity's happy for Dee, but as time goes on and you're the last of your friends not married, weddings can be a reminder of what you're missing in your life." "There's more to life than a spouse." Wyatt reached down and shut off the water, then sat on the porch step. "Lots of people are happily single." "I'm sure that's true," Eileen conceded. "But I still hold out hope that all my children will find a special someone, a person who will bring as much love and joy into their lives as your father brings to mine." It was no secret that his parents deeply loved each other. They made no effort to hide their affection from their children. Kisses and hugs were so common, Wyatt had barely noticed after a while. "You're a romantic," he teased. "Guilty?" She offered a throaty chuckle. "I wonder if you'll find your special someone in Good Hope." Why did the image of Greer flash before him? Probably because she'd been on his mind, not because he thought of her in a romantic way. If his eyes had been drawn to her lips and he'd wondered, briefly, what it might be like to kiss her, well, there was no denying Greer was a beautiful woman. "Who is she?" His mother's question had Wyatt tightening his fingers around the phone. "There's no one." "Well, I'll be interested in meeting this no one when your father and I come for a visit." Chapter 10. Trinity McConnell had no special someone in her life. That fact had been brought home this weekend when she'd stood up for her best friend at an elaborate wedding in Sausalito. Now, on her way back to Omaha, Trinity not only had no special someone, she was stuck in Chicago due to the plane's mechanical problems. A short 1-hour plane ride away, and she was stuck. "I suppose we should be grateful." The dark-haired man who'd been on the same flight from SFO tossed out the comment as they stepped from the counter at the same time. She felt irritable, but he had a nice smile, so she responded. "Grateful that we get to spend the night in Chicago, then be back here at the ungodly hour of 5:30 a.m.? He was dressed all in black jeans, black shirt, and a black leather jacket that dressed up the casual attire. His hair and eyes were the color of the walnuts her brother liked to crack open every Christmas. Trinity had chosen comfort for her flight, with leggings and boots and a tunic top in sage. Her hair, a sun-streaked blonde, had been pulled back into a low tail. She was tired and hungry and, okay, she could admit it, a little edgy after the weekend festivities.
We have rooms. His brows pulled together. I assume you got one.
At the... She named a hotel that, if it wasn't part of the airport, it should be due to its proximity.
Mine is a little farther down the road. It's one of those boutique places. No lobby and rooms the size of a sardine can.
Trinity found herself walking beside him down the concourse, the subtle scent of his spicy cologne teasing her nostrils.
You've stayed there before? I've stayed at its twin in another city.
Though he kept walking, duffel straps positioned across his body, she sensed him pause and weigh his next words.
Are you hungry?
She glanced at the chain restaurant they were passing.
Not here.
He laughed, a rich, full-throated laugh that had her smiling.
Someplace outside. You can check into your room and we'll grab a meal.
Though Trinity wasn't in the habit of dining with a stranger, tonight was unusual all the way around. Besides, they'd be in a public place.
Don't you want to check into your room, too?
His shoulders relaxed. It was as if he realized that, by her response, she'd agreed to share a meal with him. He slanted a glance at her.
I heard the ticket agent make the reservation. I'm good.
When he smiled, Trinity felt the punch. He had amazing brown eyes. She stopped and extended a hand.
I'm Trinity McConnell.
Trinity thought about repeating her name when an overhead page blasted a message right as she spoke, but he smiled.
Trinity is a pretty name.
He shook her hand.
I'm Ryder Goodhue.
A sizzle of electricity traveled up her arm, and Trinity resisted, barely, the urge to jerk back her hand. The sudden flare of light in his eyes told her the jolt hadn't been one-sided. Trinity had never been a fan of short-term flings. For her, occasional intimacy was confined to men she knew well, not to strangers. Once they reached her hotel, Ryder waited in the lobby while Trinity checked in and dropped off her luggage.
Are you sure you don't want to check into yours?
She asked as they stepped back out onto the street.
I'm happy to wait.
He waved the suggestion aside.
After we eat is soon enough. What sounds good to you?
She thought of all the seafood she'd eaten the past few days, food that had had all her friends raving. His tone took on a teasing edge when she hesitated.
Tell me.
One hand lifted in a Boy Scout salute.
I promise not to judge. I'm a Midwestern girl.
Trinity flushed.
I'm craving beef.
He laughed.
To my way of thinking, there's nothing better than a fine steak. What about this place?
She gestured with one hand toward Johnny J's Bar and Steakhouse. Music spilled out onto the sidewalk, along with the smell of grilled meat.
It looks nice, and it's right between your hotel and mine. Works for me.
He leaned across and opened the door for her. She flashed an appreciative smile.
A gentleman. Sometimes.
Ryder gave her a wink, and Trinity found the gesture, and him, adorable. Her heart pounded an erratic rhythm as Ryder placed the palm of his hand against the small of her back. They followed the pretty hostess through full tables.
This is nice.
Trinity nodded approval at the table next to the window. Ryder's gaze swept over the busy dining area.
If the number of people in this place is any indication, we're in for a treat.
The food, thick, juicy steaks, along with baked potatoes dripping in butter and sour cream, and fresh asparagus, perfectly seasoned with garlic salt and a hint of red pepper, had Trinity feeling as if she'd died and gone to heaven. Over dinner, the conversation centered mostly around the West Coast, where Ryder had started his coffee shop chain and where Trinity had spent some time as a child. Trinity sliced off a bite of steak. When his gaze followed the meat to her mouth, her breath caught. She searched her muddled brain for what they'd been discussing. Ah, yes.
You mentioned you've always been interested in coffee. You never said how you got started in the coffee business.
He set down his fork, and his eyes took on a distant glow.
After getting my degree in business, I moved to San Francisco.
San Francisco is an expensive place to live.
Trinity loved the area, but had crossed it off her list of possible relocation spots because of housing costs. I had 3 roommates, which helped. I also worked as a manager at a small local shop and at Starbucks on the weekends. I learned as much as I could about the industry. Ryder took a sip of water. Then one of my roommates told me about a coworker whose parents were looking to sell a small shop near the water in Los Osos.
I'm not a geography expert, but I know Los Osos isn't anywhere close to San Francisco.
True, but the business was the right price. Ryder lifted the Pilsner glass and took a long drink of beer. An added bonus was the couple of rooms in the back of the store. I lived there until I could afford an apartment.
How many years did you live in California?
Trinity didn't want to pry, but he seemed happy to answer her questions. 8 years.
That's how long I lived there,
Trinity murmured.
What year did you leave?
I haven't lived in the States since I was 8. At his questioning look, Trinity continued.
I was born in Oakland, but Mom and I lived all over the state. She'd gotten hooked on Oxy after she injured her back. It was hard for her to get and keep a job. We moved to Illinois with one of her boyfriends the summer I turned 8. Things got bad. Her parental rights were eventually terminated. I spent some time in foster care before I was adopted.
The sympathy in his eyes nearly undid her. Trinity forced a smile.
Have you seen your mother since her rights were terminated? She overdosed and passed away when I was 12.
Trinity was done with this discussion.
I'm a huge jazz fan. What about you?
For the rest of the meal, they discussed music, movies, and food. The conversation was so delightful, Trinity ate more than she'd planned. When she glanced down at her near-empty plate, she closed her eyes and resisted the urge to moan.
I'm so full.
When she opened her eyes, she found him staring. Those full, firm lips quirked upward.
Is that your way of saying you don't want dessert? What I want is a long walk.
His gaze shifted, and she noticed for the first time that a fine drizzle coated the window. She waved a dismissive hand.
A little rain.
Admiration lit the chocolate depths of his eyes. Not a hothouse flower. She couldn't hide her surprise.
Did you think I was?
You're a psychologist.
Yes.
She gave him a cool gaze.
Which means I'm tough. You have to be tough to help others with their issues.
A long walk it is. Ryder signaled the waiter for the check. Trinity pulled out her credit card.
My treat,
he said. She shook her head.
I'll pay my own way.
His gaze searched hers. For a second, Trinity thought he was going to argue. He must have seen her determination because he shrugged good-naturedly, and the waiter left with both credit cards.
Why were you on a plane to Omaha?
Trinity knew about his coffee shops on the West Coast and the 2 he was planning to open later this year in Green Bay, but they hadn't gotten around to why he was headed to Nebraska.
I have a friend who lives there. He's trying to convince me to open a few shops in the area.
Ryder shrugged.
I plan to scout a few locations, then spend some time with him and his wife before heading home.
Home, she thought, trying to recall where he'd said was home. They'd talked about so many places over dinner. Did it really matter where he lived? After tonight, she'd never see him again. Ryder took his card from the waiter and handed Trinity hers. He had nice hands, she thought, strong fingers with square-cut nails. She shivered, imagining what the pads of those fingers would feel like sliding along her bare skin.
How do you like it?
She jerked her attention from his hands and found him staring.
Like what?
Omaha.
It's a nice town. Lots to do.
You plan on staying? Trinity didn't respond until they were outside. Thankfully, the rain had stopped, leaving little droplets on the concrete. She inhaled deeply, loving the fresh scent.
I've enjoyed my time there, but my position, at least as I know it, will soon cease to exist.
She started down the sidewalk, and he fell into step beside her. When he reached over and took her hand, she curled her fingers around his, enjoying the connection.
Will you look for another position in Omaha, or go wide? I don't know.
Surprise flickered across his face. You must have given the matter some thought. I've thought of little else recently, she admitted. While I have friends in Nebraska, most of my family's in Chicago. You have family here? Puzzlement blanketed his features. Why are you staying in a hotel? They live in the suburbs. With needing to be back at O'Hare at 5:30, I'd have had to be on the train in the middle of the night. Will they be upset you didn't call? I'm trying not to think about it. She tightened her fingers around his. I was here a few weeks ago, and I fly or drive back frequently. They'd have insisted I stay with them, but it would only have messed with everyone's sleep. That makes sense. He slanted a glance in her direction. I bet there are lots of opportunities for psychologists in Chicago. You're right. This is probably where I'll end up. Trinity resisted the urge to sigh. I just don't feel ready to make a decision. I know that probably doesn't make sense, but perfect sense. He gave her hand a squeeze. For years, I considered expanding my business to Wisconsin, but until I was really ready, I didn't make it happen. When the time is right, and the place is right, you'll know. How was it, Trinity wondered, that a few comforting words from a stranger could so easily lift the heaviness that engulfed her heart? I don't want to leave my clients, but I know if I stay, it won't be the same. Ryder nodded. You'll make the right decision. He stopped walking, and she realized they were in front of her hotel. Looks like I'm home. For tonight, anyway. His eyes, dark and intense, remained focused on her face. I've enjoyed this unexpected layover. Thanks to you. She grinned. Thanks to a fantabulous steak. That, too. He chuckled, then sobered. But 99% because of you. I had a nice evening, too. She squeezed the hand he still held and reluctantly slipped her fingers from the warmth. See you in the morning at dark 30. He nodded, but didn't smile. Trinity wasn't sure who made the first move. She wasn't certain it mattered. For one glorious moment, she was in his arms, and they were kissing. Her heart hammered against her ribs, and her breath came short and fast when he released her. His gaze searched hers. Whatever he saw must have given him the answer he sought. Good night. He kissed her again. Sleep well. Unsteady and dizzy, Trinity stood for several seconds, watching him stride down the sidewalk in the direction of his hotel. For one crazy second, she considered calling to him, asking if he wanted to come up to her room. Maybe if he'd looked back, she would have, but he didn't. When Trinity stepped into the lobby and took the elevator up to her room, she went alone. What do you mean I don't have a room? Ryder kept a tight hold on his temper. He'd been in business long enough to know that no one responded well to anger. I heard the ticket agent make the reservation with my own ears. I'm sorry, sir. I really am. To her credit, the blonde behind the reservation desk of the small boutique hotel appeared contrite. I'd give you a room if I had one, but we're full tonight. The weather... The rain, which had stopped earlier, drummed against the windows, propelled by gusts of wind. Ryder had barely made it inside the door to the hotel when the heavens had opened. Lucky. It was the word that had come to mind when he'd beat the rain. He wasn't feeling so lucky now. Ryder blew out a breath. I should have checked in before dinner. Even if this hotel had been full, he'd have stood a better chance of finding another. Now, with thunderstorms grounding late-night flights, he feared his luck had run out. Let me call around for you. The young woman picked up the phone. I'll see if any of the hotels around here have a room. 15 minutes later, she conceded defeat. I'm sorry. Not your fault. He picked up his duffel and glanced around the nearly non-existent lobby. It was obvious he couldn't stay here. Thanks for trying. This wouldn't be the first time he'd slept in an airport, and it probably wouldn't be the last. At least Trinity had a room. If one of them had to sleep in the airport tonight, Ryder was glad it was him. On his way back to the airport, he impulsively detoured into Trinity's hotel lobby. He'd discovered that sometimes clerks said there were no rooms over the phone when there were actually a few saved back. It wouldn't hurt to ask.
Seconds later, he had his answer.
I'm sorry, sir, but we're full up. With the storm and—
I understand, Ryder interrupted.
I appreciate you.
Ryder? He turned, his heart slammed against his ribs. Trinity, what are you doing here?
Checking to see if they have a room.
He tried for casual.
What about you?
Grabbing a toothbrush and toothpaste. They said they could have housekeeping bring them up, but— She stopped and frowned. Why do you need a room? I thought you already had one.
I don't.
What happened? She took his hand. He let her lead him over to the sofa in the lobby. The concern he saw reflected in her eyes touched him. Ryder couldn't recall the last time someone had cared what happened to him. Trinity kept his hand in hers when they sat down. Just like when they'd walked down the street. It felt nice.
I don't know if they gave it away or what. The desk clerk said they were full and insisted there'd never been one in my name.
You heard the ticket agent make the reservation.
I did. The desk clerk was young, but eager to help.
Ryder flashed a smile.
She called around, but no room anywhere.
What are you going to do? A loud boom shook the lobby as rain pulsed a steady rhythm against the hotel's large plate glass window. It's raining outside. Surprise had her eyes going wide.
Tell me about it.
He ran a hand through his damp hair.
You and I managed to miss the worst of it earlier. In answer to what I plan to do, I'm heading to the airport. I'll find a group of empty seats in a quiet area.
She hesitated for only a second. You could come up to my room. Relax until the rain lets up.
That's kind of you, but not necessary.
Ryder had briefly considered sitting in the lobby until the rain stopped, but the way the desk clerk kept beady eyes focused on him told Ryder it wouldn't be long until he'd be sent packing. I'm bored. He blinked.
Pardon me?
I'm bored. The beautiful psychologist expelled a melodramatic breath, waved a hand in the air. There's only so much reading a woman can do, and before you ask, there's nothing on television. At his skeptical look, she smiled. It's true. I checked. You'd be doing me a favor by distracting me.
What if you don't find my conversation up to your high standards?
Then, she stood and pulled him to his feet. You'll have to find another way to keep me amused.
I'll do my best.
As Ryder rose and grabbed his duffel, he had the distinct feeling his luck had taken another turn, this time in the right direction. Chapter 11. Bright and early Monday morning, Wyatt sat across from Aaron Mattingly at a tiny table in an office the size of a closet. This was the first of what would be regular weekly meetings with the head of Cherry Acres operations. Aaron was a tall, broad-shouldered man in his mid-50s with a mop of dark hair streaked with silver. Wyatt liked him instantly. He had a calm, confident manner and an easy smile, and he possessed an insane amount of knowledge when it came to cherries. After pouring them each a cup of coffee from the Mr. Coffee machine, Aaron got down to business.
I thought I'd review the steps we took several years ago to minimize the impact of Cherry Acres on the environment. Unless there's something else you'd prefer to discuss first.
Aaron dumped several spoonfuls of sugar into his cup. Seeing the startled look on Wyatt's face, he grinned.
The wife thinks I need to cut back on the sugar. There are worse habits.
Wyatt relaxed against the back of the metal chair.
I'd very much like to hear what the company is doing in terms of the environment.
Wyatt was smart enough to recognize that, in the area of cherry growing and processing, Aaron was the expert and he the student. Not only that, he appreciated the man's take-charge attitude. The business had been without its CEO and founder since the spring. Wyatt had Aaron to thank for keeping the company moving forward in the interim. While Wyatt was determined to learn everything he could about the operations, he had yet to decide how hands-on he wanted to be in terms of the day-to-day.
5 years ago, Roy made a commitment for Cherry Acres to participate in a renewable energy initiative.
Wyatt sipped his coffee while Aaron explained the initiative. Once he finished with the environmental changes, Aaron briefed him on various best practices that had been implemented. Wyatt was still absorbing those steps when the COO moved on to food safety audits and ended with the benefits of red tart cherries. I'm out of my league here. Wyatt lifted his hands and chuckled. I never realized there was so much I didn't know. Aaron's lips quirked upward for a second. Your grandfather was passionate about cherries and the business. He surrounded himself with people he could trust to get the job done. Wyatt heard the question beneath the words. What could the employees of Cherry Acres expect from him once the estate was settled? At our first meeting, you mentioned you were considering selling. Aaron leaned back in his chair, fingers wrapped around the white mug. Have you made a decision? I'm staying, and keeping the business. Wyatt met Aaron's gaze. From everything I've seen, this is a well-run operation. I hope those who worked with and for Roy will continue. Everyone will be relieved to hear that. Aaron's expression remained serious. Under Roy, I had a lot of autonomy, and I don't see that changing, Aaron, although I would ask that you keep me informed and continue to educate me. The tense set to Aaron's shoulders eased. He took another long sip of coffee. The land where the house stood has been cleared. Are you planning to rebuild? What would you think if I told you I was considering building a store educational building on the site? Interest flickered in Aaron's blue depths. What kind of store? One that would sell a variety of what we already sell to other vendors and online? Wyatt felt his enthusiasm surge. He loved new challenges. Everything from cherry capsules to milk chocolate dried cherries. We'd be in competition with the vendors we supply. Wyatt shrugged. They'll understand that it's our product, and it only makes sense for us to add another revenue stream. You've told me how people come out in late July to pick cherries with their children, and how school groups come out in late spring to learn about cherries. It seems to me that we haven't been taking full advantage of those customers, both in terms of sales and in education. Aaron set down his coffee cup and steepled his fingers. You mentioned using part of the building for education. Are you referring to the school groups? Yes, but not just the kids. Wyatt smiled. Adults like me need educating too, not only on the cycle of cherry growing and harvesting, but on the health benefits of red tart cherries. You've been doing some reading? Approval ran through Aaron's words. I was blown away. Wyatt shook his head. I never realized the influence cherries have on cardiovascular health, or as a sleep aid. Potential health benefits on everything from inflammation to exercise recovery to sleep. Aaron paused when the door to his office swung open. A man in his mid-30s with sandy brown hair came to an abrupt stop in the doorway. Sorry, Aaron. The man glanced curiously at Wyatt. I didn't realize you were in a meeting. Corey, this is Wyatt McConnell, Roy's grandson. Aaron motioned Corey forward. Wyatt, this is Corey White. He teaches at the high school and works for us during the summer. Wyatt rose to his feet and shook the man's outstretched hand. A pleasure. It's great to finally meet you. Corey slanted a quick glance at Aaron. We've been wondering about the changeover. Wyatt realized suddenly the stress that his indecision must have caused all the employees, not only those who worked for the orchards, but those in the processing plant. He thought of his sister and her worry about how the takeover of her clinic would affect her. He would need to make an official announcement about his decision and ease their minds. Wyatt had meant what he'd said when he told Aaron that he was impressed by the smooth operations of Cherry Acres. Having seasoned employees jump ship could influence that smooth operation. When Aaron hesitated, Wyatt jumped in. There won't be any changes to the day-to-day. You're not going to sell? No, Wyatt assured the man. In fact, I'd like to expand. This is a well-run company. I'm impressed by everything Aaron and everyone who works here has accomplished. Roy loved everything to do with the cherry industry, Corey said, his expression earnest. This place was his life. He left a wonderful legacy. But even as Wyatt said the words, he wondered if dying alone, without a caring family around him, was a legacy anyone would envy. You have to attend. It was what everyone had been telling Greer since the announcement had gone out about the picnic at Cherry Acres on Saturday. This wasn't a last-minute employee party, but rather a community event for the citizens of Good Hope. Community leaders and merchants had been sent special invitations. Greer remembered the flyer she'd stuffed into her purse. The wording specifically said everyone was welcome. While the picnic was promoted as a Cherry Acres event, it seemed to Greer that it served a double purpose. This was the perfect opportunity for Wyatt to launch his mayoral bid and gain support, which was why Greer decided this was one party she wouldn't miss. Putting on a summer dress that she deemed both casual yet professional, she was ready when Izzy pulled into her driveway. Cherry Acres sat on the far edge of Good Hope. On the drive over, Greer's heart thudded. She wasn't sure why she was so nervous. What did it matter if Wyatt used the picnic to launch his campaign? She'd be there too, a visible reminder that voters had a choice. She was the lifelong citizen of Good Hope. Wyatt was the outsider. She'd stepped from the car and squared her shoulders. Then she looked at Izzy. "I love your outfit." Greer thought the short salmon-colored caftan embroidered with birds and the Warachi sandals captured Izzy's artsy vibe to a T. Comfortable, yet stylish. "It's like wearing a nightgown." Izzy's gaze traveled over Greer. "You look fabulous." The fit and flare dress had been a last-minute replacement for a severely tailored solid blue sheath. Seeing the admiration in her friend's eyes made Greer happy she'd decided to go bold. She certainly didn't want to be a dull dog. "The black polka dots pop." Izzy glanced down at Greer's black alligator flats. "And your shoes are adorable." Greer breathed a sigh of relief. She was so used to wearing heels, it had felt weird pulling out the flats. Only the memory of her heels digging into the ground at Beck and Ammy's barbecue had her slipping on the flats. "He's got a good turnout." While they were alone on the paved walkway to the picnic area, sounds of laughter and conversation filled the air. "Everyone is happy, not to mention relieved." Greer shot Izzy a questioning glance. "Surely you heard that Wyatt announced he has no plans to sell Cherry Acres. He's keeping both the processing plant and the orchards." "I assumed people knew that when he decided to run for mayor." Izzy shook her head. "I talked with Jackie White. You know Corey works there during the summer for extra money. She was worried." "Is that what this is all about?" Greer waved a hand as they approached the picnic area. "A celebration that he isn't selling?" "I guess. I don't really know." Izzy smiled. "Since I'm on the Giving Tree committee with Wyatt, I came to support the guy." Support the guy. The words, spoken so casually by a woman Greer considered a friend, punched like a fist. As much as Greer wanted to know if Izzy planned to vote for Wyatt, she wouldn't ask. Not my business, she told herself. Instead, Greer would focus on business. It was what she knew, where she excelled. "When is your committee meeting again?" Izzy, who'd begun to sway, even as they walked, to the beat of the music wafting on the breeze, looked blankly at Greer. "Huh?" "The foster care committee," Greer prompted, doing all she could to keep the impatience rising inside her from her voice. "Oh." Izzy waved an airy hand. "Ryder has been out of town. I think he was getting back last night. Oakley should be sending possible meeting dates to the committee now that he's back." Greer had to clamp her lips together to stop herself from mentioning that Ryder being out of town shouldn't have delayed setting the second meeting. After all, Ryder would have had his phone and calendar with him. As if sensing the sudden tension in the air, Izzy offered Greer an uncertain smile. "Each of us has been making a list of items a kid going off to college or going out on their own for the first time would need. Once you get the estimate of how much that will cost, be sure and turn it into Max Brody. He's the Giving Tree Finance Chair." "Understood and under control." Something in Izzy's manner gave Greer pause. She realized she'd spoken to her friend in the same tone she used with her bank employees. She offered a smile. "I forgot you've been in Good Hope and involved with the Giving Tree long enough to know how it works. This project is important to you. I get that. I promised Kathy Scott. It goes beyond that." Izzy's gaze met hers. "What do you mean?" The look she saw in the artist's eyes confused Greer. I think you can identify with these kids, their struggle to find their place in the world. Izzy's eyes grew soft. I certainly can. I struggled too. I didn't. From the time I was small, I knew just where I fit into the Chapin family. Greer's lips curved. While the banking industry wasn't for David or for Clay, finance fascinated me. I wasn't referring to career choices. Now Izzy had really lost her. Then what? Finding your identity is more than a career choice, although that's a big part of it. Izzy paused to accept a small plastic bag adorned with the Cherry Acres logo. Greer recognized the contents as chocolate-covered dried cherries. Thanks for coming! The bright-eyed teenager flashed a smile, showing a mouthful of braces with hot pink bands, and handed an identical bag to Greer. How much do I owe you? Izzy reached into her small beaded bag. Nothing! The girl waved a hand. This is courtesy of Wyatt McConnell and Cherry Acres. A sticker on the bag proclaimed, Vote McConnell for mayor. Izzy frowned. This is awkward. Maybe a little, Greer admitted, looping her arm through Izzy's. But my being here serves a purpose. Greer knew what she wanted. First on her list of wants was winning the upcoming election and becoming mayor of Good Hope, which meant she would do what it took to achieve that goal, even if that meant circulating among voters at a competitor's event. Wyatt had spotted Greer in the crowd, but hadn't had a chance to speak with her. She'd arrived with Izzy, and when the artist stopped to thank him for the party, Greer was no longer at her side. Your opponent is here? Aaron spoke in a low tone. I'm glad she came. Surprise flickered in Aaron's eyes. Really? There was a question in the single word that Wyatt didn't have time to answer. As he climbed the 2 steps to the makeshift dais with Aaron, Wyatt experienced a surge of satisfaction at the turnout. The picnic had been a good idea. According to Aaron, company picnics had been an annual event years ago. I want to thank you all for coming. Wyatt spoke into the cordless microphone, his voice strong and sure in the bright summer day. To all the Cherry Acres employees, I want all of you to know how much I appreciate you soldiering on after my grandfather's death. As Aaron mentioned, this business is his legacy, and I know he'd be proud of your efforts. Wyatt paused and let the applause wash over him. I'm sure you've heard by now that I will be keeping the processing plant and the orchards. In fact, Aaron and I have some exciting expansion plans. As cheers mixed with applause, Wyatt realized just how big a part Cherry Acres played in the community. Aaron will continue to oversee operations and teach me everything there is to know about cherries. Wyatt grinned. A Herculean task, but one I'm sure he's excited to undertake. Don't let him kid ya. Aaron took the microphone and jerked a thumb in Wyatt's direction. This guy is crazy smart, and I'm happy to have him at the helm. The only thing that might slow down his learning curve is when he becomes our next mayor. More applause to the unscripted comment. As Wyatt took the microphone back, he glanced into the crowd, and his gaze locked with Greer's. She held a red Solo cup in her hand. A smile appeared frozen on her lips. Though she was surrounded by friends, she looked alone. Wyatt wasn't sure what got into him. The wonderful thing about this community is there are so many people willing to step up and serve. I'd like to ask my opponent in the mayoral race, Greer Chapin, to come up onto the stage. Chapter 12. Greer had survived many dreams where her feet were rooted in concrete and she couldn't move. Usually the dream involved some situation where she needed to run. Even as her heart hammered, Greer focused herself to move, knowing she couldn't ignore the request without appearing churlish, but also knowing that by making the request, he appeared magnanimous. Keeping her head high, she stepped onto the dais and moved to his side. Offering him what she hoped looked like a genuine smile, she lifted the microphone from his hands. On behalf of the town board and the Merchants Association, I want to say that the expansion of Cherry Acres is fabulous news. not only for the community, but for the company's loyal workforce. She paused for the applause, but when Wyatt lifted a hand for the microphone, she pretended not to see and continued. This community has come a long way since the 1860s, when entrepreneur Louis Chapin settled this area, along with E.L. Rakes and Asa Shaw. I'm proud to continue the tradition of these families and making Good Hope, our fine community, even better. Now that she'd reminded everyone that this was her home, had been her family's home for nearly 2 centuries, she should be through. But she wasn't. Greer smiled at Wyatt. I realize you haven't even been here 2 months, but I know, in time, you'll realize that you couldn't have picked a better place to call home. The crowd cheered. Only then did Greer hand the mic back to Wyatt. She left the dais, wanting nothing more than to leave the party. But her strong desire to do just that had her telling Izzy, who was also ready to head out, that she'd catch a ride home with one of her family. It was important to mingle and be seen. Pushing down her natural shyness, she slowly made her way through the crowd. Instead of bringing up the election, she touted the successes of the current mayor and how they were probably made easier to achieve because, like her, he'd lived here his whole life. Your mother is ready to leave. Steve kept his voice low. Is this a good time for you? Where is she? Steve pointed, and Greer spotted her mother pacing under a large leafy tree, cell phone pressed to her ear. David has called twice. Worry furrowed Steve's brow. Hadley's been having contractions on and off all day. Do they think she's in labor? Steve's gaze lingered on his wife. I'm not sure, but your mom has been talking with him for a while now. Greer had promised to watch her niece when the baby was born. Of all the times for her to be without her car. Of course, there was no reason her mother and Steve couldn't drop her off at David and Hadley's home. It wouldn't be that far out of the way, she reassured herself. Is there a problem? Greer turned to find Wyatt beside her, staring at her with concern in his dark eyes. She waved a dismissive hand. It's a family matter. Nothing to... Hadley is having the baby. They're heading to Sturgeon Bay, her mother called out as she hurried over, dropping her phone in her purse. I told David we'd meet them at the hospital. Greer's heart gave a leap. Are they taking Bryn with them? Lynn shook her head. Karen had stopped over. She'll stay with Bryn at the house until you get there. Greer knew Karen Pearson, but not well. A college student, she worked with Amy and Hadley at Bloom's Bake Shop during the summer and over holidays. Let's go. Lynn touched her husband's arm. David and Hadley will need our support. You can just drop me at their house on your way out of town. Puzzlement blanketed Lynn's pretty face. I don't have my car here, Greer reminded her mother. You and Steve promised to give me a ride home. You can just drop me off at David's. It's out of the way, but yes, we can stop. Lynn's hand trembled as she pushed back a strand of blonde hair. We need to hurry. I can drop off Greer. Wyatt's firm, steady voice had Lynn stopping mid-step. Bald hope filled Lynn's gaze. You're sure it wouldn't be any trouble? Not at all. He offered Lynn and Steve a reassuring smile. Greer noticed Wyatt appeared to be avoiding looking in her direction. Is that okay with you, Greer? Steve asked in that low, fatherly tone that had made her love him. Her mother glanced at her as if the thought that Greer might refuse Wyatt's offer hadn't occurred to her. Honey? They all knew Hadley was anxious about the birth, since the baby was breech and had resisted all efforts to turn him or her. Though David had assured his wife all would be well, Greer had felt her brother's worry. It was the same worry she saw reflected in her mother's eyes now. Thanks, Wyatt. She bared her teeth in a smile at the man. That'd be great. I'll call or text as soon as I know more. Lynn's words drifted over her shoulder as she and Steve made a beeline for the parking lot. Wyatt stood tall and as silent as a sturdy oak beside her for several seconds. I imagine you'll want to get to their house right away. I can see if anyone else can... Not necessary. He hesitated for a second, as if a thought had just occurred to him. Unless you really don't want me to drive you.
If that's the case, I can ask around and find—
Not necessary.
She touched his arm, warmed from the sun, and quickly pulled back, realizing her mistake.
It's just that this is your party and I don't want to inconvenience you.
He stared at her for a long moment, as if trying to read her thoughts. She felt her chin inch up a notch. A smile lifted his lips. It's no trouble. The picnic was scheduled to last until 5. It's after that time now.
What about the cleanup?
Greer wanted to get to her niece as soon as possible. She wasn't sure what madness had her tossing up roadblocks. Got a crew for that. Wyatt placed his palm against the small of her back and propelled her across the grass. My car is over here. You'll just have to direct me to your brother's home. I know where Clay lives, but not David. Seconds later, he opened the door to a late model sedan. Nothing flashy, but nice. I'm sure it will all be okay.
I'm not worried.
His gaze briefly dropped to the hands she clenched together in her lap. She forced them apart.
The baby is breech.
He slanted a sideways glance. Is that serious? When she shivered, he flicked on the heat, even though the outside air was still comfortable.
Not serious as in dangerous. I don't think so anyway, but I know the doctor really wanted the baby to turn.
It didn't.
Not as of a few days ago.
Greer's hands drew back together. She bit her lower lip.
This baby is so very wanted by everyone. I can't imagine if something happens.
I'm sure your brother will make sure his wife and baby get the best care. Wyatt spoke in a matter-of-fact tone that inspired confidence.
You're right.
Greer found his casual yet kind manner soothing.
I'm going to think positive.
That's good, because you wouldn't want the girl to pick up on your stress.
Girl?
Bryn.
Oh, yes. She's very sensitive.
He stopped at the end of the long drive. Which way?
Turn left. Keep on this road until I tell you to turn.
They drove in silence for several long minutes.
It was a nice party.
My grandfather had a lot of good employees. He kept his eyes focused straight ahead. You were right when you said Roy was admired.
That must stick in your craw.
His head jerked in her direction. Why do you say that?
If he was a jerk, it would be easier to understand why your mother left and why she stayed away.
She lifted one shoulder and let it drop.
Roy was a good man, but he had his faults.
Such as?
Stubborn, headstrong.
Greer glanced out the window.
Focused on building a business. Admirable qualities, but ones that need to be tempered with a healthy dose of self-reflection.
I'm not sure I understand. Greer leaned back against the soft leather and realized this conversation had the advantage of keeping her mind off Hadley and David's baby.
I once knew a man who was very much like Roy. There were weaknesses in some of his decision-making processes that he couldn't see.
Greer expelled a breath.
Worse, his stubborn nature made him resistant to input that could have helped him avoid disaster.
She could see he wanted to ask her who this man was, but thankfully he didn't ask. Greer wouldn't have told him anyway. Her father had a stellar reputation in Good Hope. She wouldn't do anything to sully it. From what I can see, at least so far, Roy's business decisions were all good ones.
Roy's failure was in his relationships with others.
Greer lifted a hand.
I want to make it clear that I liked and respected Roy, but I wasn't blind to his faults. I'm too young to remember your mother, but Roy was a line-in-the-sand kind of guy.
You're saying if you crossed a certain line, he was done with you?
Yes.
My mother could be the same.
That had to be tough.
She tried her best, but—
Oh, turn right there.
She pointed to a road that veered off the main roadway toward the water. You know, if this is a ploy to send me into the bay, you're going with me.
Neither of us is going into the bay.
Greer chuckled.
As long as you stay on the road.
She watched Wyatt's eyes widen as they passed large home after large home set back in tall trees, with brilliant views of Green Bay. Wyatt drove slowly past Kate and Marigold's empty lot. While most of the pine trees had been cleared, the land was still rough. It would need to be graded before they could build. That fact didn't affect the value of the property. As this was the last empty lot on what was known as Millionaire's Row, the price had soared since Cade had purchased the property, which meant if Marigold came back and wanted a higher line of credit, Greer would have no trouble giving it to her.
The view along this road is amazing.
Best on the peninsula, Greer agreed.
Your brother lives in a pricey area.
Something in his tone put her on alert. David was a successful architect for many years in Chicago before he moved back to Good Hope. Slow down, that's his home there. As there was no other traffic on the road, Wyatt stopped the car in front of the house to get a good view. He designed and had it built when he moved back to Good Hope several years ago. Wyatt's brows pulled together as he surveyed the lovely home with the multi-gabled roof.
The house is new?
New, but designed to look like it was built in the 1920s. David wanted it to fit in with most of the other homes along this stretch of roadway. When Wyatt only continued to stare at all the windows sparkling in the late afternoon sun, Greer made an impatient gesture. Go ahead and pull into the driveway. I'm sure Karen is eager to leave. Greer had expected to hop out of the car once he'd parked beside Karen's ancient Jetta and head inside. She didn't know what to think when he got out and followed her to the door. Obviously playing the part of the gentleman, she thought, but her focus was on her niece and reassuring her that her mommy would be fine and home before she knew it. She climbed the steps to the front door with Wyatt at her side, moving so fast she stumbled. His arm slid around her waist, steadying her. Her skin burned beneath the fabric where his hand rested. The door opened before she had a chance to say goodbye or knock. Relief washed across Karen's face when she saw Greer. Karen was a pretty girl with an ivory complexion lightly dusted with freckles and brilliant blue eyes that went perfectly with her dark red hair. "See, Bryn?" She gave the girl at her side a bump with her hip. "I told you your aunt would be here any minute." "Aunt Greer!" Bryn slipped past Karen and flung herself into Greer's arms. "Mommy's at the hospital." "I know." Greer smiled. "Isn't it exciting?" Karen stepped back, her gaze taking notice as if for the first time that Greer hadn't come alone. "Are you here to stay?" "I am." "Well, I hate to run, but—" Karen glanced down at the watch that pinged even as she glanced at it. "I'm working at the Flying Crane tonight. I'm on duty in 15 minutes. "I forget you work there, too." Greer stepped aside. "Go. I've got this under control. If I get a chance on my break, I'll try to call and see if there's any baby news." "Thanks, Karen. I appreciate that you stayed with Bryn. I know Hadley appreciates it, too." Karen shot Bryn a wink. "We had fun." "Bye, Karen," Bryn called out. "I think you've grown 2 inches since I last saw you." Greer gave her niece a squeeze. "I'm almost 10. Bryn flashed a smile. "I'm going to help my mom with the baby."
Do you know if you're having a brother or a sister?
Wyatt spoke for the first time. Bryn turned and cocked her head. "I don't know you." "This is my, friend, Wyatt McConnell." Greer stumbled over the words. The smile that quirked Wyatt's lips told her he found her effort amusing. "You remember Mr. Davis, the one who owned Cherry Acres? Wyatt is his grandson." "I liked Mr. Davis." Bryn's expression turned solemn. "I'm sorry he died."
Thank you.
Before Wyatt could say more, barking came from the back of the house. Wyatt cocked his head.
Do you have a dog?
"We do." Bryn's face brightened. "Do you want to see him?"
Is he going to bite off my head?
Bryn laughed uproariously at Wyatt's question. Ruckus? Ruckus is really nice, but Karen is afraid of him. I put him on the back porch. "That was nice of you," Greer told her niece. Bryn flashed a smile. "I'll get him." The second Bryn disappeared from view, Greer turned to Wyatt. "Thanks for giving me a lift. You don't—" The dismissal she'd been about to utter lodged in her throat when the shepherd mix bounded into the room. His tail wagged furiously when he saw Greer, then it stilled when he spotted Wyatt. "Ruckus." Placing her hand on the dog's head, Bryn stopped the growl. "This is Wyatt. He's a friend of Aunt Greer."
Glancing at her aunt, Bryn gestured with her free hand, motioning for Greer to touch Wyatt. With a resigned sigh, Greer placed a hand on Wyatt's arm. "He's a friend."
"Twice in 10 minutes.
Wyatt spoke in a low whisper.
Pretty soon, you might start believing it."
Greer couldn't help but laugh.
Chapter 13.
"Have you heard anything from my mommy and daddy?" Bryn fixed bright blue eyes on Greer. The child was a mini version of her mother, if the picture on the mantel was any indication. Seeing such strong family resemblances had always amazed Wyatt, probably because he hadn't looked anything like his blonde-haired, blue-eyed mother. Wyatt could only assume he got his dark hair and eyes from his unknown father. "I'm going to text Graham." Greer pulled out her phone. "Just for a progress report. I know she'd have called or texted if the baby had made an appearance." Greer's mother responded immediately. "In labor, progress slow." She showed the message to her niece. "From friends who've recently had babies, slow progress means it may be a while." Bryn nodded, then her shrewd blue eyes focused on Wyatt. Whatever she'd been about to ask was stopped when Ruckus bolted from the room and began barking furiously. Wyatt frowned. As if sensing his concern, Greer waved a hand. "The dog barks at everything. That's why they named him Ruckus. I'll let him out." Bryn hurried from the room. "Thank you for giving me a ride here." Greer offered Wyatt a polite smile. Wyatt felt the dismissal. Fine with him. There were things he needed to do. It wasn't as if he'd planned on hanging around Greer all evening.
"Will you need a ride to the hospital once the baby is born?"
Wyatt kept his expression equally bland. Heck, she wasn't the only one who'd mastered the art of distant and polite. "I'm sure Clay will come to take Bryn and me to the hospital once the baby arrives." She reached for the doorknob, but stopped mid-step when Bryn screamed. Greer whirled, her face going white. They reached the back door at the same time. The child stood inside. Through the screen, Wyatt saw Ruckus, ears down, tail drooping. "What's the matter?" Even as she asked the question, Greer pulled her niece to her, shielding her with her body. Which was, Wyatt thought, totally unnecessary, as the door remained closed. As far as he could ascertain, the only threat to any of them came from the stench wafting through the screen. He might be a city guy, but he knew that smell. "I let him out. I didn't see the skunk. Not at first. She was really cute." Bryn had pulled away from her aunt's death grip to look up at her as the explanation tumbled out. "Ruckus started barking at her. I think he scared her. I think it was a her. Anyway, he wouldn't stop barking. She must have been the reason he wanted outside. I think." Greer winced. "A skunk?" "Uh-huh." Bryn's young face remained serious as she nodded vigorously. "Ruckus kept barking and lunging at her. She turned, her tail straight up. Then he yelped and backed away, and she trotted off." Wyatt saw Greer's gaze dart around the expanse of green leading to a wooded area. "Is the skunk still in the yard?" Greer asked her niece. "No." Bryn pointed to a stand of trees. "She went into the woods." The breeze kicked up, and the strong scent had Greer rearing back. "Oh, Ruckus really stinks." "He does." Bryn grinned, then clamped her nose with 2 fingers. "P.U., Ruckus."
"He needs a bath."
Wyatt rubbed his jaw. His experience with skunks was limited to a single episode when Candy, his mother's fluffy white bichon, had been sprayed by an urban skunk. Greer looked at him. Wyatt saw on her face what she wanted. He saw just as quickly, when she squared her shoulders, that she wouldn't ask. Greer's gaze shifted to her niece. "Wyatt is right. We're going to have to give him a bath. We need to rinse out his eyes, too. I'm betting that spray burns." "Ruckus doesn't like baths." Bryn glanced at the dog that had now dropped to the ground, head down between his paws. "We could wait until Daddy gets home." Wyatt and Greer shook their heads at the same time. Greer heaved a resigned sigh. "Do you know where your dad keeps the dog shampoo?" Wyatt kept his focus on Greer.
"That smell is going to take something stronger than shampoo to get out."
Oh, of course. Greer pulled out her phone. I'll look it up.
Not necessary.
Wyatt turned to Bryn.
Here's what we'll need. A bucket, a bottle of hydrogen peroxide, baking soda, and liquid dish soap. Oh, and a pair of rubber gloves if you have them.
Coming right up. With one last glance at her dog, Bryn sprinted off. Bring them to the mudroom, Greer called after her niece, then turned to Wyatt. Are you going to stay?
If you want me to, I will.
Perhaps it wasn't fair, but Wyatt wanted her to ask him. Needed her to ask him. Those beautiful gray eyes searched his face. When she smiled, it was as if the sun had broken through the clouds. I'd like you to stay. He didn't know what had gotten into him. Wyatt lifted a hand to cup her cheek. Bending over, he brushed a kiss against those cherry-red lips.
Then I'll stay.
Greer concentrated on the crisis at hand. She would bathe Ruckus or die trying, but Wyatt told her he would handle the stinky dog. Though she knew he wouldn't have objected if she and Bryn had left him alone to handle the shepherd, that wasn't how Greer rolled. Ruckus was her problem, her responsibility. Once Bryn returned with the items Wyatt had requested, Greer sent her to retrieve some old towels and a hairdryer. Then Greer put on gloves and helped hold Ruckus steady. Despite the smell burning her nostrils, she was conscious of her close proximity to Wyatt. She couldn't stop thinking of the kiss. Her lips still tingled from the brief contact. Probably, she decided, because it had been so long since she'd been kissed by anyone. Maybe she should have been upset, but it had seemed like such an innocuous gesture. Besides, there wasn't time to think about, much less discuss, anything other than how to best clean Ruckus. Lacking anything better, they decided to use a large plastic cup to rinse the dog in the oversized utility sink. Wyatt worked the mixture into the fur for the second time, making sure to avoid the eye area. Keeping a firm grip on the animal, he'd already rinsed the dog's sorrowful brown eyes with clear water. With quick movements, he filled the cup and rinsed the fur over and over. It might have been easier to use the hose outside, Greer mused. Wyatt glanced at her and grinned.
Can you imagine holding this big boy once the cold water hit him?
You're right. This is better. Are these enough towels? The stack of towels Bryn held in her arms came up to her chin. That should do. Greer smiled at her niece. Did you find the hairdryer? Bryn dropped the towels on a chair and expelled an exaggerated breath. Ugh! I knew I forgot something. Be right back. Whirling, she disappeared from sight.
She seems like a good kid.
Wyatt dumped another glass of water over Ruckus, even as he positioned the dog, who kept trying to move away from him, back under the faucet. Bryn is a lovely child. Affection wove through her words like a pretty ribbon. As the youngest, Greer hadn't spent a lot of time around children. When her brother had moved back to Good Hope, she'd gotten to know and love this smart, funny girl, and was grateful she would now be able to watch her grow into a woman.
She reminds me of my sister Trinity.
Wyatt smiled as if simply saying the name brought pleasant memories rushing forward. I didn't realize you had a sister. Greer knew that he'd been adopted out of foster care after his mother had died. That, she realized, was the extent of her knowledge.
I have 3, and a brother, all former foster kids.
He glanced down. His lips curved when Ruckus licked his hand.
I think we're done here. How does he smell to you?
Bryn skidded to a stop, hairdryer in hand. You want us to smell him?
He may still retain a little of the skunk scent. It's extremely difficult to get it all out.
Even as he spoke, he continued to rinse Ruckus.
You'll notice it for a while, especially when he's wet.
For the first time, Greer saw that all the water wasn't on Ruckus or the floor. A good amount soaked the front of Wyatt's shirt. Focusing on the broad expanse of chest, even for a few seconds, had her heart rate surging. She averted her gaze. Wyatt gave a nod of satisfaction.
We've gotten most of it.
Don't you mean you? Greer motioned for Bryn to hand Wyatt a towel. Even as he started to dry the dog, he shifted his gaze to meet Greer's eyes.
Team effort. You helped hold him, Bryn got the supplies.
The girl beamed. I always help my mom and dad. Now the three of us are a team.
Well, team member.
Wrapping his arms around Ruckus, Wyatt gestured to the door.
Make sure that's closed. We don't want him escaping.
Bryn reached back and pulled the door shut. Lowering the dog to the floor, Wyatt issued his final warning.
Step back. He's going to let loose.
Wyatt released his hold on the animal. Greer barely had time to jump out of the way before Ruckus took 2 steps, stopped, and shook vigorously. Bryn squealed, laughed. Ruckus! Stop! The dog wasn't finished. He shook himself several more times before moving to Bryn and pressing his body against her legs.
Let's towel dry him a little more.
Wyatt glanced at Greer.
Then Bryn can blow dry him.
Bryn seemed to take great delight in tossing them each a towel.
Which end do you want?
Wyatt asked when she crouched down.
Front or rear?
Was there really a choice?
Front! I thought you'd say that.
He'd already started towel drying the dog's hind end. Greer held the absorbent towel against the dog's neck and counted to 17. What are you doing, Aunt Greer? Bryn asked. From the questioning look Wyatt shot her, he was obviously wondering the same thing. It's how I dry my own hair. I count to at least 17 while I press the towel against my hair, and it really soaks up the water. She saw the thoughtful look on Wyatt's face before she returned her attention to Ruckus. Even as her hands pressed against his body, she looked the dog in the eyes and crooned, "You're a good boy. You didn't mean to make the skunk angry. We're not mad at you." His tail is wagging, Bryn told her as the girl leaned over and kissed the top of the dog's head. Aunt Greer is right. We're not angry with you. Still, Bryn wrinkled her nose and lurched backward. I can still smell the skunk.
Trust me, once he's dry, you won't as much.
Wyatt spoke with absolute confidence, and Greer had no doubt what he said was true. Minutes later, after replacing Ruckus's collar with a clean one they found in the cupboard, they turned the dog over to Bryn. While her niece sang to Ruckus and blow-dried his hair, Greer mopped up the water on the floor with the towels they'd used on the dog, then tossed them in the washer. Wait right here. She held up a staying hand to Wyatt. Don't leave this room.
Yes, ma'am,
she heard him say with amusement as she hurried from the room. Greer dashed up the stairs to the master's suite. David had more clothes than any man had a right to own. It didn't take long. She found exactly what she was looking for tucked in a drawer in a walk-in closet the size of Texas. When she came down, she found Wyatt in the kitchen, staring out the window. He turned, apparently hearing her footsteps.
No sign of the skunk out back.
Greer crossed the room. Where's Bryn?
Can't you hear her?
He smiled.
She's still singing. Since she's turned the hairdryer to low, I assume Ruckus is close to dry.
A long-forgotten memory surged. When she was a little girl, she used to sing when she was happy. When had she stopped? She wondered. Shoving the question aside as pointless, she held the shirt out to Wyatt. Here. He cocked his head.
What is it?
What does it look like? Greer shoved it into his hands. It's a Henley. David has 1,000 of them. A bit of an exaggeration, but not by much. He lifted it as if considering, then shook his head.
I can't take your brother's shirt.
When he tried to give it back, she crossed her arms. Yours is soaking wet because you bathed David's stinky dog. Wear it tonight, then bring it back sometime if you don't want to keep it. He paused and appeared to consider.
Okay.
She wasn't prepared when he unbuttoned his sodden shirt and pulled it off. Telling herself to look away? Well, that didn't happen. While her gaze might not have been glued to his torso, she did try to avert her eyes. A little. Whether he was in a suit or dressed casually for a picnic, like he'd been today, it was obvious the guy was in good shape. Yet, seeing the muscles firsthand, well, that really brought that point home.
It's a little long, Wyatt glanced down. Your brother is a couple inches taller. But thank you. It feels good to have on something dry.
Consider me your personal shopper. Greer gestured to the coffee machine on the granite countertop. Would you care for a cappuccino or a latte? He gave the machine a dubious look.
Can that make black coffee?
Absolutely. Sit down. A hot cup of joe is coming right up. Before the incident with Ruckus, Greer had been fully prepared to rush Wyatt out the door. Now, after all he'd done, pushing him out the door seemed the height of rudeness. The high-tech coffee machine might have given a lesser woman trouble, but Greer had one just like it at home. While the coffee brewed, she checked the cookie jar. Knowing Hadley's love of baking and her brother's sweet tooth, she had no doubt there were treats lurking just out of sight. I knew it! After grabbing 2 cups for her and Wyatt and a glass for Bryn, Greer retrieved a brightly patterned plate from the cupboard.
Knew what?
Wyatt leaned against the counter, his puzzled gaze focused on her. That there would be cookies. She smiled and started filling the plate with an assortment. By the time she finished, the coffee was ready and Ruckus was dry. After casting a wary glance at Wyatt and giving him a wide berth, Ruckus made a beeline for his bed on the living room floor. Bryn came in and smiled. You're right, she told Wyatt. He doesn't smell now that he's dry. When she turned to her aunt, her eyes lit up. You found the cookies! Greer nodded. I thought, after all our hard work, the 3 of us deserved a treat.
Can I help?
Wyatt asked. I can help too, Bryn said. Your mother did the work when she baked these. All I had to do was take them out of the jar. Greer pointed to the table and placed the pretty plate in the center. Our job now is to sit and enjoy. Once the drinks were on the table, Greer took a seat. Before she ate or drank anything, she pulled out her phone. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught Wyatt's puzzled gaze. I want to check and see how things are going at the hospital. Bryn leaned forward, resting her elbows on the table, a worried frown furrowing her brow. Mommy and the baby are okay, aren't they? Babies just take time. Greer pressed send on her text, asking for an update, and assuring her mother she'd stay with Bryn for as long as necessary. Greer saw no reason to mention the skunk incident. It would make a funny story to tell once David and Hadley were back home with the baby. Her phone pinged before she'd even had the chance to put it down. She smiled at the message. Things are progressing. She smiled reassuringly at Bryn. Graham thinks we may have a baby before midnight. Midnight is a long time. Bryn chomped down on a sugar cookie, obviously not pleased by the news. We could play a game to pass the time. A movie was an option, but Greer knew her brother and sister-in-law were strict about the movies they let Bryn watch. Besides, a game seemed to make time speed by more quickly. Games are no fun with just 2. Bryn narrowed her gaze on Wyatt, her expression hopeful. Will you stay and play? Greer shifted uncomfortably in her seat. She'd assumed, hoped, really, that once Wyatt finished his cookies and coffee, he'd be gone. Not that he hadn't been helpful. It was just that when he was around, it was as if there was an itch inside her she couldn't scratch, a feeling that made no sense at all. I'm sure Wyatt has.
I'd love to stay.
He flashed Bryn a smile, then slanted a glance in Greer's direction.
If it's okay with your aunt.
Chapter 14. Wyatt knew he'd put Greer on the spot. He couldn't help but smile inwardly. It was small of him, but she was just so much fun to tease. As he'd expected, she rose to the occasion. Certainly it's okay with me. She shifted her gaze to him then. As long as you don't have business to take care of at home. I realize you're in the process of moving into your home. It was a gentle nudge out the door. Wyatt had to admire her technique. Perhaps he should cut her a break and leave her alone with her. Uncle Clay said you live in his neighborhood, which means you live by Aunt Greer. It was a statement rather than a question, but the fact that the child's gaze focused directly on him seemed to demand an answer.
I live right across the street from your aunt. In fact, if I stand and look out my front window, I can see in hers. Not that I'd look.
Bryn dissolved into giggles. I like you. Greer's expression softened, and her lips curved. As hard-ass as the woman could be, she loved her family. Something inside Wyatt's heart lurched. I'll get the games. Bryn popped up. Before she left the kitchen, she flashed him a sunny smile. I'm happy you're staying. If you want me to leave, Wyatt spoke softly once he was sure Bryn was out of earshot. I'll make up an excuse and go. He saw Greer was tempted, but a second later she shook her head. Bryn is more worried about her mom than she's letting us see. I'm concerned, too. Greer's lips unexpectedly quirked upward. Having you here is a distraction. It was an odd choice of words. He thought about asking if he was a distraction for Bryn or for her. She'd been gracious. He would be no less. Bryn returned seconds later with an armful of games. She dropped them on the coffee table in the living room. Some of these are the ones the 6 to 12-year-old kids will play during the junior board game tournament, Greer informed him before turning to her niece. Which one do you want to play first? By 9 o'clock, they'd had their fill of board games, though Wyatt had to admit that you could learn a lot about a person from playing a game with them. He'd discovered Bryn was willing to risk it all for a chance to win. Greer, on the other hand, was careful and methodical in her decisions. He fell somewhere between the two. Isn't this about the time you go to bed? Greer asked her niece when the last game was boxed up and put away. The look that skittered across Bryn's face showed her indecision. Be honest and risk being sent to bed, or lie and feel guilty? Deception wasn't part of the girl's nature. Wyatt had observed that firsthand when he'd inaccurately counted spaces, and she'd corrected him, giving him a better board position. Yes, but this is a special night. Bryn reached out and placed a hand on her aunt's arm. I won't be able to sleep until I know Mom and the baby are okay. Greer gave an understanding nod. Bryn flashed a smile that lit up her face. I've got another game we can play. I thought we'd exhausted the board game choices. Greer smiled. But if you've got more you just have to play, bring 'em on. Not a board game. It's something we did last week in youth group. I'll get it. Bryn raced from the room. Greer turned to Wyatt. I wonder what she has in mind. Youth group, Wyatt mused. If it's Bible trivia, you don't want me on your team. Greer grinned. Me either. Bryn returned and dropped to the sofa with a single sheet of paper in one hand. Katie Ruth told us we should ask our family members, but I haven't had time to ask Mom and Dad. I'm not family, Wyatt reminded her. That smile flashed again. For tonight you are. Sit down, Wyatt. Greer spoke easily, though the wary look in her eyes likely mirrored his own. Something told him this might take more brain power than Bible trivia. Still, he settled back into the comfortable chair. Even with the stinky dog tossed into the mix, Wyatt realized it had been a long time since he'd had such an enjoyable evening. He wasn't in any hurry for it to end. What kind of questions are these? Greer asked. Getting to know you questions. Bryn's gaze returned to the sheet, so she missed the way her aunt suddenly straightened. These didn't come off cards, did they? She asked her niece. Bryn's brows pulled together, then she shook her head. I don't think so. Here's the first one. What's your favorite color and why? Why don't you go first? Wyatt said to Bryn. For a second, the girl looked as if she might argue, then she shrugged. Okay, my favorite color is blue. Why? Greer prompted. It makes me happy. My mom was wearing blue the first time I saw her. Before the bake shop got pink shirts, she could wear any color she liked. I remember her smiling at me, and I felt, well, happy. Bryn's lips curved, and her eyes took on a distant glow at the memory. Wyatt normally didn't have any trouble following a conversation, but this one had his brain floundering. You lost me. Greer opened her mouth to explain, but her niece spoke first. Oh, that's right, you don't know. Bryn's tone was matter-of-fact. I have two mothers. My one mom, her name is Whitney, and my dad adopted me when I was a baby. She left for Florida, and I stayed here with my dad. My mom Hadley and my dad got together, and I found out she's my birth mother. It's confusing, but cool. Don't you think?
Wyatt nodded, still attempting to process the information. The whole situation sounded like something out of one of those soap operas his mom used to watch. Bryn's a lucky girl. Not many kids have two mothers who love them. Greer shifted her gaze to her niece. Wyatt had two mothers.
You do?
Bryn's face lit up as her gaze settled on him.
Were you adopted too?
I was, though my story is nowhere near as exciting as yours. Wyatt kept his voice even. My mother died when I was 10. At 14, I was adopted. Like you, I now have a wonderful mother. Wyatt didn't know what to think when the girl reached over and gently touched the top of his hand. I'm sorry about your mom dying. Thank you. Wyatt couldn't believe he had to clear his throat to answer. Grief was like that, he thought. It could rise up at the oddest times to squeeze your heart.
Aunt Greer has only one mother. She's my gram, and she's fabulous,
Bryn told him, then smiled brightly at her aunt.
Your favorite color and why?
Greer blinked. It was obvious she wasn't prepared to answer. During his years in city government, Wyatt had seen many people shoot from the hip when put in such a position. Not Greer Chapin. Her expression turned thoughtful as she gave the matter as much consideration as if she'd just been asked about the city budget. I'd have to say purple. Greer's lips lifted. It's such a bold, vibrant color. Bryn appeared to chew over the comment. She frowned, and suspicion filled her gaze.
I've never seen you wear purple. Not once.
I'm not a bold, vibrant person. Greer waved a dismissive hand. Though I love the color, it looks best on someone more, well, someone like Gladys. Or Pastor Dan's sister Oakley. When they wear the color, you can't help but think it's the perfect choice. I think you'd look good in purple, Wyatt told Greer. Bryn nodded her agreement. What about you, Mr. McConnell? Greer adroitly shifted the conversation. Favorite color and why? Wyatt could honestly say he'd never given this any consideration, but he would play along. He rubbed his chin. Salmon. Bryn's eyes widened for a second, then she hooted.
Salmon is pink!
Salmon is salmon, he insisted. Greer inclined her head. Why that color? I like eating salmon, especially when it's grilled. Even as he gave the answer, he knew it wouldn't begin to satisfy the girl or the woman gazing at him with such skepticism.
Tell us why salmon is your fave.
Bryn's direct gaze reminded him of Gladys when she fixed those blue eyes on you. Wyatt suddenly wished he'd said red or green or even orange. But it wouldn't have been an honest answer. Though this was merely a game, he sensed Greer and Bryn had been honest in their responses. He could do no less. When I was in foster care, I didn't have many clothes, especially not ones in good condition. A sharp pain in the area of his heart had him shifting in the chair. I was nearly 14 when I was given a polo shirt in salmon. It must have been some guy's cast-off. The other kids teased me mercilessly. Sympathy clouded Bryn's eyes.
They were mean.
What did you do? Worry furrowed Greer's brow. I wore it all the time. Told them it was salmon, not pink, and it was my favorite color. A smile tipped his lips. The crazy thing was, the colors sort of grew on me after a while. Bryn patted his arm. I'm glad you didn't cave. Wyatt lifted a brow. Cave?
Give in to peer pressure. Let others dictate what you like because you don't want to be teased.
Bryn's tone turned almost prim.
It's important to follow your own path. You should stand up for what you believe and do what you know is right.
You sound just like my sister Trinity, he told her. Though he loved his other two sisters, Trinity and he were close in age and had been adopted within months of each other.
Is being like Trinity a good thing?
Bryn asked. He grinned. A very good thing.
The call came shortly before midnight. Greer sat on the sofa, arm around a dozing Bryn, while Wyatt had commandeered the recliner. Once they'd finished answering the youth group questions, Bryn had begged for a movie. Greer had found one obviously meant for kids, but discovered she enjoyed watching Dory search for her family. To her surprise, Wyatt's attention had also remained on the movie. The ring of her phone had them all jerking upright. "Hello?" Greer's voice sounded breathless, even to her own ears.
It's David.
Greer's heart slammed against her ribs at her brother's deep voice. She'd expected her mother to call. "How's Hadley and the baby?" No need, she thought, to waste time on niceties when they were all worried.
Is Bryn there, or is she in bed?
She's sitting right here beside me." Greer glanced sideways at her niece, who had her gaze glued to the phone. Should she ask David if he wanted to speak with his daughter? But what if something had gone wrong, and her brother simply wanted to know if he could speak freely?
Good. I was hoping to be able to tell her myself.
Relief washed through Greer. It had to be good news. "I'll give Bryn the phone."
Go ahead and put it on speaker if you want.
David spoke before Greer could pass the phone to the child. Greer put the phone on speaker and upped the volume before placing the phone into Bryn's outstretched hand. "Your daddy has something to tell you." Trepidation filled the child's blue eyes. "Daddy, Aunt Greer said it was okay if I stayed up late. I was worried about Mommy and I—"
It's okay, sweet pea. I'm glad you're awake.
David's voice was warm with reassurance.
First, Mommy is fine and can't wait to see you. You have a baby brother, Bryn. He's got lots of blonde hair, just like yours.
Bryn's gaze slid to Greer, and she grinned. "I have a brother?"
Yes, you do.
"Are we going to call him Carter?" Bryn gripped the phone close, even though she could have set it down. Greer hadn't heard the final names they'd decided on, but she liked the sound of Carter Chapin. It rolled nicely off the tongue.
That's the name we all picked.
"I want to see him and Mommy."
I know you do, sweetheart, and they both want to see you. Greer,
David said.
I'd like to stay with Hadley and the baby tonight. Could you bring Bryn by the hospital in the morning so she can meet her new brother?
"We could come now." Bryn spoke before Greer could respond. "We were just watching a movie. Aunt Greer doesn't have a car, but Wyatt has his." There was a momentary silence on the other end as David appeared to process the information. "Wyatt gave me a ride to your house and stayed for games and a movie." Greer kept her voice matter of fact.
More silence. Will bringing Bryn to the hospital tomorrow pose a problem?
David finally asked. When Greer saw Wyatt open his mouth, she spoke first. "I'll text Clay. Since he'll want to see Hadley and the baby, he can swing by and pick us up in the morning." Wyatt sat back in the chair, his expression inscrutable.
Hadley ended up having a C-section, so she'll stay another night for sure. I was hoping you and Mom could figure out a schedule for Bryn.
"Of course." Greer shot a wink and a reassuring smile at her worried niece. "Spending time with my niece is one of life's greatest pleasures."
Good.
David blew out a breath.
Bryn, Mommy is just fine. Remember when we talked about her maybe needing a C-section?
"Yes."
Bryn's voice shook.
"The doctor cuts her open and pulls out the baby." Wyatt's eyes widened. Greer had no doubt that had not been the way her brother and Hadley had explained the procedure, but it was obvious that was what her niece had taken from the discussion.
I was there, David assured his daughter, right by your mommy's side. It was amazing, Bryn. Not scary for your mom or for me, or Carter. I've got a picture of him smiling right after he was born.
The tension between the girls' brows eased. "Can you text me the picture? Please, Daddy. I want to see my baby brother."
Of course. Hold on.
Bryn glanced at Greer, and she saw the light was back in the child's eyes. The picture came through seconds later. Wyatt got up from the chair and moved to stand behind the sofa. Greer's heart swelled with love as a chubby face filled the screen. "Look at all that blonde hair! He's tiny!" Bryn's eyes remained fixed on the screen.
8 pounds, 10 ounces, David chuckled, which isn't so tiny for a newborn. But he looks little to me, too.
Can we FaceTime with Mommy? Bryn asked. I want to see her.
She's sleeping right now. It's been a long day.
David gentled his tone as if sensing her disappointment.
Did you know your mother has a gift for you? When you come here tomorrow, you'll get it.
What is it?
Bryn asked. Tomorrow. Now it's time for bed. Love you, sweet pea.
I love you, Daddy. Tell Mommy and Carter I love them too.
I'll do that. Now go upstairs and get some sleep. I can't wait to see you tomorrow.
David's deep voice changed.
Greer, if you could hang on for just a minute longer, we can get the plans for the morning in place.
Sure. Greer returned the goodnight hug her niece gave her. She watched as Bryn gave Wyatt a hug before heading up the stairs, Ruckus at her heels. Is everything okay, David? Greer took the phone off speaker and pressed it against her ear. She kept her voice low, knowing her niece had bat ears.
It's all good.
His deep voice was weary.
I want to thank you for watching Bryn. When Mom told us you were there, it was a big load off our minds.
I was glad to be able to help. Greer settled back against the sofa cushions, her hand loosely holding the phone. For a second, she again considered telling David about Ruckus and the skunk, then decided it wasn't important. Bryn was worried, but we kept her busy. That seemed to help. We. Why had she used the plural? But Wyatt had been a big part of keeping Bryn calm and happy tonight. Cutting him out of the credit would have been wrong. Nothing escaped her brother.
Were you and your political opponent planning strategies to defeat each other in the election?
Though David's tone was teasing, Greer stiffened. Actually, we were too busy playing games and watching movies with your daughter. And, she thought, washing up your stinky dog. David expelled a breath.
Joking, Greer. Just joking.
Why don't you try to get some rest, too? Greer softened her voice. Tell Hadley congrats, and I'll see her in the morning. When she finally laid the phone on the end table, Greer felt the events of the day to her marrow. She rested her head against the back of the sofa, but, conscious of Wyatt's gaze on her, didn't close her eyes. I love happy endings. She supposed she was speaking to Wyatt, although she didn't look at him when she spoke.
Bryn's remark about cutting her mother open and hauling out the baby caught my attention.
Greer's chuckle rose from deep inside her. When it spilled out, it took some of the tension with it. It's especially funny because I'm sure David and Hadley rehearsed beforehand how to explain a cesarean section to their daughter in the least traumatic way.
Just goes to show, you can't always control the takeaway.
She smiled, then quivered when their gazes locked. I really do appreciate all your help this evening.
It was fun. Except for the dog, that is.
He leaned back in the chair, making no move to get up.
Being here reminded me of times at home.
She inclined her head.
Being part of a family.
He shrugged.
I've been away from home for enough years that I'd forgotten that feeling.
Do you see your family often? Greer relaxed against the sofa cushions and realized she was in no hurry for him to leave.
I try to get home every 3 months.
He spread his hands.
This isn't far from Chicago, and neither was my previous job. Quick trips, spur-of-the-moment decisions to come home are always easier when you live within a day's drive.
What about your brother and sisters?
Scattered all over the country.
He crossed his legs at the ankle.
Trinity is closest. She lives in Omaha, but I'm not certain how much longer she'll be there.
Trinity is the one you said Bryn sounded like, Greer recalled.
She's a clinical psychologist.
There was pride in Wyatt's voice. Married? Kids?
No and no. None of my siblings are married.
Where's Trinity moving to? The question violated Greer's personal policy on not prying into other people's business, but he could choose to deflect it if he didn't want to answer. Will she be closer or farther away?
I'm not sure. I don't think she knows.
His brow furrowed.
The clinic where she works is going through some organizational changes. She may stay, but that's still to be decided.
You should have her contact Liam Gallagher.
Who?
Liam is a clinical psychologist. He has a solo practice in Good Hope. Greer had met Liam several times and tried to recall what she knew about the man. He hasn't been in town long, but he has a good reputation. In fact, Dan Marshall, the pastor at First Christian, just asked if he'd be interested in seeing members of the congregation in need of guidance.
What makes you think he'd be interested in bringing someone on board?
I heard his caseload has mushroomed, and he's starting to actively look for a partner. Greer lifted a shoulder, let it drop. That's the extent of my knowledge.
Thanks.
Wyatt's eyes grew thoughtful.
I'll mention it to Trinity the next time we talk. What's the guy's last name again?
Gallagher, spelled just the way it sounds. Chapter 15. Wyatt rose the next morning with Trinity on his mind. He thought of how nice it would be to have her in Good Hope. Maybe he'd take Greer's suggestion and speak to Dr. Gallagher to find out if there'd be any opportunity for his sister. He opened the shades on the front window and looked out to find Greer's house dark. He frowned. She was usually up by now. In the short time he'd lived on this block, Wyatt had discovered that most of the residents operated on a set schedule. Even Loretta Sharkey, off for the summer from teaching duties, returned from her morning walk about the time he was finishing his first cup of coffee. As a principal, Clay worked the summer and was in the car shortly after Loretta's return. Greer left minutes after her brother. 7:30. You could set your clock by her. Not today. Worry surged until he remembered today was Sunday. Greer was probably at either Hadley and David's house with Bryn or at the hospital visiting her new nephew. Wyatt had meant what he'd said last night. The evening had made him remember what it was like to be part of a family. Impulsively, he hit Trinity's number and put the phone on speaker. "Hey, you!" Simply hearing her husky voice had him smiling. "I hope it's not too early." "Not at all. It's good to hear your voice."
How was Delia's wedding?
"Beautiful. And the Bay Area is always gorgeous."
Good flights?
"Actually, I got stuck in Chicago overnight on the way back." Something in her voice had his next question changing.
I hope you didn't have to sleep in the airport.
"No. The airline put me up in a hotel." There it was again. A hitch, an undercurrent of something. If Wyatt had been sitting across from his sister, or had her on FaceTime, he'd have been able to get a feel for what was going on in that complex brain of hers simply by looking into her eyes. Anything interesting happen? Darn it, he felt like he was playing a bad game of 20 questions. One of the good things was I missed an all-employee meeting the next morning. The hitch had disappeared, replaced by something else.
Are things still bad there?
Let's just say I'm not sure how much longer I'll stick. He frowned, pulled his gaze from Greer's house, and dropped into a chair.
It's getting worse?
It's more... She paused, as if searching for just the right descriptor. Wyatt's lips curved as he brought his coffee cup to his lips. This was classic Trinity. Words mattered. How many times had she said that to him when he spoke quickly without considering what he was saying, when he told her a word or phrase was close enough? He could still hear her scolding tone. The only word that fits is different. She huffed out a breath, swore at a car that, from her response, had cut her off. All the procedures are different.
Procedures? You make it sound like you're into poking and prodding.
She laughed. If the powers that be could figure out a way for us to do it legally, we'd be doing it yesterday. With this health system, it's all about the bottom line. Though her tone remained light, Wyatt knew his sister too well to be fooled.
You won't stay.
I don't know how I can. I only have a couple months left on my apartment lease, so that's good. I'm not tied to Omaha, and I'd really like a position where I can stick. Trinity, the eternal optimist, hesitated for a second. I'm going to start a search this week. I just hope the job I find isn't too far from family.
It's been nice being so close to Mom and Dad. And to you. In that case, have I got a deal for you? What are you talking about? You know I've decided to stay in Good Hope. Feeling suddenly cheerful, Wyatt rose and strolled to the kitchen for more coffee. Put down roots, like you suggested. I'm so glad. Once I get this job situation squared away, I'll come and see what's so special about Good Hope. I've got an even better idea. Move here. Oh, Wyatt, you know I'd love to live in the same town as you, but right now it's all about finding the perfect position. I understand that, but you may be able to do both. Wyatt explained what Greer had told him about Liam Gallagher. Until he relayed the information, he hadn't realized how very little he knew about the guy, or the position. Supposedly, he's looking to recruit a new partner. You'd have a place to live already, if you don't mind sharing a house with your brother. Liam Gallagher. Something in the way she said the name put Wyatt on alert. Do you know him? Maybe. There was a guy by that name in my doctoral program. I can't imagine there's more than one clinical psychologist with that name, though I suppose it's possible. Trinity's voice turned thoughtful. The Liam I knew had a practice in Jackson Hole. I'm not sure where he's from, and don't ask me to describe him because I haven't met him. Wyatt lifted the cup to his lips, took a long drink. Did you like him? I mean, is he someone you respect professionally? Wyatt held his breath as he waited for her answer. Until this moment, he hadn't realized just how much he was hoping to convince her to come to Good Hope. He seemed like a good guy, and he was a well-respected clinician. Do you want me to contact him? Thanks for the offer, bro, but I can make my own professional contacts. The laughter was still in her voice, along with a softness. I'm definitely going to look into this. Who knows? I may be showing up on your doorstep one day asking for shelter. Anytime, Trinity. Mi casa es su casa. You're such a dork. She laughed again and hung up. Gladys commandeered the round table near the back wall of the daily grind. There was really no other word for it. The second she and the rest of the group walked through the door, the woman Oakley thought of as Queen Bee pointed to it. Since Oakley was working for the Living Center and this excursion with Gladys and several other residents had been on her Monday afternoon calendar, she had little choice but to comply. "Order me a mocha latte," Oakley called over her shoulder on the way to the table. "And a Queen Amman." "You're certainly a bossy miss," Gladys commented, but there was no rancor in her tone. "I learned that from you." Oakley spoke as she continued to the table. A smile tugged at the corners of her lips. Oakley had never been close to her grandparents. In fact, she could recall telling a friend just last year that she didn't like old people. Of course, Grandfather Marshall could turn anyone off the aged. The man made her rigid father look like the most progressive of liberals. Gladys and her friends Ruby and Catherine were different. They might be considered elderly by common standards, but they were vibrant and, well, fun. Oakley loved spending time with them. She even liked it when Gladys ordered her around, because it gave her an opportunity to talk back. In a matter of minutes, Ethan Shaw, a local businessman, appeared, carrying a tray of drinks and pastries. As usual, he wore a perfectly tailored suit. "She's capable of carrying her own drinks," Oakley called out. His gray eyes widened, then narrowed. Oakley didn't know Ethan well. Since she'd arrived this spring, their paths had crossed only a handful of times. She knew the Shaw family was insanely wealthy, had been in Good Hope since dinosaurs roamed the earth, and were generally well regarded, though his older sister Eliza still spooked her. Ethan didn't spook her, but he was so starched and upright that she found him fun to tease. "Ethan is a gentleman," Catherine answered before he had a chance. Only then did Oakley remember that Catherine was Ethan's great-aunt or cousin or something. Oakley snorted, though she wasn't sure why, and rolled her eyes. "Your hair is blue." Ethan inclined his head and studied her. Though he kept his face expressionless, she thought she saw a teasing glint in his gray eyes. I believe it was pink the last time I saw it. What color will it be next time?
Oakley forced a bored expression and waved a hand in the air, a gesture she'd seen Gladys use more times than she could count. I guess you'll have to wait and see. All I can say is prepare to be amazed. He chuckled, said his goodbyes to the ladies, and started to turn, but Oakley couldn't let him go. Not that easily. What color will your hair be the next time I see you? She already knew the answer. Black as a raven's wing. The man didn't have an imaginative bone in his body.
I guess you'll just have to wait and be amazed.
He offered her a slow smile, a smile that might have set her insides to jiggling if he weren't so old. Oakley wasn't sure of his exact age, but he had to be at least 28. Gladys studied her curiously for a long moment. For a second, Oakley wondered if Gladys was going to tell her to stop toying with Ethan, which was silly, considering it was the kind of thing Gladys would have done. The older woman loved to toy with people. Which, Oakley suspected, was the reason for this meeting away from the living center. Gladys had chosen the place and a time when she knew the grind would be less busy. Not an easy feat, considering this was the tourist season.
It is gratifying to see Katie Ruth and Dan so blissfully happy.
Gladys took a sip of her own mocha latte. A cherry cream cheese Danish, so large it filled the plate, sat in front of her. Oakley glanced down at her own pastry and almost, just almost, regretted the choice. But the layers of buttery, flaky dough made it impossible to ever regret getting a Queen Amman. Another matchmaking triumph! Ruby and Catherine exchanged a glance.
We don't,
Catherine began before Gladys waved her silent.
The girl is aware we dabble in matchmaking.
Oakley snorted. She did a lot of snorting around Gladys. You and your friends do more than dabble.
We bring people together.
Ruby, who'd had some heart issues several years back, cast covetous glances at Gladys's Danish.
It's a noble undertaking.
Oakley thought about her brother and how happy he was with Katie Ruth. She nodded. Who's on deck?
That's what we're here to discuss.
Though the only other occupied tables were close to the front of the store, Gladys kept her husky voice low.
I'm leaning toward Wyatt and Greer.
Catherine pursed her lips.
I told you this morning that I simply can't see them together.
They're both running for mayor. Ruby's comment should have earned her an eye roll. There was likely not a single person in Good Hope who wasn't aware of the two candidates. But Gladys surprised Oakley by smiling at Ruby.
What's life without a challenge?
Gladys waved a hand.
Besides, Greer isn't an easy one to match. The man has to be someone with an equally strong personality.
I saw her chatting with Ryder.
Ruby dropped her voice to barely above a whisper.
At a table by the window, just the other day.
Oakley took a big drink of her mocha latte, finding the discussion and the dynamics between the three women fascinating.
Ryder owns the place, Gladys chuckled. He talks to all the customers.
I haven't seen any indication of attraction between her and Ryder. Catherine's gaze grew thoughtful. If you recall, that was our problem with Dan and Lindsay.
They were friends,
Ruby protested. Dan and Lindsay had been the threesome's only disappointment. Oakley had heard all about it. In the end, both Dan and Lindsay had found true happiness with someone else. New unions that the women around this table had done their best to foster. They didn't lust after each other. The comment popped out before Oakley could stop it. Too late, she remembered this was her brother, the minister, they were discussing. Ruby choked on her decaffeinated tea. Catherine's lips curved ever so slightly. Gladys's eyes gleamed.
Now we're getting down to the nitty-gritty.
Ruby, once she stopped coughing, appeared perplexed.
I don't understand.
There has to be that attraction. Lust isn't everything, but it's a beginning. Oakley thought of the man she'd dated before coming to Good Hope, Julian the Jerk. It's not always enough. But it has to be there.
Agreed. Our next step is to determine if that attraction exists between Wyatt and Greer.
Gladys focused her pale blue eyes on Oakley.
I'll leave that in your capable hands.
Chapter 16. Greer narrowed her eyes on the mayor. When Jeremy had texted and asked her to drop by his office sometime today, she'd had a feeling something was up. Not just something, something she wasn't going to like. She resisted the urge to cross her arms, deliberately keeping her body language open. Greer knew her expression gave nothing of her thoughts away. Over the years, she'd mastered the art of keeping her face serene.
Thanks for coming in so quickly.
Jeremy flashed a smile. Instead of sitting behind his massive desk, he'd waved her over to two leather chairs grouped for conversation in a corner of the office.
Can I get you some water? Or coffee?
Nothing for me, thanks. Greer cocked her head. What's this about? You made it sound urgent.
I have something to ask you.
When he paused, Greer simply waited.
I'd like you to play in next week's Bloomer Girls game.
Greer waved a dismissive hand. I appreciate you thinking of me, but I decline. Several years earlier, Good Hope had brought vintage baseball to the peninsula. The baseball game with men dressed in period reproduction uniforms, using equipment and rules common to the 1800s, had been an instant hit with both locals and tourists. Men in Good Hope had clamored to be on the team, leading the organizers to develop a rotation system. Of course, because those attending the game wanted to see good baseball, players had to be proficient at the game. Greer's brother David, who'd been a baseball star in college, had played on last year's winning team. Her brother Clay was set to pitch this year. Katie Ruth, an excellent all-around athlete, had suggested Good Hope form a Bloomer Girls team. This formation had led Egg Harbor and other communities in the area to field their own teams. As the clubs that played in the late 1800s had been known as Bloomer Girls, the name had stuck. During the week leading up to the Independence Day festivities, two vintage games were held. Bloomer Girls took the field on Friday night, and the men played on Saturday. The games functioned as charity fundraisers, with money raised from ticket sales split between the Giving Tree and two other local charities. Greer became conscious that Jeremy hadn't spoken. She didn't understand the problem. Spots on both the men's and women's teams were highly coveted. There are any number of women who'd love an opportunity to play.
Tim Vanderkoy, he's in charge of the games this year, feels we'll sell even more tickets if we have some local celebrities play.
Tim, the most successful real estate broker on the peninsula, was very driven. Greer didn't doubt for 1 second that Tim's goal was to shatter last year's record-breaking attendance. I'm not really a celebrity, and you know I'm not, into sports. While both her brothers were athletic, those genes had escaped her. In middle school, she'd been the last one chosen when they were fielding teams. I've never been good at anything, other than maybe golf. Her father had been an avid golfer. Instead of driving a cart, the two of them would walk the course. Some of their best conversations had occurred on the fairway.
Tim wants you involved, Greer. He'd ask you himself, but he's out of town for a few days. I really want you involved, too. You don't have to be good. We can put you in the outfield.
Greer narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Why does it matter to you if I play?
With the election coming up, Tim brought up adding both you and Wyatt to the rosters.
Jeremy blew out a breath.
Wyatt has already agreed to play on the men's team. I don't want you to be left out.
Greer raised a hand to her head and fought to process.
Playing will be good exposure for both of you.
Jeremy leaned forward, resting his forearms on his thighs, his blue eyes never leaving her face.
We both know the more tickets that are sold mean all the designated charities win.
Just the thought of standing out there in front of a packed stadium had fear creeping up Greer's spine.
This was vintage baseball. They hadn't worn gloves. She couldn't catch a ball even with a glove. How could she do it with her bare hands? Still, she couldn't turn down the opportunity, not if Wyatt was playing. Perhaps he was as bad as she was at the sport. Greer found the thought encouraging. She chose her words carefully. I'd be happy to participate. I can see it now. Wyatt and I both standing in the outfield for a few photo ops. Actually, he'll be pitching. Jeremy waved a hand. Wyatt's pitching took his high school team to the Illinois State Championships his senior year. When the men's team found out he was good, Clay was happy to share the mound. Being notified of the date and time of an ad hoc committee meeting didn't mean Greer had to attend. But by the end of the day, she was restless. Her encounter with Jeremy had her on edge. She could have stayed late at the bank to review past due accounts or gone to the gym to work off some tension. Instead, after leaving work, she swung by the daily grind where the meeting was being held. I was just here this afternoon, Greer heard Oakley tell the group as she walked up. Wyatt stood, gestured to the last empty spot next to him, his smile open and welcoming. I hoped you'd make it. This chair has your name on it. Silly that the warmth in his brown eyes held the power to bring a genuine smile to her lips. Have I missed anything? Ryder got stuck in Chicago last week after his flight was grounded, Oakley announced. Ryder shrugged. Who hasn't? My sister was stuck there, too. Wyatt shook his head. You probably passed each other in one of the terminals, along with thousands of other travelers. Ryder turned to Greer. We've made progress. I assume you're here to get an update? I am curious to hear what progress you've made. Greer smiled, and it felt to Wyatt as if she was smiling straight at him. Had it really been only 48 hours since they'd played board games and answered silly questions? Nearly 2 days since he'd kissed her? Her mouth had been painted a shiny red, and she'd tasted like strawberries. Wyatt? He jerked his brain back to the present and found Gladys Berthoff standing beside him, a knowing gleam in her eye. He cleared his throat. Yes? I asked if you'd mind if I joined you. The way her gaze shifted from him to Greer told Wyatt she had a good idea where his mind had wandered. You're a member of the committee. He injected a hint of puzzlement into his voice. Why would you need to ask? Gladys only smiled and motioned to the young woman clearing a nearby table to bring over another chair. Once she sat, she waved an imperious hand. Carry on. Wyatt glanced at his tablet. Last week, our takeaway assignment was to come up with a list of items that kids who are on their own and going away to college for the first time need. Until we know what items would likely be needed, we couldn't do an estimate of what each would cost. Ryder added, There are likely businesses in town willing to give a discount on items purchased from them, Gladys pointed out. Sounds like you've all been busy. Greer nodded her approval. What items did you come up with? Oakley raised her hand. I have the complete list. I had everyone email me their suggestions, which I compiled into a spreadsheet. Oakley is our de facto secretary, Gladys explained. She takes notes for the minutes, and we funnel everything through her. I'm impressed by how well organized you are. Greer focused on Oakley. I'd love to hear what you came up with. Once we're finished here today, I'll email you the list of items. Oakley gestured in the direction of the group. Everyone here should have received the list electronically. Stellar job, Oakley. Izzy patted the girl on the back. The items are not ranked in order of importance, Oakley clarified. I probably should have noted that in my report. What would everyone think about discussing them as Oakley reads them off? We could... Before Wyatt could finish, Oakley interrupted. I see where you're headed, Big Rooster. You're saying each item would get a yes or a maybe. Maybe would be if we have enough money, it'd be nice, but not absolutely necessary. Do you want to vote on each? I think it'd be fair.
Oakley's rapid-fire speech had Wyatt's brain buzzing.
"Fabulous idea," Gladys pronounced. "Let's get started. I have a hair appointment with Marigold in 45 minutes. I certainly don't want her turning my hair orange because I'm late."
"You'd look amazing with orange hair," Oakley piped up. "We could call you OJ." Greer merely exchanged a smile with Wyatt when everyone else chuckled. Now that Gladys's hair schedule was noted, they got to work. They spent the next 40 minutes voting on everything from laptops to wall decor. By the time they finished and Gladys hurried off, Greer told them she felt she had the information needed to take the funding request to the Giving Tree board. Clay should be able to give me an idea of how many of the foster kids attending the high school have applied to colleges. Greer chewed on her lower lip, her gaze thoughtful. I'm going to email Andrea at Human Services and ask again for the age-out data. Even the kids who don't immediately go on to college will need help getting settled.
We should also discuss setting them up with mentors,
Wyatt suggested. Shall I put that down for the next meeting? Oakley asked. Wyatt smiled. The girl's energy was infectious. That's something I'll also bring to the board. Greer pushed back her chair and stood. Thanks again for your hard work. Wyatt wasn't sure how it happened, but everyone scattered, leaving him alone with Greer.
I assume you saw the baby?
I most certainly did. Clay picked Bryn and me up bright and early on Sunday morning. Her lips curved. Carter is absolutely gorgeous. And David wasn't exaggerating. My nephew has a head full of blonde curls. Wyatt rocked back on his heels.
I imagine Bryn was smitten?
You have no idea. Greer chuckled as they stepped out the door. Wyatt scanned the street and spotted Oakley and Gladys a half block away. The two women stood in the middle of the sidewalk, talking. Though they didn't stare, Wyatt swore he felt their eyes on him.
I realize this sounds paranoid as hell, but are Gladys and Oakley staring at us?
He kept his voice low, for Greer's ears only. Greer's expression didn't change, and she didn't make the mistake of glancing in the twosomes' direction. Like he had, she spoke softly when she responded. Yep.
Why?
No idea. Greer turned just a little, so her back was to them. I'm not sure I want to know. From the way she glanced in the direction of her car, Wyatt knew Greer was seconds from walking away.
Would you have dinner with me?
Surprise skittered across her face, followed quickly by regret.
That's okay.
Wyatt didn't have to hear the answer. It was written across her face.
Another time, perhaps.
He would have walked away, but was stopped by her hand on his sleeve. I'd love to grab dinner, but I have somewhere to go first. She hesitated for only a second. You could go with me, and we could have dinner afterwards. It shouldn't take long. Wyatt didn't bother to ask where she was going. Anywhere with her, and away from Gladys's and Oakley's assessing gazes, was fine with him. Though Wyatt offered to drive, Greer told him it would be easier if they took her car, since she knew exactly where they were going.
Nice vehicle.
Wyatt slipped into the passenger seat of her Subaru.
This is exactly the kind of car I pictured you driving.
Greer slanted a sideways glance in his direction as she pulled out of the lot onto Highway 42. What do you mean by that, Slam?
Not a slam?
He gestured wide with one hand.
Comfortable interior, state-of-the-art features, and...
Wyatt paused, as if knowing what he planned to say next could be misconstrued.
It's sensible. Lots of people in Chicago and Minneapolis drive this make. They're known for being great on ice and snow.
He stopped just short of rambling. Greer hid a smile. She found his fumbling rather endearing. Did he seriously think she'd find the word sensible offensive? Greer took it as a great compliment. Her father had been anything but sensible those last few years.
I'm still learning my way around the area.
He gestured as one of the entrances to Peninsula State Park came into view on the left.
Are we going...
His question trailed off when she turned right.
This is interesting.
His head turned from side to side as if he wanted to take it all in and not miss a thing.
I've never been down this road. There isn't much reason. Not right now, anyway. Greer slowed to a crawl, not wanting the dust to coat the sides of the car she'd just washed yesterday. She gestured with one hand. Check out the scenery. Wyatt appeared to take note of the scattered houses they passed. There weren't many, and most were in poor repair, with peeling paint, sinking front stoops, and plastic film over the windows. The home soon gave way to wide open spaces as far as the eye could see. No orchards, no crops, not a single cow. Wyatt focused his sharp brown eyes on her as she wheeled the car into a parking lot next to a 2-story building.
What is this place?
Greer laughed and pushed her door open. It's what we're here to check out. Her Subaru wasn't the only vehicle in the gravel lot. In fact, Greer estimated the lot to be at least 50% full. She nodded in approval when she saw many out-of-state plates. Tourists. With nothing around it for miles, the fire engine-red wooden structure sat alone, its large plate glass windows gleaming in the waning sunlight. You should have seen this place before its big makeover. Greer had noticed the exterior changes the second she drove up. The sagging porch had been shored up, the peeling siding sanded, and a fresh coat of paint applied. The plastic sign, tied between 2 posts, advertising Whitefish Wednesdays in bold black letters, was new. It was a real dump. They strolled to the porch, but Wyatt's hand on her arm stopped her just before they reached the door.
Why are we here?
You're here because you came with me. Greer heard the music even through the shut door. I'm here because David asked me to check it out if I got the chance. He wanted me to see how the business is doing and report back. He receives regular updates, but I'm family. Wyatt swept a hand toward the building.
He owns this place?
He does. She smiled, along with Ethan Shaw and Kyle Kendrick. The 3 of them have plans to conquer the world, which translates to developing this entire area. Wyatt reached around her and pulled the door open.
The forward-thinking attitude of people in this town continues to amaze.
Greer grinned and shot him a wink. Trust me, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Chapter 17. The assault on his senses from a bad rendition of Ring of Fire hit Wyatt the second he stepped inside the bar. An atomic blue neon sign of a microphone and the word karaoke blazed over the stage. The sign next to the platform proclaimed Monday night was karaoke night at the Ding-a-ling. The man on stage, dressed in Wranglers, boots, and a 10-gallon hat, appeared to be going for a cowboy swagger. The attempt fell as flat as his voice. Still, if the laughter and good-natured ribbing were any indication, he and everyone seated in the area were having a good time. Wyatt let his gaze drift, taking in the rough plank floors covered in peanut shells and the worn but polished wood of the stools at a gorgeous curved bar. The beveled mirror behind the bar made the room appear huge. Several people at the back were shooting darts. Tables were filled with people drinking and eating. The enticing aroma of grilled onions and meat filled the air. Wyatt's stomach growled as a curvy waitress brought red oval plastic baskets filled with burgers and fries to a gray-haired couple seated at a table near the entrance. From the glasses of iced tea on the table, the seniors had come to eat, not drink. They weren't the only ones. There were several tables with platters of food and no alcohol. A thought struck him. Wyatt leaned close to Greer to ensure she could hear him above the noise.
What would you think about having dinner here?
The scent of her perfume, the subtle vanilla scent he'd noticed in the car, teased his nostrils. Wyatt wished he could think of a reason to linger with his cheek pressed almost against hers and his mouth mere inches away. She turned slightly, bringing their lips even closer. I'd like that. His gaze locked with hers. He winked.
Once you finish your surveillance.
She laughed, and he couldn't look away from her pretty face.
Sit anywhere.
The young waitress, her blonde hair pulled back in a low tail, smiled as she called out and wove her way in the direction of the kitchen. Wyatt lifted a questioning brow toward Greer. This was her deal. He was simply along for the ride. Over there. Obviously used to taking charge, Greer didn't wait for his agreement. She dodged wait staff and customers, making her way through the maze of tables like a running back with her eyes on the goalposts. She stopped when she reached an empty table a good distance from the karaoke stage. Dressed in a business suit and heels, she should have stood out like a sore thumb among the more casually dressed crowd. Instead, she made a fetching sight. Her ice blue suit was the perfect foil for the cloud of dark hair brushing her shoulders. Wyatt found her purposeful strides and air of command incredibly sexy. He'd heard rumblings that some in Good Hope found her cold and unapproachable. While he might have thought the same way initially, he didn't feel that way now. In fact, he still felt bad for how he'd reacted to her at that first meeting in the orchard. She sat before Wyatt could pull out her chair. He'd barely taken a seat opposite her when a red-headed server approached the table. "Good evening. I'm Sabrina. I'll be taking care of you this evening. What can I get you to drink? If you're hungry, we also have a good selection of food." Wyatt smiled at the young woman. "How are you doing this evening?" Surprised pleasure skittered across her face. "I'm having a good night. How about you?" "I'm having a good night, too." Wyatt sensed Greer's impatience. "I'll take whatever you have on tap." He shifted a questioning gaze to Greer. She smiled, more a quick upward tilt of lips. "I'll have the same. If you could bring menus, I think we'll grab some dinner." "Right away." "Wait." The authority in Greer's voice had the young woman turning back. "Is Ethan or Kyle here?" "I believe Ethan is," Sabrina told her, her expression turning wary. "We're friends," Wyatt told her. "I'd appreciate it if you'd tell him Greer would like him to stop by the table." Greer made it sound like a request, but Sabrina undoubtedly heard the command. "Right away." The server hurried off. "Why did you ask how she's doing?" Greer cocked her head. "Hoping to get a date?" Wyatt wondered if she was jealous. The thought had a smile forming on his lips. "Just being friendly." They'd just ordered their food when Ethan appeared tableside. Though he'd never met the man, Wyatt knew quite a bit about him. Ethan was a businessman who handled most of the Shaw family's property holdings and businesses. His sister was married to Kyle Kendrick, the other man in the trio who owned this property. The man had the same dark hair and penetrating gray eyes as his sister. Even dressed casually in jeans and a tan sweater, he cut an imposing figure. His expression when he approached the table was serious, but the smile he offered Greer was warm and welcoming. Wyatt didn't know what to think when Ethan leaned over and brushed a kiss across Greer's cheek. "David told me you might stop by sometime this week. I didn't think it'd be this soon." "Wyatt and I decided to grab dinner." Greer gestured to Wyatt. "Ethan, this is Wyatt McConnell, Roy's grandson. Wyatt, the amazing Ethan Shaw." Wyatt stood and shook hands with Ethan. "Pleased to meet you." "You as well." Ethan studied him, and there was a question in his eyes. "You're the one running against Greer for mayor." "I am." "Why?" Ethan's eyes narrowed. His gaze grew sharp and assessing. In that moment, the resemblance between him and Eliza couldn't have been more obvious. "Why?" Wyatt repeated. Ethan rested a hand on Greer's shoulder. "You have to know this woman is the best choice. She's been working to better the lives of those who live in Good Hope since she got out of college." Wyatt smiled at Greer. "I'm impressed by what she's accomplished." Ethan's jaw set in a hard line. "Yet you're running against her." "I believe citizens deserve a choice." Ethan gave a derisive snort. "You've... Ethan!" Greer spoke his name firmly enough to have both of them shifting their attention to her. "Wyatt and I are friends. The fact that we're here having dinner together should tell you we're not adversaries. Wyatt isn't the only one who believes the citizens of Good Hope deserve a choice. I believe I will be the next mayor. However, whoever is chosen in the end will be up to the voters." Ethan opened his mouth, then shut it with a snap. The heat in his eyes faded. He offered Wyatt a tight smile. "Apologies if I made things uncomfortable." "Not at all." Wyatt glanced around. "You've got a nice place here." "Do you have time to sit with us for a few minutes?" Greer asked Ethan. "David told me some of the plans, but he was distracted and said I'd get more coherent answers from you or Kyle." Ethan glanced at Wyatt. Wyatt gestured to the empty seat on his right. "Please, join us." Ethan pulled out the wooden chair, the legs clattering against the floor. "I can't sit long. I'm the only one here tonight." Since the bar was filled with staff, Wyatt assumed he was referring to Kyle and David. "Thank you." Wyatt smiled at Sabrina when she set tall Pilsner glasses in front of him and Greer. "Bree, I'll take care of their tab," Ethan told the girl. "Yes, sir." Sabrina hesitated, then turned to Greer. "Your food should be out shortly." "I'm impressed by the changes." Greer sipped her beer. "I hadn't been here since you cleaned up the outside." Ethan leaned back in his chair and glanced around. "Business has exceeded our expectations. Of course, this is prime tourist season." "There aren't many bars in Good Hope." Wyatt gestured with his glass. "None like this that I've seen." "You're right," Ethan acknowledged. "There's the Flying Crane, of course, and the bar inside the Bayside Hotel. Dingling is more of a honky-tonk. At least, that's the vibe we're aiming for." "It's too bad the bar is so isolated," Wyatt observed. "It has to be a destination. I mean, it isn't like you'll get people stopping in because they're passing by." Ethan exchanged a smile with Greer. "That will soon change." Sensing a story here, Wyatt sipped his beer and waited. He wondered who would tell the tale, Greer or Ethan. The Triad Group, that's the development company formed by David, Kyle, and Ethan, has big plans. Greer sent Ethan a questioning glance. "It's not a secret," he told her. "The permits have all been filed and approved." "They're going to develop this whole area." The excitement in Greer's voice was palpable. "The downtown business district of Good Hope is thriving. Unfortunately, there isn't space for new business growth. Developing this stretch will afford many more opportunities for entrepreneurs." "All this land is zoned commercial?" "The majority." Ethan's eyes grew hooded. "We're working on getting the rest changed. We want all the property along Wrigley from Highway 42 to past this point to be zoned commercial." Wyatt slanted a look in Greer's direction. "Is that something you'll be able to influence if you become mayor?" The second the question left Wyatt's lips, he regretted it. Anger flashed in Ethan's eyes, and the gray turned hard as steel. Wyatt braced for the response, but Ethan waited as Sabrina appeared with their burgers and fries. Once the server left, it was Greer who spoke first. "I'm sure Wyatt didn't realize how insulting that question was, or he wouldn't have asked it." Greer fixed her eyes on him. "Am I right?" "I meant no disrespect," he began. Then why?" Ethan sputtered. Greer held up a hand, stopping them both. "I understand how zoning changes occur is different in various municipalities. Perhaps, in the one Wyatt came from, the mayor could exert influence. In Good Hope, that isn't the case. So, the answer to your question, Wyatt, is no. Besides, even if things were different and the mayor's office did have a say, I'd recuse myself since this involves a family member." She spoke matter-of-factly, then dismissed the topic by turning her attention on Ethan. "David told me you stopped by the hospital to see the baby. Isn't Carter adorable?" Greer normally enjoyed visiting with Ethan, but didn't fully relax until he'd left the table. She appreciated his protectiveness, but she already had 2 brothers. She didn't need another one. "From what he said, it sounds as if this new business area is going to stick with the same old-town feel as the current business district." Wyatt, too, seemed to relax once they were alone again. They batted around several ideas, but they wanted to retain the homey, small-town feel, which is what everyone loves about Door County. Greer had planned to limit herself to 5 fries, but decided another couple wouldn't matter. This time, she ignored her fork and picked up the crinkly-cut bit of fried goodness with her fingers. "I imagine the venture will be a big success." Wyatt stared curiously at her. "Is your bank involved in the funding?" "The only banks on the peninsula are Chapin banks." Greer smiled and let him draw his own conclusions. Triad Group is composed of 3 individuals with solid business backgrounds and deep pockets. There's not a single doubt in my mind that the project to develop this area will succeed.
Why did your brother want you to see it?
Wyatt asked. If you had embarked on a new venture, wouldn't you want your sisters to see it? Absently, she bit into another fry. David knew I was curious. By the way, thank you for coming with me. He inclined his head. I planned to come alone, but this is much more pleasant.
I enjoy your company.
Wyatt reached over and gave her hand a squeeze. Instead of withdrawing immediately, she let his palm rest there. Greer sensed Wyatt expected her to pull away, but she only gazed curiously at him through lowered lashes. What's this about?
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking.
She offered a little laugh and gestured with her head toward their almost joined hands. In answer, Wyatt flipped her hand over and linked their fingers.
You mean us holding hands?
Oh, he was a clever one. His teasing had her smile widening. Greer liked the feel of his warm palm against hers, enjoyed the connection. Holding hands, the kisses, an invitation to dinner. What's on your agenda, Mr. McConnell?
You.
Her eyes widened, despite her attempt to keep her expression nonchalant. Me?
You fascinate me, Greer.
His gaze never left her face. You're hot and cold, sexy and all business.
Just when I think I have you figured out, you throw me a curveball.
Her confusion must have shown on her face because he chuckled.
You told Ethan we're friends.
She tried to pull her hand back, but he held on.
I consider us friends, but it surprised me to hear you admit it.
Greer quit tugging and let her hand rest in his. I'm not a woman who plays games. Yes, I'm attracted to you. Yes, I liked kissing you. I wouldn't mind kissing you again. Another woman might have blushed, but at the moment, the heat in Greer's body wasn't on her cheeks, but racing through her blood.
Let's get out of here.
Wyatt tossed a couple of bills on the table and rose, pulling her up with him. Greer didn't argue. Once she was on her feet, he didn't take her hand again, and she was grateful. There were enough people in the bar who knew her, who might even know Wyatt. She didn't need the gossip. Only once they were back in her car did he reach for her hand, entwining his fingers with hers.
Tell me what you want.
She hesitated. Could she trust him? If she couldn't, then what the heck was she doing having dinner with him? Not to mention wanting to kiss him again. In that moment, Greer realized she'd already made her decision. With her free hand, she reached up and cupped his cheek. Teach me how to catch a baseball. Chapter 18. Wyatt discovered that when Greer wanted to do something, she jumped in with both feet. After swinging by the daily grind to pick up his car, she made him promise to pick up his baseball and come straight over to her house. Minutes after pulling into his driveway, he was on his way across the street. Loretta Sharkey stood by her mailbox, watering the flowers. He offered a friendly wave, which she returned, though he felt her eyes on him all the way to Greer's front porch. Greer opened the door before he even knocked and gestured him inside. Give me 5 minutes to change. This was the first time he'd been in her house. He saw that the floor plan matched his. The main difference was her home had a more modern vibe, but with a homey, comfortable feel. He set the ball on the side table and shoved his hands into his pockets. Teach me how to catch a baseball. He couldn't recall when he'd been so surprised by a request. On the way back to his car, she'd explained that she was playing in the Bloomer Girls game and wanted to brush up on her skills. That made sense, though he'd thought she'd have asked her brother. He hoped the fact that she'd asked him meant she enjoyed his company. I'm ready. He turned and stared. Greer had changed into shorts that showed off toned legs and a red t-shirt that hugged breasts normally hidden behind suit jackets. Her hair had been pulled back in a jaunty tail. She looked good enough to eat. Wyatt cleared his throat.
That was quick.
I'm eager to get started.
I assume we'll practice out back?
That's the plan. He slanted a sideways glance at her as they stepped out onto the patio.
Have you played much ball?
She shrugged. Not much.
I understand. Life has a way of getting in the way of simple pleasures.
Wyatt thought of how much time he'd invested in his position as city manager. He'd barely come up for breath during those years. I used to like to golf. Her gaze drifted over the expanse of manicured green that had bursts of color edging the privacy fence. He was ready to toss off a comment when something in her tone put him on alert and had him asking instead,
What made you stop playing?
though she hadn't exactly said she'd quit playing, that was the impression. My father died. Her expression grew pensive. My mother golfs. She's an excellent golfer, but she and I never really found that rhythm.
I used to enjoy playing sports, all different kinds, but my old position kept me so busy, I rarely had time for social activities.
Now we're both playing in a vintage baseball game.
I'm looking forward to it. How about you?
Sure. Her shoulder lifted, then dropped. Sounds like fun.
Let's warm up by tossing the ball back and forth.
She smiled. Okay. She dropped the first 3, then the next 3. Maybe you could lob the ball to me rather than throw it. She offered a smile, though lines of strain had formed around her eyes. I need to get more comfortable catching with my bare hands.
That does take some getting used to.
Though Wyatt had experienced no difficulty in that regard, he saw she was getting frustrated, but trying not to let it show. He tossed the ball slow and easy. He could have cheered when she didn't squeeze her eyes shut at the last minute. When her fingers curved around the ball and she held on, he didn't know which of them was more excited.
That's the way it's done.
She held the ball up and surprised him by doing a little boogie. Wyatt moved to her and likely would have kissed her, but the back gate swung open. Clay strode into the yard.
Can anyone join this party?
Clay! Greer's voice sounded breathless. Wyatt and I are just playing catch.
Loretta told me she saw him coming over carrying a ball.
Clay offered Wyatt a smile.
I couldn't believe it.
Beside him, Wyatt felt Greer tense. I don't see why it's so hard to believe. The joy that had been in those smoky gray eyes moments before had completely disappeared. It's a lovely summer evening, and baseball is the national pastime.
Greer, honey, you forget who you're talking to.
Clay turned to Wyatt, jerking a thumb in Greer's direction.
My sister has always been scary smart, but the woman doesn't have an athletic bone in her body. She used to golf with your father.
Wyatt's comment appeared to take Clay by surprise. Clay rubbed his chin.
I forgot about that. You were pretty good, I recall.
Thanks for the crumb. Greer's sarcasm seemed to go right over Clay's head. The lift of her chin and the fire burning in her eyes should have been enough to have Clay stepping back. Wyatt had 3 sisters, and if any of them had looked at him the way Greer was looking at Clay, he'd have been backpedaling so fast he'd have been in the wind.
David and I tried, when we were home, to teach her to throw a ball or make a basket. We finally concluded some people, namely our dear sister, can't be taught.
Bright swaths of pink colored Greer's cheeks. It could have been blamed on the sun if the color hadn't just appeared. Wyatt liked Clay, thought he was a good guy, but he was being a jerk to Greer. That was something Wyatt wouldn't tolerate. Without realizing how it could be construed, he slung an arm around Greer's shoulders.
I have sisters. 3 of them. There were lots of things I tried to teach them. Things they tried to teach me. Some lessons stuck, some didn't.
Wyatt studied Clay.
Sorry to say, in Greer's case, I think her difficulty in learning may have had more to do with the teachers than the pupil.
Clay's eyes narrowed. I really... Greer started.
She's going to step onto that field, and you're going to be amazed.
Wyatt wasn't sure what Greer had been about to say because he hadn't let her finish. The last thing he wanted was for this proud, confident woman to accept failure. He would teach her to catch, and she would make herself, and him, proud on that field a week from Friday. Greer could take that to the bank. I heard from Loretta Sharkey that Greer and Wyatt have been playing catch in her backyard every night. Oakley kept her voice low as she strolled with Gladys down Main Street on Friday.
I'd hoped they were doing a different kind of playing by now.
Gladys cackled. Loretta says he's always home by 10. Gladys inclined her head.
I'm impressed by the information you've been able to gather, and a tad curious. How did you get Loretta to confide in you?
Oakley shrugged. She loves to talk. I was at the church visiting my brother when she stopped to drop off some items for Mindy's Closet. Mindy's Closet, a store located in the church that provided clothing and other items to families in need, was close to everyone's heart. I'm a good listener. Oakley smiled. I did have to listen to all the details about her bunion surgery last spring before she got to the good part.
Did Loretta happen to say if Wyatt and Greer have plans for Friday night?
Oakley shook her head. The only thing Loretta knew about was the ball practice. Do you have plans for them Friday night?
Mini golf.
Seriously? Oakley snorted out a laugh. Gladys arched a brow. Oakley caught on immediately. She smiled brightly. I wasn't aware Good Hope had a mini golf course.
It's off the highway, between Good Hope and Egg Harbor. My sources tell me Steve and Lynn have reservations to play at 7 on Friday evening.
How do you know that?
You're not the only one who can mine a source.
Gladys's lips curved.
I also have reservations at 7. I signed you up to play with the girls and me.
Oakley frowned. How did you know I wasn't busy?
You're down to work that evening, and you don't have a beau. Though, don't fear.
Gladys patted her arm.
In time, we'll find you the special someone you deserve.
Oakley held up her hands. She was not, absolutely was not, about to be the threesome's next project. I'm not on the hunt for a man. If I were, I'm fully capable of finding my own.
Of course you are.
Gladys smiled, but the look in those pale blue eyes held a sly gleam.
You're a smart girl with a lot to offer the right man.
Oakley knew she could argue, insist again that Gladys and her friends keep their hands out of her non-existent love life. She also knew any further protest would be a waste of breath. In the end, Gladys would do as she pleased. Thankfully, she and her companions were, for the moment anyway, focused on Greer and Wyatt. I can see what you have planned, but... Oakley hesitated. It was obvious Gladys wanted to hook up Wyatt and Greer with Greer's parents. What wasn't so clear was why. Gladys was a master at matchmaking, and it pissed Oakley off that she couldn't see why Gladys favored this plan. Gladys didn't prompt Oakley to continue, simply gazed with a little smile tipping her fire engine red lips.
Okay,
Oakley huffed out a breath.
I give up.
Tell me why you want Greer and Wyatt to spend the evening playing miniature golf with her parents on a Friday night. Seriously, you couldn't get much lamer. Was lamer even a word? Oakley wondered the second it left her lips. Still, from the look in Gladys's eyes, she understood.
By that comment, I can see you've never played the game. Tell me if you still think it's lame after you have.
You didn't answer my question. Oakley stepped in front of Gladys as a teen on a skateboard barreled down the sidewalk. Though bodyguard wasn't in her job description, Oakley assumed that fell under and other duties as assigned. The boy, with an impressive mohawk of pure white, swerved at the last second and continued down the sidewalk. As Oakley watched, the sheriff stepped out and stopped him. Oakley touched a finger to her lips and inclined her head. How would she look with a mohawk? Gladys sniffed.
Once I have your full attention, I'll respond.
No one ignored Gladys Berthoff, at least not for long. She did the two fingers thing to her eyes, then pointed at Gladys. You have my undivided.
That's what I like to hear.
Gladys paused at an intersection and pointed out the red, white, and blue street banners that decorated each light pole. When the light changed, they crossed the street to the town square. The gazebo that anchored the town square was already decked out for the 4th with patriotic fan bunting. Strategically placed red and white geraniums in bright blue pots encircled the perimeter of the white lacquered wood building. Small American flags had been placed in each pot. A large flag, one that hung year-round from a 20-foot flagpole, fluttered in the gentle breeze.
I find this time of year so romantic.
Gladys slanted a glance at Oakley.
This will be your first Independence Day celebration in Good Hope.
It will, Oakley conceded. I'm looking forward to it. They both knew Gladys had yet to answer her mini-golf question. Be patient, Oakley told herself. Just be patient. Gladys gestured to an empty bench under a large leafy tree. Oakley thought it might be an oak, but she'd never been good with trees. They sat for a minute in silence. Oakley didn't mind, not with the sun warm on her face and the scent of summer in the air.
I considered several ways to proceed.
Gladys's eyes turned soft at the sight of a family having a picnic.
For me, bringing two people together isn't a hobby. I was happy in my marriage, and I want the same for those I bring together.
Oakley believed her, and the realization had a lump forming in her throat. But why mini-golf with family?
What did I say about interrupting?
You weren't talking. Oakley flashed a grin. Besides, it's fun to rile you. Gladys relaxed against the back of the park bench.
Greer is close to her family. For any union to be successful long-term, the man we match her with must fit in with the Chapin family. Seeing how things go with Lynn and Steve will tell us a lot.
Oakley nodded as puzzle pieces began to snap into place. She's got two brothers. I could get Wyatt to hang with them. Gladys raised both brows.
How do you propose to do that?
Oakley offered a sly smile.
Let's just say I have my ways.
Wyatt hadn't known what to think when Gladys texted him on Friday morning. He'd been at his office at the Cherry Acres processing plant. He was surprised someone in her 90s used texting as a mode of communication. Then again, he'd never known anyone like Gladys before. Her message said it was urgent that he meet her at the Good Hope mini golf course at 7 p.m. He'd responded that he was free all day, but she only reiterated that tonight worked for her. As he and Greer hadn't made any plans for this evening, he was available, which was why he found himself pulling into a lot jammed with cars at 6:45. He stepped out of his car, not sure what to think when he spotted Greer's Subaru pulling into a slot a few spots down. Striding over, Wyatt waited by the back of her vehicle until she got out. After their baseball lesson last night, she'd mentioned having plans for this evening. What a strange coincidence that they'd found themselves at the same location.
Greer.
She whirled. Pleasure lit her face. Wyatt, what are you doing here?
A meeting with Gladys.
Her brows pulled together. Here?
She insisted. You know how she can be.
His gaze lingered on her red-cropped pants and sleeveless white shirt. How any woman could dress so simply but look so lovely amazed him.
Looks like you're ready to play.
She gave a little laugh and started walking toward the entrance. My mother left a message yesterday asking if I wanted to get together with her and Steve tonight.
Which is why no baseball practice.
Which is why no practice. When Greer had said she was busy this evening, Wyatt had nearly asked what she had planned. But he'd refrained. He hadn't wanted to make it sound like he expected they'd spend every night together. I wonder what Gladys wants. He searched the area near the entrance and spotted the woman.
I have no idea.
It surprised him to see she was with Ruby, Catherine, and Oakley. She'd insisted on this location, this time, saying it was urgent they speak. What the heck was going on? Gladys smiled apologetically at him and Greer when they approached.
I'm so sorry. I brought you out here for nothing.
Wyatt cocked his head. Greer glanced around as if looking for her parents, but remained at his side.
What do you mean?
He asked.
You said you needed to speak with me. You said it was urgent.
Gladys waved a dismissive hand and emitted a trill of laughter.
It was urgent, but the crisis has been averted. What kind of crisis? He pressed. One that's been averted, she repeated, then glanced at her friends. So sorry, our tea time is fast approaching, and we can't be late. She whirled, a vision in purple and silver, and strode off, her friends following in her wake. What was that about? Greer asked. About Gladys bringing me out here on a wild goose chase. Wyatt raked a hand through his hair. He blew out a breath, then chuckled at the ridiculousness of it all. At least I know now where the mini-golf course is located. You're being an awfully good sport. I don't think I'd be as kind. I got to see you, he pointed out. 5th night in a row, but who's counting? She laughed. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw her mom and stepdad approaching. Looks like your family is here. Enjoy the course. He started to step away, but felt her fingers close around his arm. At least stay and say hello. Wyatt turned back to Greer, and over her shoulder, he spotted Gladys and her friends staring. Did the older woman feel bad that she'd brought him out here for nothing? He lifted a hand, letting her know he had no hard feelings. She smiled back. Even if Wyatt had wanted to avoid Greer's parents, and really, what would be the purpose of that? It was too late. Greer! Lynn, as blonde as her daughter was dark, hurried forward, hands outstretched. This is a nice surprise. Lynn widened her smile to include him. She extended her hand to him. It's nice to see you again, Wyatt. I want to thank you for taking Greer to David and Hadley's house on Saturday. It was my pleasure. Seeing the two women side by side made the differences between them all the more obvious. Both were attractive, intelligent women with an abundance of business savvy. But where Lynn was an extrovert and at ease with people, her daughter held herself back, even now. Greer's expression turned puzzled. What do you mean a nice surprise? You asked me to join you and Steve this evening. This time it was her mother pulling her brows together. No, I didn't. Kinsley gave me a message from you yesterday. I'm sorry, honey. Lynn's expression held regret. I don't know what happened, but I'm glad you're here. It will be fun to have you and Wyatt join us this evening. Oh, but, Wyatt began. You're not intruding. Don't think that for a second. Steve spoke firmly, as if wanting to make sure there was no misunderstanding. His hazel eyes, framed by silver-rimmed glasses, were warm and welcoming. This will give us a chance to get to know you better, and for us to spend time with Greer. Wyatt slanted a glance at Greer. Her parents, her call. Do you want to stay in golf? She asked, as if they had been a couple out on a date, rather than having simply bumped into each other minutes ago. He wondered if she'd stay and play if he said no, or would she play along with her parents' illusions and leave when he did. Wyatt knew this week of ball practice had been difficult on Greer. She was a person used to succeeding in whatever she tried. He had to give her props for not giving up. She'd persevered and gotten better, though she still had a long way to go. If golf was her sport, doing well tonight, even if it was simply mini-golf, could provide a much-needed boost to her self-confidence. I can't think of anything I'd like more. Chapter 19. All week, Greer had struggled as Wyatt worked with her on catching and throwing. Though she no longer shut her eyes when the ball came near, she continued to drop it more often than she caught it. It was difficult, and frustrating as heck, to try so hard and still do poorly. The experience helped her fully appreciate Wyatt's struggle with mini-golf. Still, for someone who said he'd never played, Wyatt caught on quickly. You're doing amazing. Greer gave his arm a squeeze as he stepped up to putt. Wyatt swore under his breath when his ball hit the windmill sail and rolled backward. Can I give you another tip? Greer kept her tone low as she leaned close. I know I've got the right putter. He frowned. The top of this one hits me at belt level, like you said it should, and I was aiming at that nick in the base, so I stayed focused. You could also try, Steve began, but was shushed by his wife.
I probably should have told you this at the beginning, but I didn't want to overwhelm you with instructions. Greer also hadn't wanted to sound like a mouthy know-it-all. She reminded herself this was a game, for fun. Wyatt lifted his hands.
Overwhelm away.
I like your attitude, she told him. Without warning, and in full view of her mother and stepfather, he leaned over and brushed a kiss across her mouth.
I like you.
Greer blinked. Yes. Well, okay, let's get down to business. Conscious of the group closing in behind them, Greer ignored her tingling lips and refocused. Walk from the tee to the cup. Take notice of any obstacles,
Such as?
uneven surfaces, or any other hazards. Greer touched her tongue to her lips and saw Wyatt's eyes grow dark. Look at the border for any irregularities, especially if you decide to bounce your ball off the side. Wyatt covered the short distance, his attention focused on the sloping green. Shooting Greer a wink, Wyatt picked up his putter and hit again. The ball rolled into the windmill base and was spit out on the other side. You did it! Greer jumped up and down, as excited as if she'd made the shot.
We did it.
Wyatt caught her around the waist and spun her around.
I couldn't have made that shot without you.
Gladys, who was finishing up the next hole, offered a thumbs up and called out, "That's the way it's done!" Wyatt grinned, but when his eyes turned back to Greer, she knew he wanted to kiss her again.
Well, that made two of them.
"Mom!" she called out. "You're up!" They moved quickly through the course. Greer found her rhythm early, even though the putter in no way compared to the expensive Scotty Cameron she had in her golf bag at home. Simply having a putter in her hand felt good. Why did I ever give up golf? It was a rhetorical question, posed to no one in particular, as they waited for Gladys and her group to finish the hole in front of them. I was good at it. I loved it. The year after your father passed away was difficult. Lynn blew out a breath. Our businesses were struggling. Golf was the last thing on my mind and yours. Steve looped an arm around his wife's shoulders and gave her a squeeze. By the time I went off to college, you were back playing on a league. Greer wondered why her tone sounded so accusatory. From the look on her mother's face, she wondered the same thing. 2 years had passed. I'd settled into a new normal. Greer didn't know what to say, so she said nothing, merely turned her attention back to Gladys's group and tried to will them to clear the green. I believe picking back up the game was more difficult for you, Lynn continued, speaking to Greer's back, because it was something you and your father did together. Maybe if he'd paid more attention to business, we wouldn't have had so much trouble once he died. The bitterness she'd held inside all these years spilled out. Greer! Her mother's shocked tone had her turning. Most of all, it had Greer wishing she'd never come tonight. She was going to grill Kinsley on Monday and find out how her admin had gotten things so screwed up.
I understand where Greer's coming from.
Wyatt's gaze was as steady as a clasp of his hand.
My mother died when she stepped out into traffic between two parked cars. Witnesses say she was talking on her phone.
Greer frowned, not following the logic.
She should have been paying attention,
Wyatt said simply.
I was angry at her for years. Even now, I have to constantly remind myself that we all make mistakes.
The excuse of being only human had always seemed like a cop-out to Greer, but since he was speaking of his mother's behavior, she swallowed the words.
Wyatt, what do you say we grab some cold drinks for everyone?
Steve pointed to the snack shack just off the course.
Sounds good to me.
Wyatt smiled at Greer. She couldn't help but smile back. When she'd last played this course, her group had been delayed at this same point. It made her wonder if starting times were set to deliberately cause backups near the concession stand. Once the men had gotten the women's preferences and left, Lynn turned to Greer. I didn't realize you and Wyatt were dating. Lynn paused, as if choosing her words carefully. Do you think that's wise, considering the election? Greer stared in disbelief. Was her mom really lecturing her about propriety? We're not dating, We're playing a game of mini golf. Greer emphasized the word. Lynn appeared to ignore the edge in her daughter's voice, her tone remaining conversational. I'm not saying you're making a reckless choice by being with him. When her mother hesitated, Greer knew that was exactly what she was saying. This is simply behavior I've not seen in you before. Lynn touched Greer's arm with gentle fingers. Different isn't necessarily bad. I'd like to see you find happiness outside of work and have a full, satisfying life. Wyatt came here to meet Gladys. We ran into each other, and I asked him to golf with us. It's that simple. Greer saw no need to address the kiss her mother had witnessed. That had merely been a spontaneous gesture on Wyatt's part. The fact that Greer wished he'd kiss her again? That, well, that was something best kept to herself. I'm so glad we had this chance to get to know you, Wyatt. Lynn offered him a warm smile as they returned their putters to the rack. We'll have to do this again sometime. Lynn's gaze shifted to her daughter. If you're ever available, I'd love to play 18 with you. Greer swallowed past the sudden lump in her throat. I'd like that. Her mother's lips trembled oh so slightly, and there was a slight sheen to her eyes, but her voice was strong and steady. Good. We'll make it happen. You two enjoy the rest of your evening. You two enjoy the rest of your evening. Despite Greer's insistence otherwise, her mother obviously still thought she and Wyatt were a couple. Did Greer want a relationship with this man? One that went beyond simple friendship? Impulsively, Greer reached out and gave her mother a hug. She followed with one for Steve. It's been fun. We'll talk soon. Spontaneous expressions of affection didn't come easily to Greer. Seeing the happiness on their faces lifted her own spirits and made the initial discomfort of reaching out worth the risk. She walked in silence beside Wyatt for several moments. This was an enjoyable evening, Wyatt told her, his gaze straight ahead. Being around you and your family makes me realize just how much I miss my own. I need to move on. Wyatt slanted a sharp glance at her. I've held on to this anger for so long, I'm not sure how to let it go. Is that a walking trail? Greer blinked and shifted her gaze to a concrete path in the distance. She nodded. One of many in the area. It's a beautiful night. His voice was offhand. Care to take a walk with me? Greer had been dreading going home and being alone with the thoughts and feelings swirling in her head. She seized the respite he offered with both hands. Sounds good. They crossed a grassy plain to reach the walkway. What do you mean, move on? Greer kept her focus in the distance as she corralled her thoughts. I've been angry with my father for so many years. Until tonight, I didn't realize how angry. Wyatt frowned. What did he do? Greer hesitated. You don't have to tell me. If you do, I'll keep whatever you say in confidence. She might not know everything there was to know about Wyatt McConnell, but she knew he was a man of his word. During the last few years of his life, my father made a number of what any prudent banker would consider questionable loans. When the banking crisis hit, our banks were shaken to the core because of these loans he'd made to people in the community. Loans that he knew the borrowers would have difficulty paying back if anything went wrong in their lives. You were still at home when that happened? She nodded and clasped her hands together in front of her. That had to be a scary time for you. Scary and then heartbreaking. Tears filled Greer's eyes. She blinked them back before Wyatt could notice. My dad died of a heart attack in the middle of the mess. Wyatt took her hand, gave it a squeeze. I'm sorry. My mom was a rock. She'd always been involved in the business, but she stepped up and did what needed to be done to right the ship. Which meant she wasn't around much. Greer shrugged as his words hung in the air between them. Where were your brothers when all this went down? David was starting his architectural career in Chicago. Clay was in college. You had no one. An unexpected smile lifted her lips. I had Roy. Wyatt came to an abrupt stop. My grandfather? The very same. Greer gave a little laugh and resumed walking. The scent of pine, coupled with the warm sunlight on her face, steadied her. One day, I left school after a particularly difficult day and found myself driving out to Cherry Acres. I'd always loved the orchards. Your grandfather found me crying in one of the rows. Wyatt's brows pulled together. What did he do? He took her hand and linked their fingers. The simple touch comforted and soothed. He told me in a rather gruff tone to sit there and cry if I wanted. Sensing Wyatt's surprise, she laughed. That was Roy. Then he started talking about cherries. The man knew everything there is to know about growing, harvesting, and processing cherries. Just being with him made me feel better. I think, looking back, he felt as lonely and lost as I did. I believed he liked having me around, though he never admitted it. You went back. I did, many times. Greer's lips curved. Roy became a surrogate grandfather to me. Did he ever mention my mother? Greer wished she could say he had, but in all the time she'd spent with the old man, Roy had never mentioned family. No, he never did. They walked in silence for a minute. When you said that about needing to remember that everyone makes mistakes, it hit me. I've never forgiven my father for his mistakes. Greer's heart hung heavy in her chest. He was a wonderful father, a loving husband, and a good friend to many. He cared about people and wanted to help. Was he an astute businessman? No, but he was a good guy by every other measure. That should count for something. Starting today, I'm no longer going to let those questionable loans be his legacy. Good for you. Wyatt's eyes grew dark. My mother made her share of mistakes. She was someone who never accepted responsibility for her actions. Mistakes were always someone else's fault. It doesn't surprise me that she cut all ties with Roy and never returned to Good Hope. Greer squeezed his hands. If you're like me, you just wish you could go back and have one more conversation. Find out the why. The path had curved into a wooded area, with tall trees flanking both sides of the concrete. Wyatt stopped and turned to face her. You know, Greer, you're the whole package. You're smart, you're compassionate. Did I mention incredibly sexy? Greer gazed up at him, and her heart lurched at the heat in his eyes. Could he hear her heart pounding? Greer wasn't sure who made the first move, but it took just a second for her to fall into his arms. She knew Wyatt was going to kiss her, even before he lowered his head, even before his mouth closed over hers. Wrapping her arms around his neck, Greer embraced the rush of emotion, welling from deep inside her. She stroked the back of his neck, twining her fingers in his thick, dark hair. He held her, his arms wrapped around her, not confining, but comfortable, as their lips melded in a soul-shattering kiss that had her breath coming hard and fast when they finally came up for air. Wow! Greer tipped her head forward against his chest as hot rifts of sensation traveled up her spine. Yeah, wow. He stroked her hair with trembling fingers. There's enough heat between us to start a wildfire. It took her several erratic heartbeats to find her voice. A self-conscious laugh escaped her. You got that right. His arm remained loosely around her, as if he was in no hurry to end the contact. I believe I wanted you from the first moment I saw you. Greer had to laugh at the ridiculous comment. She vividly remembered that day. If you could have gotten away with bodily tossing me out of that orchard, you'd have done it. He shook his head, a smile hovering at the corners of his lips. You fascinated me even then. You were a strong and worthy adversary. Is that how you think of me? She inclined her head. An adversary? No. His slow smile fueled the fire rising inside her. If I haven't made it absolutely clear before, I'm sorry I was a jerk that day. I don't know what got into me. Forgive me? Yes. She tightened her fingers around his. I forgive you.
This isn't how I thought the evening would end, but I'm liking the change.
At her quizzical glance, he continued,
I thought I'd meet with Gladys, then head home and spend the evening alone. My baseball buddy had deserted me.
She smiled and began to walk back toward the lot.
Do you know that your lips taste like strawberries?
She blinked. Pardon?
Your lips. You taste like strawberries.
Greer ran her tongue over her lips to check, and heard him groan. She let her lashes brush her cheeks and inwardly smiled. He blew out a ragged breath.
You're killing me.
Sorry. This time she couldn't hide the smile. Truth be told, she wasn't sorry at all.
Give me your hand.
The husky yet insistent tone had her raising a brow. Still, curious as to what he had planned, Greer extended her right hand. She stopped walking and watched him study it, taking in the pale pink polish on short nails, the simple silver bracelet with semi-precious stones that her father had given her for her 15th birthday. Understated and elegant was how she'd always thought of the piece. He caressed her palm with the pad of his thumb. How, Greer wondered, could such a simple act both relax and arouse?
Your hands are like you, strong and beautiful.
He brought her hand to his mouth and kissed each finger, feather-light. She shivered, grateful no one was around, grateful for the opportunity to compose herself before she got behind the wheel. The air around them pulsated with energy. Wyatt's intense brown eyes searched her face. When he lifted a hand and cupped her cheek, she leaned her head into his palm. Her breath, which had been perfectly steady only moments earlier, hitched.
I want to kiss you again.
His deep voice, mixed with the heat in those brown eyes, was a potent combination.
Right now.
She lifted her face to his. With one hand, Wyatt pushed her hair back from her face. It was a tender gesture that had her heart fluttering in her throat like 1,000 butterfly wings. Greer yearned for the feel of his lips on hers, the softness, the heat, the passion. She wanted all that and more tonight. Wyatt lowered his head and pressed his mouth against hers, kissing her with a slow thoroughness that left her weak and trembling. He stepped back, let his arm fall.
Let's go home.
His voice, rough and choked, told Greer she wasn't the only one holding on to control by fingertips. Her blood hummed with desire.
The appetizer didn't ruin my appetite.
Wyatt cocked his head.
Appetizer?
A self-conscious-sounding laugh escaped her. The kisses. They only whetted my appetite for what's to come.
Wyatt grinned. Mission accomplished.
Chapter 20. Wyatt woke the next morning with a smile on his face. He rolled over, wanting to be close to Greer. His hand found nothing but an empty bed. He listened for the sound of running water or footsteps. He heard nothing but the clicking of the grandmother clock in the living room. If not for the scent of lilacs on his pillows, he might have convinced himself that last night had been nothing but a pleasant dream. Barefoot, he padded into the living room. When he found it empty, he veered into the kitchen. The silence in the house told him he wouldn't find her there. He did find a note. Apparently not able to find any paper, she'd written it on a paper towel. Wyatt, had to leave, serving at pancake breakfast this morning. GC. Short and to the point, Wyatt thought, crumpling the paper towel between his fingers. He'd never particularly liked the morning after a night of lovemaking, but had to admit he was disappointed to find her gone. Pancake breakfast. He tried to remember what activity was on tap today in Good Hope. Then it hit him. Today was the Hometown Heroes Parade with a pancake breakfast sponsored by the... Well, that he couldn't exactly recall. As a mayoral candidate, he should be there and visible. He should be helping Greer serve at the pancake breakfast. What was it his father used to say? It's never too late. Granted, Jerry McConnell hadn't been referring to flipping pancakes in a town square, but the sentiment worked. Wyatt wasn't sure if it was the thought of seeing Greer or of not missing out on a campaign promotional opportunity that fueled his steps, but he made it to the town square in record time. Just in time to see a tall man with a shock of red hair curse at Greer. Chapter 21. I'm not going to stand here and let you yell at me, Tom. Greer kept her tone firm and her eyes on his face. Keep calm had been her mantra since she'd taken over control of the bank's lending division. It wasn't easy. Most people accepted, even understood, when she had to turn down their loan requests. With others, like Marigold and Cade, she was able to come up with a solution to their dilemma. Unfortunately, she'd been out of options to offer Tom. His home was already heavily mortgaged, he and his wife's vehicles were leased, and his personal debt hovered at a dangerous level. I appreciate that you've been a customer at the bank for nearly 40 years. Greer stopped there. If Tom wanted to air his dirty financial laundry to the citizens of Good Hope and tourists, that was his decision.
The hell you do?
Tom slammed both hands on the table, behind which she was serving pancakes, reminding her of the day in the bank when he'd caused such a scene. He leaned forward, his expression as hard as his eyes.
Your dad would have given me the loan, no questions asked.
Unfortunately, my father is no longer with us, and lending decisions are my purview. There was no way Greer could approve his loan. Whether she thought he needed a new jet ski was a moot point. Tom was teetering on the edge of bankruptcy.
Rob cared about the people in this town.
He straightened and stabbed a finger at her.
You don't give a damn.
Greer held her tongue. Tom wasn't a bad guy. He was simply horrible at managing his finances. He was also a man who didn't like hearing the word no coming from a woman. She reminded herself Tom was a veteran who'd served in Desert Storm. He and his wife had raised 3 kids in Good Hope and were active in the church. She didn't want to get him in trouble. She simply wanted him to move on so others in line behind him could get their pancakes before the parade started.
What's going on here?
For a split second, Greer thought the sheriff had walked up. When she shifted her gaze, there was Wyatt. His brown hair was damp on the ends, as if he'd hopped out of the shower and hadn't bothered to wait for it to dry. The scruff along his cheeks only added to his masculine appeal. She remembered well how good the coarseness had felt against her soft skin. How a man could look so confident and self-assured in olive-colored cargo shorts and a tan polo was beyond her. Tom shifted his focus to Wyatt.
This doesn't concern you.
It does when you're standing between me and my pancakes. Wyatt gestured to the table, then to the long line.
And you're holding up all these good folks. I have things that need to be said. From what I heard, you said 'em.
Wyatt glanced at the man's red shirt that proclaimed him a hometown hero.
Thank you for your service.
What? A startled look crossed Tom's face.
Your shirt. Your service to our country.
Wyatt turned back to the street, where band members as well as other men and women in red shirts were gathering.
You don't want to be late to your own parade.
Tom shot one more piercing look at Greer before hurrying off. Wyatt stepped aside so the line could proceed. As Greer handed out plates of cakes and sausage, she noticed a number of people shaking Wyatt's hand and thanking him for getting the line moving again. No one thanked her for standing up to a bully, but then she didn't need nor expect their thanks. Once the band began to tune up, the line thinned.
Are you able to take a break and have breakfast with me?
Wyatt asked with a hopeful smile. Perfect timing, Oakley said, before Greer had a chance to respond. I'm here to take over the pancake table. Greer frowned at the young woman, who had a patriotic dragon in red, white, and blue painted on one cheek. I thought Gladys was teaching you to paint faces. She is, but business has slowed since the kids want the candy the vets toss during the parade. Oakley offered a bright smile. Gladys said it'll get busy again afterward, but I should give you a break. Greer glanced in the direction of the face painting, caught Gladys's eye, and offered a smile and a wave. Thanks, Oakley. I won't take long. Take as long as you want. Seriously, schlepping pancakes is a lot easier than painting faces.
I'll carry the plates, Wyatt said. I'll get the utensils and the coffee, Greer told him. Oakley sighed melodramatically and thumped a hand against her heart. You two make such a cute team. Greer looked at Wyatt, but waited to say anything until they'd sat at an empty table. Cute team? I'm pretty cute. Wyatt shot her a wink. You're extremely cute. Greer laughed, and her mood lightened. Why was that guy being such a jerk? When you're in banking, especially in lending, sometimes people don't like the decisions you make. She added a dime-sized amount of syrup to the top of the golden cakes, then handed the dispenser to Wyatt. You turned down a loan request? Unlike her, Wyatt drowned his pancakes in syrup. Greer took a sip of coffee. You look well-rested. He grinned. I didn't do much sleeping, but I had a good night. How about you? She paused, a bite of pancake on her fork. I had an excellent night. Excellent, eh? Greer nodded. There was just one problem. He stilled. It wasn't nearly long enough. Wyatt started to reach across the table to take her hand, to tell her that it hadn't been long enough for him either, that he wanted to spend the night together again. The words died in his throat when a family paused at the edge of the table. Can we sit with you? Greer looked up to see Corey and Jackie White and their 3 children. Please, join us. Do you know Wyatt? Greer didn't get a chance to finish because Wyatt rose to shake Corey's hand. Corey works for Cherry Acres in the summer. It's good to see you. Wyatt shifted his attention to Jackie and turned on the charm. This must be my wife, Jackie. It's a pleasure to meet you. A pretty woman with strawberry blonde hair and a plethora of freckles, Jackie had been diagnosed with multiple sclerosis several years earlier. Greer had heard she'd been doing better, thanks to some new drug. It must be true, because the cane that she'd regularly used in recent years was nowhere in sight. I wanted to thank you, Jackie said as she sat down on the bench. It means a lot to everyone that you're keeping Cherry Acres under local management. A lot of people were scared they'd lose their jobs. Now we don't have to worry. I'm excited about all the possibilities for the future. Wyatt turned his attention to their oldest child, whose face was pale and drawn. Is he feeling okay? Christopher has a headache, but he didn't want to miss the activities. Corey forced a light tone, but Greer saw worry in his eyes. He just needs some food in him, and he'll be ready to enjoy the parade. Greer couldn't recall exactly Chris's age, but knew he was a friend of Callum and Connor Brody, Prim and Max's boys. That would make him about 10. Greer shot him a sympathetic look. Headaches are no fun. He's been having quite a few lately. Jackie's long fingers tore the paper napkin in her hands into strips. They're just migraines. Corey spoke in a hearty tone. I used to get them. They run in families. Can I get some orange juice? Chris asked. Sure, sweetie. Jackie pushed back her plate and used the table to steady herself as she stood. I'll go with you. It's right over there, Mom. Chris pointed to a table. I can get it myself. His younger brother jumped up. I want juice too. Me too, announced their youngest, a girl dressed in a red dress covered with cat faces. Get your juice and come right back, Corey told the 3. After we eat, we should still have time to catch the tail end of the parade. Greer watched the kids leave to get their drinks. I just worry. Jackie heaved a breath. I remember when Mindy Vaughn started having headaches. This is different, Corey interrupted before his wife could finish. You're right. Jackie cast an apologetic look at Wyatt and Greer. It's silly, I know, but sometimes I find myself expecting the worst. The following Friday, Greer found herself standing in the outfield, expecting the worst. Though Wyatt had continued to coach her, she wasn't confident that if a ball came her way, she could catch it.
especially if she had to move from her spot in right field. The loose-fitting Turkish-style trousers were hardly conducive to quick movements. She consoled herself, at least these were pants. The first women who were paid to play baseball competed in skirts and high-buttoned shoes. Shielding her eyes from the sun, Greer surveyed the crowd. The game against Egg Harbor today was standing room only, just like it would undoubtedly be for the men's game tomorrow night. Katie Ruth was on the mound, looking both confident and fierce. Greer caught sight of Katie Ruth's fiancé in the stands. The minister sat beside his sister, who put her fingers to her lips and let out an ear-splitting whistle. "Strike her out!" Oakley's voice boomed in the summer air. Katie Ruth simply lifted a hand and smiled before returning her attention to home plate. Greer's entire family sat in the stands. She wasn't sure what to think when she saw Wyatt with them. Sometimes it felt as if he was more a part of her family than she was, especially when he mentioned her brothers had asked him to join them for their weekly basketball game at the Y. The crack of a bat had Greer refocusing. She released the breath she didn't realize she'd been holding when Finn scooped up the ball and shot it to first. "Out!" Floyd the umpire called. The crowd cheered. By the time they reached the bottom of the ninth, Greer was ready to cheer too. Up to this point, not a single ball had come her way. Good Hope currently held the lead 4-3, with Egg Harbor up at bat. All they had to do, well, really, all Katie Ruth had to do was strike them out, and Good Hope would win. A pop fly caught by Marigold and a strikeout at bat had Greer relaxing enough to wave at her family. The Egg Harbor player at bat was a friend of Marigold's. Greer couldn't recall her name, but remembered when Marigold had come back when she'd lived in Chicago to either be in the wedding or do hair for the bridal party. The young woman's athletic build and the confident way she held the bat sent a shiver of trepidation up Greer's spine. The sick feeling in the pit of her stomach only intensified when Katie Ruth motioned for Greer to move back. "Please don't hit the ball. Please don't hit the ball. Please don't hit—" The prayer died in her throat at the solid crack. Greer looked up as the ball soared, sailing straight toward her. Recalling Wyatt's words, she didn't shut her eyes. 1,000 butterflies danced in her stomach. "I've got it!" Amy called out, racing from her spot in center field. Greer knew there was no way Amy could reach the ball in time. "I've got it!" Thankful that the powers that be had allowed them to wear baseball gloves, Greer held up her arm and felt the ball slam into the pocket. The force of the impact had her hand wobbling, but she determinedly closed the glove around the ball and held tight. "You did it! You caught it!" Amy jumped up and down beside her as the crowd went crazy. Greer felt tears sting her cheeks. She swiped them away as her teammates swarmed her. Over their heads, she saw Wyatt high-fiving David and Clay as they cheered. This was one of those days, Greer thought, she would remember forever. She celebrated with the team in the clubhouse, then again at her mother's house where the entire family gathered. Wyatt was there too, watching and smiling as she accepted hugs and congratulations. Though they didn't have plans when she left the house, Wyatt fell into step beside her. He slanted a glance at her. "Stellar catch. Thanks to you." He shook his head. "You caught the ball. If I hadn't, I'd be persona non grata right now." "Not true." "Of course it's true." The thought made her sick inside. "It would have been one dropped ball. Baseball is a team effort." Wyatt paused, obviously sensing he wasn't convincing her. "Okay, some may have blamed you, just like some blame a kicker who misses a field goal in a football game's final seconds. Fans forget that if the team had been able to score, a field goal wouldn't be necessary." "I am so glad I caught that ball." "Me too." He slung an arm around her shoulders. "Want to go somewhere and celebrate?" Greer knew anywhere in town would be packed on a Friday night. Not only that, with the 4th less than a week away, Good Hope was bursting with tourists. "What I'd really like," she said when they reached his car, "is another glass of wine and some quiet." He cocked his head. "Alone?" She slipped her arm around his and shook her head slowly. With you. Chapter 22. This is the perfect end to a practically perfect day. Greer rested her head against Wyatt's shoulder. They sat on his sofa, an empty bottle of wine on the table next to a baker's box that held only crumbs. He'd brought out the box along with the bottle and 2 glasses, apologizing that it was all he had for snacks. As far as Greer was concerned, one never needed to apologize for offering sugar cookies from Bloom's Bake Shop. His hand stroked her arm. What stopped it from being a perfect day? His low tone encouraged confidences. That was one of the things Greer liked most about Wyatt. Around him, she could relax and be herself. Like now, she'd kicked off her shoes and pulled out the tie that had held her hair back for most of the evening. I spent most of the game terrified a ball would come sailing my way. Her lips quirked upward. I was so relieved when we got to the bottom of the 9th. That inning ended up being your shining moment. He brushed his lips across her hair, and Greer sighed with happiness. Do you know that Oakley made me a card? Greer smiled. She made it last night and brought it to the party at my mom's. Were you surprised to see her and Gladys there? Greer knew he was referring to the fact that it was a family event. Ruby and Catherine are family, and they rarely go anywhere without Gladys. His brows pulled together. Ruby and Catherine are family? Ruby is Jeremy's grandmother. He's married to Finn, who is my mother's stepdaughter. Catherine is Eliza's cousin, and with Kyle being Jeremy's half-brother, that— Okay, please, no more. Wyatt's tone was laughing as he leaned over and kissed her silent. He was still grinning when he straightened. That's what happens when I forget the close ties that exist in this community. That's part of what makes it such a wonderful place to live. The card from Oakley puzzles me. Wyatt had stopped stroking her shoulder to play with her hair. What would she have done with it if you'd played badly? Probably tossed it, I guess. I didn't get a good look at it. You have time now. Greer leaned over and lifted her small purse from the floor. As she pulled out the envelope, a deck of cards fell out. Placing the deck on her lap, she took the card out of the bright purple envelope. She smiled up at Wyatt. I wonder if Oakley knew she picked my favorite color for the envelope. What does it say? The outside of the card, decorated with scraps of ribbon and sequins, managed to be pretty and gaudy at the same time. Greer cleared the lump from her throat. She'd never had anyone make a card for her. On the front, it says, You inspire me. She glanced at Wyatt and saw his gaze turn thoughtful. Inside, it says, Know that you are an awesome person whether you catch 10 million balls or 0. It's signed, Love, Oakley. It's true, Wyatt told her. That was nice of her. It was so crazy at my mom's house that I didn't get a chance to properly thank her for the card. Don't forget the gift. Puzzled, Greer cocked her head. The card's in your lap? Wyatt picked up the deck, flipped over a card, frowned. What the? Greer leaned over, scanned the print on the card, and huffed out a breath. Why did she give these to me? What are these? Relationship cards. Greer pulled her brows together and tapped a finger against her lips. Katie, Ruth, and Dan had them last. Dan probably gave them to Oakley to dump. Why dump them on you? They're relationship cards. Greer lifted her hands, let them drop. Oakley knows we're in a relationship. How do they work? Wyatt rested against the back of the sofa, appearing more curious than concerned. Hadley and David had them at one point. Greer tried to recall what her brother had said about them, but could remember only Hadley telling her that the 3 questions they'd answered had been insightful. You're supposed to answer 3 questions before passing them on to someone else. I'm game. Really? Sure. Wyatt grinned. Sounds like fun. Okay. Greer took the cards from his hands, shuffled before holding out the deck. Pick a card. Don't mind if I do. Wyatt studied the deck, lifted off the top half, and chose a card from the middle. You read it, and we both answer the question.
Since I read it, you answer first.
Fine with me. The way Greer looked at it, answering a simple question couldn't be any harder than catching a baseball when winning a game was on the line.
Do you think younger you would be happy with the person you've become?
That's the question you picked? Greer looked around. I need more wine for that one. Wyatt laughed, as if he thought she was joking. I don't know.
That's a cop-out.
His unwavering gaze told Greer she wasn't getting out of answering this one. After heaving a loud sigh, mostly for effect, she gulped some wine. Younger me struggled to find her place in the world. She held herself to impossibly high standards. An introvert in a family of extroverts, she was a non-athlete in a family who excelled at sports. Greer's heart swelled and grew impossibly heavy. I believe she'd think I made progress, but I still hold myself to that high standard. I'm not sure I can change, but younger me probably wishes I was more spontaneous and fun. As if realizing Greer had spoken from the heart, Wyatt nodded, his expression solemn. What about you? It felt good to turn the tables. Would younger you be happy with the person you've become?
I'd say yes.
Wyatt answered immediately, as if he didn't need to think about it.
When I was with my birth mother, I was angry and scared and sad. My mother wasn't in a good place. I yearned for a different life, though I didn't know what that would look like. Being adopted changed everything and gave me direction. I'm happy with who I am now. Younger me is happy I didn't end up like my birth mother, alone and bitter.
Greer slipped her arm through Wyatt's, wanting him to know she was there for him.
Wow!
Wyatt expelled a not-so-steady breath.
It's crazy how just talking about those times raises a whole truckload of emotions.
Tell me about it. Greer gave a shaky laugh. We can stop at one.
Wyatt shook his head. We're both high achievers. You know we won't be happy with ourselves if we chicken out after one.
You're right. Greer's exaggerated sigh had Wyatt grinning. He pointed to the deck.
Your turn to pick.
Greer chose the card at the very bottom.
Interesting strategy, Ms. Chapin.
Let's just hope it works, Mr. McConnell. Greer lifted the card and read, For what do you want to be remembered?
Seriously? Are all the questions like this?
I don't think so. A smile tugged at the corners of Greer's lips. Hadley said some are quite racy.
Can we pick another? And another? Until we find a racy one?
Wyatt's expression reminded Greer of a little boy asking for a puppy. We're not only high achievers, we're rule followers, Greer reminded him. Your turn to answer first. This time, Wyatt took a few moments to consider his response.
I'd like to be remembered for making a difference in the lives of people. My parents changed the course of my life when they adopted me. I tried, as a city administrator, to make things better for people in the community.
Silence fell over the room. Then he pointed at her. When I got out of college, I'd have said I wanted to be remembered for being a savvy and astute businesswoman. I was determined to run our family's banks better than either my father or my mother. A tight band formed around her chest and tightened.
Now?
Wyatt prompted when the silence lengthened. I guess now I'd like to be remembered as someone who made it possible for people to do what they really want to do. She pursed her lips and thought of Marigold and Cade. It may be as simple as helping a couple figure out a way to finance something that's important to them, or something as simple as my volunteer work with literacy.
I didn't realize you were a literacy volunteer.
Among other things. Wyatt's brown eyes were warm.
I'm beginning to realize that you don't toot your own horn nearly often enough. What other things do you do that I don't know about?
Greer shrugged. I guess you'll have to stick close and find out.
That will be my pleasure.
Wyatt kissed her, soft and sweet, on the lips.
One last question.
Your pick. Greer didn't want to answer more questions. She wanted to kiss him. Then kiss him again. Wyatt chose a card.
If you could ask me anything and have me answer truthfully, what would you ask?
A yearning rose from deep inside her, so strong it was almost painful. A need to know how he felt about her. She was in love with him. But did he love her? As much as Greer wanted to know the answer, it was too soon in their relationship to ask the question. But it wasn't too soon for her to show him how she felt without saying a word. Let's leave that question for later. The protest she could see forming on his lips died when she began to unbutton his shirt. I have something more racy in mind for right now. The men's baseball team was practicing first thing in the morning, so Wyatt left Greer's bed before 7. Barefoot and wearing only an oversized tee, she wrapped her arms around his neck and lifted her face for a goodbye kiss. His mouth closed over hers in a sweet melding of lips that was all too short.
I could text the coach and tell him something came up and I'll be late.
Wyatt trailed a finger around the scooped neck of her shirt. No, go. She heaved a heavy sigh. Go. I can't be responsible for the team losing because the pitcher didn't show up for the final practice. When his hand reached for the door handle, she stopped him. Wait. A spark lit his brown eyes.
You want me to stay?
That's never been in question. Greer met his gaze. I'm wishing you good luck. But remember that win or lose, you're awesome. He caught her up in a fierce hug.
Back at ya.
She watched him cross the street and wave casually to Loretta, who was, as always, in her front yard watering the flowers. Greer shut the door, unable to keep from smiling. All in all, yesterday had been a stellar day. Today was on track to be just as awesome. After getting ready for the day, Greer caught up on her emails. There was one from the Giving Tree board. She read it twice to make sure she understood. They were sorry, but they had to turn down her committee's request for funds to help foster kids. Apparently, there'd been a lot of need in the community lately, and the coffers were low. She was encouraged to reapply next spring. Greer thought of the young adults who'd graduated this spring. If the money came through next year, that would help next year's graduates. But what about those who'd be heading off to college in the next month, or who were right now trying to furnish an apartment? She could appeal, but if the money wasn't there, it wasn't there. Disappointed, she continued to scroll through her messages until one from Beckett Cross caught her eye. He relayed the exact amount of money she'd be given based on the terms of Roy's will. While not overly large, it was a sizable amount, more than enough to make an anonymous targeted donation to the Giving Tree to be used for kids aging out of the foster care system. The interest alone would provide enough money for the fund to be self-sustaining. Roy had given her the money because he was her friend. His grandson had spent time in foster care. There was not a single doubt in Greer's mind that Roy would approve of the donation. She'd meant what she told Wyatt. She wanted to enable other people to reach their maximum potential. Donating to this worthy cause seemed an excellent way to continue that effort. Chapter 23. Knowing the ad hoc committee was meeting on Monday at noon had Greer arriving at the bank early and keeping her head down. The knock on the office door she'd purposefully closed so she could concentrate fully on several financial reports had her scowling, but only to herself. When she looked up, she offered Kinsley a polite smile. "What is it, Kins?" "Corey and Jackie White are here. They say they're friends and are asking to speak with you." Kinsley shifted uneasily from one foot to the other. "I know you said you didn't want to be disturbed, but they insisted this is urgent. The woman, Jackie, looks like she's been crying." Greer rose. "Please show them in." By the time Kinsley ushered the couple into the office, Greer had rounded her desk to greet them. "Corey, Jackie, it's nice to see you." Greer gestured to the seating arrangement she utilized for more casual conversations. "Please, sit. Tell me what I can do to help."
Thanks for seeing us, Greer. Lines of worry edged Corey's eyes. He was a handsome man, but his battle with leukemia and the stress of his wife's illness had aged him. We didn't know where else to go. Jackie's voice trembled as she shakily made her way to the sofa, relying on a cane and her husband's arm. You're our last hope. Though Greer normally considered a few minutes of polite chit-chat to be part of any meeting, she could see by the couple's initial comments that they were ready to get down to business. She leaned forward, giving them her full attention. Tell me how I can help. Instead of answering, Jackie began to cry, not simply a couple of tears, but sobs that racked her thin frame. Seated on the love seat beside her, Corey wrapped an arm around her shoulders and pulled her to him. It will be okay. What if? Was all Jackie could get out. Corey cast Greer an apologetic glance. I'm sorry, it's been a rough couple of days. Greer waited, not pressing for information, knowing that they would tell her what had brought them to her door when they were ready. We took Christopher to the pediatrician in Sturgeon Bay this morning. Corey's voice wavered before he steadied it. We were concerned about the headaches he's been having. The doctor was very concerned, especially when we mentioned the headaches were waking Chris in the morning. He wants to do an MRI to rule out a brain tumor. Jackie pressed her lips together to stifle another sob. Sounds as if the doctor wants to be thorough. Greer tried to figure out where she fit into the picture. When is Chris having it done? That's the problem. We have a high-deductible health plan. Corey scrubbed his hands over his face. The imaging center wants a $1,000 payment from us before they'll schedule the scan. Frowning, Greer inclined her head. Can they do that? I spoke with the school district's insurance person. I guess they can. Corey leaned forward, resting his forearms on his thighs, his eyes on Greer. We need to borrow $1,000. Greer kept her face expressionless. She knew the cars they drove, knew there was no value in either one. She remembered several years ago when Corey was going through cancer treatments and Jackie's MS had flared and they were in danger of losing their house. Only an anonymous donation specifically targeted to be given to the White family to catch their mortgage up to date had saved them from foreclosure. If she remembered correctly, there was a second mortgage on the home. As far as family, neither of their parents had money to spare. With anyone else, she'd have suggested borrowing from family or dipping into savings, put the $1,000 on a credit card. None of these were options for the couple who sat before her. A knot formed in the pit of her stomach. You know we'll pay you back, Greer. Corey's tone might have stopped just short of pleading, but the look in his eyes tore at her heartstrings. The fact was, she didn't know if they were good for it, not with their mountain of debt. This should have been an open and shut decision. They didn't meet the criteria for a personal loan. One of the questions she and Wyatt had answered on Friday night had her pausing. What had she told him? She wanted to be remembered as a person who enabled someone to do what they really wanted to do. All this couple wanted, all they were asking, was a chance to see if their son had a brain tumor so he could get early treatment, or for their fears to be allayed. I know you're good for it, Corey. Greer pushed to her feet. Let me get the loan papers together. Call the imaging center and tell them you have the down payment and can move forward. She'd barely taken 2 steps when Corey sprang up and wrapped his arms tightly around her. God bless you. His eyes held a sheen and his voice shook. With the help of her cane, Jackie struggled to her feet. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you. Let's get this done. Greer had to clear her throat. That way, you can get anything bad ruled out and move on. Normally, Greer didn't second-guess her decisions, but lending money to a couple with bad credit on a signature note had her own head aching by the time she left for the lunch meeting at Muddy Boots. The loan she'd made to the White family reminded her of the ones her dad had made those last couple of years, loans that had put the family banks at risk when the economy tanked. Greer had sworn she wouldn't make the same mistakes he'd made. Yet today,
She had made a loan that no other reputable lending institution would have even considered making. Yet this couple didn't want money for a vacation. They wanted to find out what was wrong with their son. From a lending perspective, the reason shouldn't make a difference. Either you qualified or you didn't. And while $1,000 wouldn't bankrupt the bank, the principle behind making the loan remained the same. Was she as foolish as her father? She shoved the troubling thought aside to focus on the positive. Early this morning, she'd made the anonymous donation to benefit the foster kids. Since she didn't yet have the money from Roy's estate in hand, she'd dipped into her savings. This way, the plans laid out by the ad hoc committee could move forward without delay. Greer slipped into muddy boots a few minutes after noon and found standing room only. Not surprising, considering this was Independence Day week. When she didn't spot any committee members waiting, she knew they must already be seated. She found them at the far back of the cafe. Only one seat remained at the large rectangular table. She stopped beside the empty chair next to Wyatt. "Saving this for me?" He flashed a grin that sent blood flowing through her veins like warm honey. Once she was seated, Greer glanced around the group. "I got tied up at the office. What have I missed?" "Nothing. We've been waiting for you." Oakley grinned. "Now the celebration can begin." "Thanks for the card, Oakley," Greer told the girl. "I loved it." Oakley gave her a thumbs up. Surely this celebration couldn't be about the Bloomer Girls game. Or could it? Greer's heart swelled at the thought. What are we celebrating?" "Someone," Gladys's tone was teasing, almost playful, as she cast a pointed glance at Wyatt, "made a sizable anonymous donation to our foster care project." Greer's gaze shot to Wyatt. He lifted his hands, palms out. "I told them I didn't do it. I wish I'd thought of it, but it wasn't me." Gladys made a disbelieving, scoffing sound. "I wasn't born yesterday, Mr. McConnell." "That may be true, but the generous benefactor wasn't me." Wyatt looked sincere. He sounded sincere, but one quick glance around the table told Greer no one believed him. "You're only saying that because you don't want the donation to sway the voters." Gladys glanced at Greer as if expecting her to, what, agree? "If Wyatt said he didn't do it, I believe him," Greer said firmly. Greer warmed under Wyatt's appreciative smile. "You're just speculating, Gladys. The truth is, no one knows who made that donation." Wyatt gestured with his head toward Greer. "It could just as easily have been Greer as me. She's been committed to this project from the beginning." "Everyone knows Greer is a businesswoman first. Philanthropy has never been her calling card." Gladys's tone was matter-of-fact rather than malevolent. Still, the words stung like a slap. "If that's how you feel, then I'd say for all your years in this community, you don't know her at all." Wyatt's tone chilled by at least 20 degrees. "Spoken like a man in love." Gladys waved a dismissive hand. "If you don't want to admit it, that's your business. Oakley, why don't you bring up the cost estimates that you got on the items that we voted on at our last meeting?" Greer supposed she should have been more involved in the discussion, but Gladys's words kept circling in her head. Spoken like a man in love. Did Wyatt love her? For someone used to being precise and methodical in every aspect of her life, she'd found the past month to be a crazy whirlwind. Greer made only the most cursory of comments during the meeting, and relief flooded her when it ended. Up and out of the chair right after the meeting adjourned, Greer was on the sidewalk, headed back to the bank, when Wyatt caught up to her. "In a rush?" He fell into step beside her. "It's a work day. I need to get back." She tempered the desire to snap at him, reminding herself it wasn't his fault that her morning had sucked. Without lunch? The meeting— It was a meeting, he reminded her. We were the only two who didn't eat. She frowned, realizing it was true. "You, because you got there late." He smiled. "Me, because I had plans for our lunch." "Our lunch?" "I asked Amy to have the kitchen staff at Muddy Boots pack a picnic lunch for us. I thought we could eat in the square. Look, I'm not good at these kinds of things, but I'd really like to have lunch with you."
and I thought this might be fun and spontaneous." The explanation tumbled out as if he wanted to get it all out before she turned him down. She should get back to the bank. The meeting with Corey and Jackie had thrown off her schedule, but it was a beautiful day, and a handsome, interesting man wanted her to share a meal with him. "Greer, I'd love to share a picnic lunch with you." Relief flooded his face. "Wait right here. I'll get the basket." Who was this woman taking time off work for a picnic in the middle of the day? She didn't recognize herself anymore. Greer moved to stand by the light pole, out of the foot traffic, while she waited for Wyatt. During the time it had taken the committee to meet, the town square had been transformed. Dozens of small tents and booths had been set up, as well as a stage where musicians now tuned instruments. Wyatt must have had everything arranged, because he was back in under 5 minutes, a wicker basket over one arm. His eyes widened, and he swept a hand to encompass the scene in front of them. "What is all this?" The awe in his voice had Greer grinning. "It's called Music in the Square." She took the arm he offered, and they crossed the street. "Tonight, bands from all over the region will perform. The daytime hours are for local talent." "Looks like there are booths and artists." Greer noticed Izzy was doing a caricature of a middle-aged woman and her Shih Tzu. "Local talent selling crafts and specialty food items." Greer gestured toward a cherry bliss tent offering everything from cherry jams and jellies to chocolate-covered dried cherries. "I'm betting Cherry Acres will have a booth here next year." They stood for a moment at the edge of the green. Greer inhaled the scent of roasting nuts, fried dough, and sunscreen, and marveled at the vibrancy and energy in the air. She felt happy and foolish under the brilliant rays of the sun, standing here with her mayoral opponent. Greer realized she hadn't thought of Wyatt in those terms in a long time. When had that happened? When he was such a good sport about bathing Ruckus. Wyatt picked up a carved owl at a woodcarver's booth, then set it down. "Penny for your thoughts." "I was thinking about Ruckus and the skunk." He groaned, even as a smile widened his mouth. "Forget I asked." "Until that night, I viewed you as an opponent." His smile faded as he set the basket on a picnic table under a large oak tree on the other side of the square. "How do you see me now?" Words mattered, she reminded herself, stopping short of tossing off, "You're okay." "You're a good man, honest and decent." She lifted the top of the basket, amazed at the variety and quantity of food and drinks inside. "Wow, you thought of everything." She took out the bottle of wine, glanced at the label, and smiled approvingly. After retrieving 2 glasses, she pulled out an antipasto tray and glanced up at him. "Shall we start with these?" He nodded and watched with hooded eyes as she expertly uncorked the bottle and splashed some Pinot Noir into each glass. "How do you know I'm honest and decent?" Wyatt asked. "The same way I knew your grandfather had a soft side. I spent time with you. I observed." He motioned with his hand for her to continue. Greer took a sip of wine. Did he need reassurance just as much as she did sometimes? Like today, she wished someone would assure her she'd made the right loan decision. "You could have easily taken credit for the anonymous donation this morning. You didn't." Greer plucked a green olive from the platter and popped it into her mouth. "You didn't make the donation, and you didn't say you did." "You sound so sure." His gaze searched hers. "The only way you could be so positive was if you know who was behind the gift." Greer only plucked up a pickled pepper. "How could I? It was an anonymous donation. There was a donation several years ago to the Giving Tree to help Corey and Jackie White. I didn't make it, but I believe I know who did. For some reason, that person didn't want his or her generosity made public." "I think you gave the money." Greer let her gaze drift to where several children and their mother waved giant wands that sent large streams of bubbles drifting in the breeze. "I think Beckett Cross made the donation years ago, but I'm only guessing." Wyatt frowned and picked up a piece of cheese. "I won't take credit for something I didn't do." "I wouldn't either." Greer lifted another olive from the platter.
This rumor about the Giving Tree donation will garner me votes, even though it's bogus. He met her gaze. You need to take credit for the donation. No. She snapped out the word. Why not? Who said it was me who made the donation? Greer knew it might not make sense, but in her mind it felt wrong to publicize doing something nice. We both know you did. His brown eyes settled on hers. She merely picked up another olive. Anyone ever tell you that you can be amazingly stubborn? He said mildly when she didn't respond. Greer narrowed her gaze. Have a problem with strong women, McConnell? Not at all. To her surprise, Wyatt grinned and took her hand. In fact, I find them very stimulating. His gaze locked on hers, and the air between them began to sizzle. We haven't touched most of the food, she murmured. Screw the food. It can wait. His eyes were dark with desire. I can't. Greer knew the longing that rose from deep inside her wasn't rational. A sensible woman would finish eating and get back to the mounds of work needing her attention. Yes, that was precisely what a sensible woman would do. Greer scrambled to her feet and held out a hand to him. Your place or mine? Chapter 24. She and Wyatt barely made it into his house and shut the door. Greer laughed, her arms looped around his neck. I don't recognize myself when I'm around you. As if she'd uttered something profound, Wyatt paused. That's a good thing? Although sometimes Greer wasn't so sure, she gave a quick nod and kissed him on the mouth. Lately, it felt as if her life was one out-of-control roller coaster. Even when she was sitting in the front cart, with her hands thrust high in the air and joyous laughter spilling from her throat, a part of her yearned for the safety of solid earth beneath her feet. They feasted on the food from the picnic basket, a turkey avocado club sandwich, roasted beet and goat cheese salad, and an apricot cherry trifle for dessert. When hunger still gnawed, the antipasto tray they'd yet to make a dent in made a return appearance. Before I forget, she dabbed the corners of her lips with a napkin. On the 8th, the Rotary will be hosting a singles get-together at the Ding-a-ling. I'd love for you to come and help me oversee the event. Surprise skittered across Wyatt's face. You're involved with the Rotary? It was my father's favorite organization. Greer grabbed another olive and told herself she should branch out before she ate them all. Then again, she loved olives, and she'd never been adventurous. I joined when I returned to Good Hope after college. I've been a member ever since. When I left North Bluff, the Rotary Club there was struggling to attract young professionals, Wyatt recalled, his expression turning pensive. It made Greer feel better when he absently palmed another cube of cheese. Apparently, she wasn't the only one stuck on old favorites. Many traditional organizations are dealing with an aging membership. Greer ran a finger absently along the rim of her wine glass. We saw it coming. Several years ago, I headed a task force charged with developing a plan to recruit, retain, and maintain younger professionals in the Rotary. I can't believe you have your fingers in so many pies. Wyatt chased the cheese with a sip of wine. Ever hear the saying, idle hands are the devil's workshop? Wyatt burst into laughter. Ever hear, take time to smell the roses? This time it was Greer's turn to chuckle. She stopped herself from snagging another olive, taking a thin piece of prosciutto instead. Puzzlement blanketed Wyatt's face. I thought the purpose of Rotary International was to bring together business professionals and other leaders to do humanitarian service and... When he paused, Greer completed the mission statement. Advance goodwill and peace around the world. He held out his hands, palms up. How does a singles event mesh with the mission? In doing our research, the task force discovered that younger members are drawn to social events and more personal conversations and connections. One article we read talked about the power of the personal. Think of the singles event as just another young professionals get-together. If we keep these members happy and content, they'll stay in the organization and in Good Hope. They'll form relationships. Some might even marry. Maybe. She lifted a shoulder. I guess it's possible. His lips twitched. You should add matchmaker to your resume.
Greer bristled, but his teasing smile had her ordering herself to chill. Wyatt blanketed her hand with his.
I didn't mean to upset you. I was just teasing.
She suddenly felt silly for getting so worked up. My brothers are always telling me I'm too serious. He brought her hand to his lips and placed a kiss on top of her knuckles.
You're perfect, just the way you are.
A tingle traveled up her spine at the look in his eyes. Does that mean you'll help me with the singles event?
Absolutely.
He released her hand to lift his wine glass in a mock salute.
Count on it.
She smiled. I do, and I will.
What do you think about the upcoming soapbox?
The call from Jeremy about the scheduling of the Good Hope soapbox had come through on her way to the bank this morning. The conversation with the mayor had been brief and to the point. I agree with Jeremy that it's good for voters to get a chance to see both of us speak and respond to issues facing Good Hope.
The videoing and putting it up on the town's website are smart moves.
Wyatt hesitated for just a second.
It surprised me it's this Sunday.
With the election August 1st, there isn't much time. The fact is, the short notice is your fault.
My fault?
He stiffened.
How do you figure?
Events during the tourist season are set a year in advance, especially ones that draw the tourists, like the Independence Day Parade. The dates go out on marketing materials. Once that happens, they're set in stone.
I still don't understand how any of that makes the short notice of the soapbox my fault.
He inclined his head, his tone more curious than argumentative. Looking ahead, there is no need to schedule a soapbox with only one person running. Greer pointed a stalk of asparagus at him. You filed at the last minute, which meant a time had to be found that didn't interfere with other scheduled events.
Wyatt rubbed his chin. Jeremy just mentioned the event to me this morning.
I found out right after you. When I brought up the timing, Jeremy told me you had no problem with the short turnaround. Greer couldn't keep the concern from her voice. I've lived here all my life. I know the issues this community has and will face. You'll be the one at a disadvantage.
How do you figure?
You're the outsider. He flinched, and she immediately regretted her choice of words. Greer gentled her tone and resisted the urge to apologize, fearing that would only make things worse. Since you didn't have an issue with the timing, I could hardly ask for a delay.
It won't be a problem.
Wyatt leaned over and brushed a kiss across her lips. I'm glad. Greer heaved a sigh, then studied him through lowered lashes. Deciding this wasn't 1950, when a woman waited for a man to take the initiative, Greer finished off the last of her wine. Do you have plans for the 4th? His lips lifted in a lazy smile.
I do.
Greer's heart did an elevator drop, but she somehow managed to smile. That's good.
I'm spending the day with my girlfriend. She grew up here, and we're going to have a fabulous day.
Lifting the antipasto tray and the glasses out of the way, Wyatt tugged her to him. Greer found herself sitting on his lap, cosseted in a comfortable embrace.
I can't wait to spend the day with you,
he murmured, his warm breath tickling her ear.
And the night.
When she didn't immediately respond, she felt the tension in his arms.
Unless you've made other plans. I don't want to
She kissed his neck, his skin salty beneath her tongue. I want to spend the holiday with you. She let her fingers walk up his bare chest. My mother is having family and close friends over to her house after the fireworks display. Will you come with me? We don't have to stay long.
I'd love to come, and we can stay as long as you like.
Wyatt settled her more firmly in his arms.
I know some guys aren't into family stuff, but I enjoy it. I'd like to get to know your family better.
Good.
I don't know if you put them up to it, but having your brothers asking me to join their weekly pickup basketball game meant a lot to me.
That was all on them. They obviously like you, Wyatt, or they wouldn't have asked. He nodded, his lips nuzzling her neck, and the desire returned.
Do you need to get back to work, or,
she murmured, bringing his mouth to hers for a ferocious kiss. Independence Day dawned bright and sunny and went by in a blur of events, starting with breakfast in the town square. Face painting, fortune telling, and a parade that had Wyatt's heart swelling with patriotic pride followed. Now, with the sun hanging low over the water, Wyatt walked with Greer toward the docks. A chair bag hung over one of his shoulders. Though he could have easily handled two, and had offered to take hers, Greer had insisted on carrying her own. He hadn't pressed the point. She was an independent woman used to carrying her own weight. Wyatt only wished he could make her understand that sometimes it was okay to lean. Some of her determination might have to do with the upcoming election. Both of them were under scrutiny today, which was undoubtedly why, when he'd picked her up this morning, she'd asked him not to hold her hand or kiss her in public. She took this election seriously, and he'd noticed her election team had been working hard. Yard signs were popping up across town, and she mentioned she and her team had been going door to door. When Greer asked his plans, he told her he was considering several options. Wyatt didn't tell her his top choice was to simply do no campaigning, knowing the best person for the job was the woman walking beside him. "I can't believe you've never seen a boat parade." When Greer smiled up at him, his heart lurched. She looked so pretty today, with her dark hair tumbled around her shoulders. She wore sneakers with cropped white pants and a blue shirt scattered with white stars. "This whole day has been unbelievable," he told her. "The parade was first rate. I couldn't believe everything that was going on in the square." "Good Hope does it up right," she agreed. "Our fireworks are the best on the peninsula, and our boat parade is—" "Greer!" Corey's voice rang out. They stopped and stepped out of the foot traffic, waiting for him and his family to catch up to them. "I'm so glad we ran into you." Wyatt noticed Greer's gaze kept sliding to the oldest boy, who looked markedly better than he had when they had seen him at the pancake breakfast. "The MRI was negative." Jackie's eyes filled with tears before she blinked them back. "No brain tumor." "We wanted to thank you again for the loan." Corey grasped Greer's hands and gave them a hard squeeze. "They think Chris is just predisposed to migraines and gave him a prescription that's already working. We can deal with that." Greer nodded. "I'm happy it worked out." "This woman is a gem," Jackie told Wyatt, then flung her arms around Greer for a quick hug. Wyatt winked at Greer. "I totally agree with that assessment." "Happy 4th!" With a wave, Corey maneuvered his brood down toward the waterfront. "What was that about?" Wyatt asked. "Did you give them a loan?" With great effort, Wyatt managed to keep the surprise from his voice. From what he'd heard, he wouldn't have thought the couple would be a good credit risk. "I give lots of people loans." Greer offered a noncommittal smile. Wyatt realized, even for him, she wouldn't breach ethical protocol by discussing a bank customer's private business. "Sounds as if they were worried the kid might have a brain tumor." "I'm so glad he doesn't." Greer expelled a breath. Owen's daughter Mindy battled brain cancer for a couple of years before she passed away. It was horrible to watch such a lovely, vibrant child lose her life. Wyatt found himself chafing against Greer's no PDA dictate. At the moment, he wanted nothing more than to take her in his arms and comfort her. "You have a good heart." If he couldn't comfort her physically, he'd comfort with words. "I don't know about that." She gave a little laugh. "I'm not sure that's even a good quality in a banker." "It's always a good quality." As they made their way down to where her entire family sat, Wyatt vowed to not be so stingy with his compliments. Although Greer was a kind and caring woman, smart and savvy, she didn't seem to realize just how wonderful she was. Well, starting today, he was going to make sure she knew it. On Friday night, worn out by the festivities of the day before, Wyatt ordered a pizza and Greer brought over a bottle of wine. They ate on his back patio, grateful for the privacy fence that allowed them to hold hands across the table. "This is like paradise." He watched Greer's gaze sweep the backyard, with its carpet of green and a pleasing landscape of flowers and bushes edging the fence and the patio. "From what Clay has said, I believe that's exactly how Esther feels about her home." Greer squeezed his hand. "I'm glad you're taking such good care of it for her." "The house and the yard are very nice," Wyatt agreed.
But I was referring to being here with you.
He longed to tell Greer he'd fallen in love with her, but wasn't sure she was ready to hear the words. He certainly didn't want to rush her or make her feel obligated to come up with a declaration she wasn't ready to make. I like this too. Her lips, painted a shade of pink that managed to be both demure and sultry at the same time, curved upward. I feel happy when I'm with you.
Ditto,
He quipped, then turned serious.
with you, I can relax and be myself. Other than family, I don't know anyone else I can say that about.
Most people don't find me restful. Greer's gaze dropped to her glass, and she shook her head, her hair swinging like a dark curtain. I can't tell you how many times my family has told me I'm too intense, too busy, too serious.
You're a high achiever. You do everything well.
He thought the words a compliment, something that would please her. Instead, her expression darkened. Not always. Though Greer knew she would do the same if granted a repeat, the loan to the Whites still gnawed at her. After all these years of condemning her father's actions, she'd done the same thing. It didn't help that Tom Jenkins had stopped by the bank again today and made such a scene that Cade had to be called. Failure. The word kept circling in her head. Greer knew some of the reason she was feeling such pressure was the upcoming soapbox. Not only would it be her first political speech, Loretta Sharkey was moderating. Greer's election team reported she was behind in the polling. Granted, it was non-scientific polling, but she'd lived here her whole life. She should be way ahead, not behind. There was still time to pull out a win. With grit and determination, she would make it happen. She would show everyone it was a mistake to count out Greer Chapin.
Greer.
Blinking back her worries, she refocused. Wyatt cleared his throat, spread out his hands.
I wanted to discuss something with you. I'm considering dropping out of the mayoral race. You're clearly the best person for the job, and
You don't think I can win against you. She pushed the words past suddenly numb lips. Even Wyatt thought she was a failure, a hometown girl with a lifelong history of service to a community who didn't want her as their mayor.
I didn't say that.
He also didn't deny it. Her gaze searched his as her stomach clenched. It's what you think. Wyatt raked a hand through his hair and blew out a breath.
What I think is that a lot of people who work at Cherry Acres will vote for me. The donation rumors have brought even more voters over to my side. You are the best choice, Greer. I want you to win.
Greer set her wine glass down and gave him a fierce look. When she spoke, her voice was tight and controlled. You listen to me, Wyatt McConnell. I don't want to win this election because you conceded before votes are counted. Either I get the votes or I don't.
Come on, be sensible.
Sensible? Greer nearly laughed aloud. That was how she'd approached life since childhood. Her brothers would probably have the word engraved on her tombstone.
At least take the credit for the donation,
He urged. No! She snapped out the word. I don't need your pity, and I don't need to win because of any donation.
The donation shows your caring nature.
It shows I have money, hardly something that endears me to the general population. I have money too. Inherited money is different, we both know it. Though he didn't strike back, his lips formed a tight line. Good, she thought, he's angry with me. Even though the realization sliced her heart, she told herself she was angry with him, too. And, she reluctantly admitted, angry with herself. Ever since he'd arrived in Good Hope, she'd ignored her own common sense. Lending money to people who didn't qualify wasn't sensible. Neither was falling in love with a man who pitied her, one who thought she'd appreciate being tossed a bone. One who actually believed she was the kind of woman who'd accept a job she hadn't earned. That told her he didn't know her at all. Greer lurched up, her heart pounding so hard she felt lightheaded. Tell me one thing. Did you ever really want to be mayor? Or was all this just some sort of game to you?
I love this town and the people in it.
A muscle in his jaw jumped as he pushed to his feet to face her.
For the first time, I feel like I'm part of a community. I know I'd make a good mayor.
If that's true, then everything you want is within reach. All you have to do is stay the course." Frustrated, Greer lifted her hands. "Why quit now?" He expelled an exasperated breath. "I already told you why." "Oh, yes, that's right." Her voice came out sugary sweet. "You don't believe in me. You don't think I have what it takes to win the election." "That isn't what I said, and you know it." He ground out the words between clenched teeth. "What I know is, if something is important to you, you fight for it." She stared at him for a long moment, perfectly composed, yet numb inside. "I'll see you at the soapbox on Sunday. There shouldn't be any reason we need to talk before then."
Greer, stop the craziness.
"That's just what I'm doing." Throwing out the words like a gauntlet, Greer walked out of his yard. Chapter 25.
I can't believe this many people turned out.
Aaron glanced around the ballroom of the Bayside Hotel. Wyatt hadn't expected his chief of operations to show up on a Sunday afternoon, but he had to admit it was good to see a friendly face. While he knew quite a few people in the room, he still thought of most of them as Greer's friends.
The size of this crowd took me by surprise. The fact that the rain kept people in most of the morning may have something to do with it. The free pizza and soda probably didn't hurt.
Aaron studied Wyatt. Instead of a suit, Wyatt had gone with dark pants and a gray shirt, open at the neck.
I thought not wearing a suit was a mistake. Now, seeing the way the crowd is dressed, I think it makes you appear more approachable.
Wyatt glanced over to where Greer stood, looking lovely in a navy suit and heels.
I wish she'd worn her hair down.
Though he didn't say it, Wyatt believed Greer's warmth didn't shine quite so brightly when she was in business mode. This was the first he'd seen her since she'd stormed off. He expected her to stop over once she'd cooled down. So far, that hadn't happened. Loretta Sharkey, dressed in ivory silk, her dark hair twisted back and up, stepped up to Wyatt.
"Glad you could make it, Mr. McConnell."
Wyatt's tone turned teasing.
"I believe you know my first name, Loretta."
"I do, but tonight it's Ms. Chapin and Mr. McConnell." Still, those steely blue eyes held a friendly spark. "Thank you again for sending me your bio. I'll start with a brief introduction of the two of you. You'll each have 20 minutes to speak. Once you've both spoken, we'll open it up to questions."
Understood.
He offered the teacher a warm smile.
I appreciate the information.
Loretta was making a concerted effort to make him feel comfortable. She saw him as the political neophyte, when, in fact, he'd likely had more exposure to such events than Greer. His gaze slanted toward Greer, but her back remained to him. He sincerely hoped she did well tonight. Wyatt meant what he'd told her, and he still believed she was the best person for the job. "Don't you worry." Loretta patted his arm. "She may have lived here her whole life, but you've made a big impression on the people of Good Hope." Before he could respond, Loretta glanced at her watch, gave a little yelp, and hurried off.
She never did like Greer.
Aaron gestured with his head toward the retreating teacher.
Oh, she pretends to, especially since fellow teacher Steve Bloom married Greer's mom. But Loretta has never forgiven Greer for dropping swing choir her senior year.
Wyatt chuckled.
Seriously? According to my oldest girl, who graduated with Greer, Loretta still holds that against her.
Senior year. The year Greer's father died. The year her family's banks were in turmoil.
Loretta needs to get over it,
Wyatt said. Aaron's eyes narrowed.
Looks like everyone is taking their seats. Good luck.
Thanks. Wyatt made his way to the area to the right of the stage, shaking hands and collecting good wishes on the way. Greer was already there waiting, reminding him of an island in a sea of people. Her expression was tight and controlled, her eyes too large in her beautiful face. She offered him a perfunctory smile when he approached. It was, Wyatt thought, the kind of smile you'd give, well, a political opponent. Ignoring the ache in his heart, Wyatt forced warmth into his voice.
Good luck today.
I'm prepared. She lifted her chin. If a person is prepared, they don't need luck.
Maybe.
He shrugged, his eyes never leaving hers.
Good luck anyway.
You too.
Though she hid it well, she looked sad. Or was it his own sadness he saw reflecting back at him? There was so much he wanted to say, but now wasn't the time or place, not with the eyes of what felt like the entire town glued to them.
Perhaps we can talk later.
There was no opportunity for her to respond because Loretta was calling them to the stage for the initial introductions. Once those were completed, Loretta smiled at Wyatt.
Now, Mr. McConnell, it's time for you to turn the stage over to Ms. Chapin.
Loretta made a shooing motion with her hands that had the audience laughing.
I promise, she told the crowd, he'll be back.
Greer kept the smile on her face, but they both knew Loretta had made it clear to the crowd, without saying the words, which candidate she preferred. Wyatt took his seat and gave Greer his full attention.
My family settled in Good Hope in the 1860s,
she began, then went on to detail the accomplishments of her ancestors, wasting a good 5 minutes of her allotted time. People don't care, he wanted to tell her. This is about selling yourself. He knew her accomplishments were impressive. Once she got rolling, she started bringing those out, but all too quickly she moved on to the many issues facing Good Hope. Wyatt nearly groaned aloud as the crowd began to fidget. These people hadn't come to hear her stance on every single issue facing Good Hope. They'd come to get a feel for her as a person, as a leader.
I'm one of you. I've grown up here, while my opponent is someone who didn't even know that Good Hope existed 6 months ago, and consequently had no knowledge of the needs facing our community.
Outsider. Greer didn't say it. She didn't need to. That was the picture of him she was painting with sweeping brushstrokes. He was a man without a history in the community, a person who'd sauntered into town one day and entered the mayoral race before he even had a permanent residence. A man who couldn't know what Good Hope needed because he was an outsider. Wyatt caught the glances slanted his way and kept his face expressionless. He'd developed that skill in the public speaking classes his father had encouraged him to take in high school. When he'd moved into debate, he'd gotten dinged for showing a reaction when a speaker from a rival school presented. That happened only once. He'd learned his lesson, and it had served him well. All his life, Wyatt had longed to belong. His life with his mother had been one dingy apartment after another, one step ahead of bill collectors. Foster care had provided no permanence, no sense of belonging. The first time he'd experienced a sense of being part of something larger than himself had been when he'd been adopted. The second time was when he'd moved to Good Hope. Greer was wrong. This was his community, and he had every right to be here and run for office. Her speech ended to lukewarm applause, and Greer exited the stage. Though her words had stung, Wyatt offered an encouraging smile when she took her seat.
Good job.
She nodded and offered a wan smile. Wyatt strode on stage and bestowed a warm smile on the crowd. For 15 seconds, he simply let his gaze slide over the audience. Only when he felt he had their full attention did he begin to speak.
It's the willingness to let go of the past that will allow Good Hope to boldly step into the future.
Wyatt spoke to the crowd as if they were a group of friends he'd run across at Muddy Boots or at Ding-a-ling. No big words, no lofty promises, just chatting about ways to make a wonderful community even better.
The plans by 3 of our citizens to transform the area around the Ding-a-ling bar are an example of the forward thinking that's happening in this community I'm now proud to call home.
He took full advantage of the stage, moving from one side to the other, stopping to create emphasis.
I never knew my grandfather, and I'm sorry for that. From everything I've heard, Roy built Cherry Acres from nothing into the fine operation it is today. But his grandson is not looking to the past for answers. Times are changing.
Wyatt moved to the center of the stage as he returned to the theme he'd chosen.
While Good Hope has done a fine job of embracing the 21st century, our community, emphasize the word, Wyatt reminded himself, needs to continue to be forward-thinking.
Once again, he let his gaze slide over the crowd, making eye contact, trying to will them to see his sincerity.
He lowered his voice, creating intimacy as he gestured with one hand.
I may be new to Good Hope, but this place is my home. I am committed to looking forward and making it an even better place to live and raise a family. Thank you for your time.
The applause as he stepped from the stage was thunderous, and Loretta beamed as she clapped. Wasn't that wonderful? Then, as if realizing the inappropriateness of the comment, Loretta added, We are lucky to have two such qualified candidates. The question and answer period went as Wyatt expected. Greer, he noticed, did much better one-on-one. She answered the questions competently and appeared to be hitting her stride when Loretta indicated time was up. Wyatt wished he could take Greer's arm so they could find a quiet area to talk, but he found himself surrounded. By the time he was able to extricate himself from his admirers, Greer had left the ballroom.
Great job! Aaron slapped him on the back. Wanna grab a beer at the Crane?
The Flying Crane, a bar down by the waterfront, would be crowded. If Wyatt wanted to garner more votes, it would be the place to go. Shake some hands, pose for selfies, grab a beer.
Thanks, Aaron, but I'll pass.
Aaron's gaze searched his.
She'd make a good mayor.
Yes, she would.
The consensus is that you won the debate.
Wyatt had gotten that feeling, too.
Whatever happens, whatever the outcome, it will be for the best, Aaron continued. For you, for Greer.
I hope so. Wyatt forced a smile.
I really hope so.
Greer wasn't sure where her stepfather was, but assumed her mom had asked Steve to give them some time alone. After the soapbox, Greer had eagerly accepted her mother's invitation to come to the family home. She hadn't wanted to go to her house and risk running into Wyatt. Her opponent had been surrounded by admirers when she'd strolled out with her family. Now, Greer and her mom sat at the small table in a cozy alcove off the kitchen. The sunny space was where they'd eaten most meals after Greer's dad died. I know public speaking is difficult for you. Lynn warmed her hands around a cup of hot tea. You should be very proud of yourself for getting on that stage. Greer shook her head. My speech was too full of details. I wanted to make sure I covered all the bases, but instead I cluttered my message and lost the audience's interest. She expected her mother to rise to her defense, to say she hadn't done as awful as she thought. She should have known better. While her mother was supportive, Lynn rarely gave false praise or reassurance. I thought the Q&A allowed you to show your knowledge of the issues. Lynn took a sip of tea. It was there you really shined. The audience liked Wyatt better. He's self-assured and an excellent speaker, Lynn admitted, ignoring Greer's startled look. He came across as friendly and genuine. People like him. Though her mother wasn't saying anything Greer didn't already know, she expelled a heavy breath and stared into the steaming liquid she had yet to taste. You like him. Greer jerked her head up and met her mother's soft blue eyes filled with concern. What happened between you and Wyatt, Greer? You seemed so happy when you were with him. Tears stung the backs of her eyes, but Greer determinedly blinked them back. She cleared her throat, and when she spoke, her voice was steady. I'm as much a failure as Dad was. Maybe worse. Even as she said the words, Greer braced for a swift rebuke. Lynn never allowed anyone to speak badly about her first husband, not even his children. Tell me how you think you failed. Lynn didn't seem to notice that Greer hadn't answered her question about Wyatt, or, if she did, her mom didn't press the issue. Greer told her about the loan to the Whites. It wasn't as if her mother wouldn't find out anyway. They didn't qualify. I still made the loan. Gut check? It took everything in Greer not to groan aloud. Way back when her brothers were still at home, her mother would often ask her sons how they felt about something they'd done. David, or maybe it was Clay, had accused her of shrink talk. That's when her father had come up with gut check. I was happy I could help, Greer admitted. If Chris did have brain cancer, I wanted him to be able to get early treatment. If he didn't, I didn't want Jackie and Corey to continue to worry. Her mother nodded. How does making this loan relate to your father's actions? Unlike some of her friends' parents, Greer's mother always listened carefully to an explanation before meting out any punishment. You and Daddy argued a lot about business those months before his death. You told him his questionable loans had put the Chapin banks at risk. Greer clenched her hands together to still their trembling. You argued all the time. Before, you two never argued. Lynn closed her eyes for a moment. When she opened them, Greer saw regret. That entire year was very difficult. Lynn blew out a breath. The economy was topsy-turvy. Even customers who'd been solid were in danger of defaulting. When you added in loans made to people with questionable means to repay, well, I was frightened. I didn't handle it well. Dad was in the wrong. Greer jutted out her chin. A few years ago, I looked through the records from that period. You spoke the truth. He should never have made some of those loans. The funny thing is, my sky is falling fears never materialized. We ended the year with less defaults than anticipated. That's not to say we shouldn't make good, careful business decisions, her mother hastened to add. But lending money to Corey and Jackie, two people who will do everything in their power to pay the money back, wasn't wrong. Going outside of the guidelines doesn't make you a failure, Greer. I'm proud of you for caring, for doing what you could to help them. How does this relate to Wyatt? Though her mother was showing admirable restraint and not voicing the question, it needed to be answered. During the soapbox, I stressed Wyatt isn't from here, that he doesn't belong, as a way to give myself a boost. Greer met her mother's searching eyes and saw the question there. Gut check? I feel horrible. Belonging, being part of a community, is important to Wyatt. It serves me right that my strategy backfired. Greer looked away, misery wrapping around her like a straitjacket. I expected Wyatt to strike back. He didn't. What made you take that approach? Lynn sounded puzzled. I thought you and Wyatt were friends. I learned I was behind in the polls. Then, on Friday, Wyatt offered to withdraw from the race. Greer felt her temper spike. Oh, he spouted something about me being the best one for the position, but it was clear he doesn't think I can win against him. I was determined to show him he's wrong. Go to him. Tell him you're sorry. I'm sure I don't do apologies. Greer tightened her fingers on the cup. Really? Lynn studied her with clear blue eyes, a look of confusion furrowing her brow. Why is that? Power shifts when you offer an apology. Seized with a desire to convince her mom of the rightness of what she was saying, Greer pushed her cup aside and leaned forward. I learned that lesson back in high school. Her mother inclined her head, offered an encouraging smile. Remember when I dropped swing choir? A shadow swept over Lynn's face. That was shortly after your father passed away. At the time, Greer had been surprised her mother had agreed to sign the slip allowing her to drop the class. Lynn Chapin was big on finishing what you started. You didn't even try to convince me to stick it out. You and I sang when we were happy. Her mother's smile barely tipped her lips and didn't come close to reaching her eyes. Neither of us felt much like singing during that dark period. It was why Greer hadn't told her mom about the pushback she'd gotten from Mrs. Sharkey. Her mother had been struggling, too. Lynn's brows pulled together. I'm having difficulty seeing the connection. How did dropping choir convince you that apologies aren't necessary? Greer paused to draw a steadying breath. When Mrs. Sharkey learned from the office that I was dropping choir, she pulled me aside during class. I told her I was sorry, so very sorry, to be dropping out mid-semester. I explained that I couldn't sing anymore. She knew about Dad, of course. Everyone knew he'd recently passed away. But that didn't seem to matter to her. Greer stopped, the memory of the encounter painful in the retelling.
Lynn's eyes hardened. What did she say? The way she saw it, since I was in school anyway, I might as well be in her class. She told me that, while she was sorry for my loss, life had to go on. Then she started talking about the upcoming competitions, insisting I wasn't being fair to my fellow students or to her. I was leaving her in the lurch because she was short on altos. Greer gritted her teeth, recalling how she'd nearly cried, right in front of everyone. I'm so sorry you had to deal with her alone. Lynn's eyes held a fierce mama bear look Greer recognized. While I realize that choir is her life, Loretta should have never spoken to you that way. If I'd have known, I'd have made that clear. You had enough to deal with. Still, I wish you'd told me. I told Roy. Surprise widened her mother's eyes. Roy Davis? Greer expelled a shaky breath. I was angry and hurt and sad. Roy said my mistake was in apologizing. It made me appear weak. When you say you're sorry, you give up your power. It made sense to me. I told him I was done apologizing, that I was never going to apologize to anyone ever again. He patted me on the back and said he was proud of me. That was how he lived his life, and he had no regrets. No regrets? His daughter ran off as soon as she was out of high school. Lynn's voice rose, but she pulled it down. Roy could have searched for Shannon, could have tried to make amends, but then he might have had to say he was sorry. Instead, he chose to spend the rest of his life alone. The truth of it slammed into Greer with breathtaking speed. Why had it taken her so long to see? He never even knew he had a grandson, Greer said, almost to herself. Roy believed admitting fault and asking for forgiveness showed weakness. I believe the opposite. Saying you're sorry for something you've done that you regret is a sign of strength. Lynn's voice grew soft. A relationship isn't a power game, my sweet girl. It's a give and take. If you hurt someone, especially someone you love, you say you're sorry. Greer's heart hammered against her ribs. What if the person you hurt won't forgive you? You'll still have done the right thing. Lynn patted her hand. Besides, I've seen how Wyatt looks at you. If you're sincere, he'll forgive you. I love him, Mom. Simply saying the words aloud was a relief. I know that probably sounds crazy, but why should it sound crazy? We haven't known each other long. Sometimes love hits you so fast your head spins. That's how it was for me and your father. With Steve, Lynn's lips curved. Love grew slowly and took us by surprise. Neither way is better. Neither is right or wrong. I've ruined it with Wyatt. You'll make it right. Lynn met Greer's gaze. You just have to take that first step. Chapter 26. On Monday night, Greer stood outside the entrance to the Ding-a-Ling bar. She remained there until she had no choice but to head inside and up the stairs where the Rotary singles event was about to begin. After helping to ready the room, she'd used the excuse of greeting arrivals so she'd have a spot outside the front door. The truth was, she'd wanted to intercept Wyatt so she could speak with him privately. She'd assumed he'd show. She hoped he'd show. By the time she'd arrived home last night from her mother's, his house had been dark. This morning, for the first time in years, she'd overslept. When she'd knocked on his door, no one answered. Wyatt had promised to help with the event tonight. Then again, that had been before. The party room at the top of the stairs had a cash bar and a table of hors d'oeuvres. The table drawing the most interest was one holding a variety of mini candy bars. As she stepped into the room, Greer heard Izzy, who was manning the table, instructing everyone to select one bar, but don't eat it yet. Greer scanned the crowd. She estimated the group to be around 30, with nearly an equal number of men and women. Looks like a good turnout. The deep voice from behind her had Greer's heart skipping a beat. She turned and smiled, unable to hide her relief. Wyatt! You came! I gave you my word. His voice was easy, but she saw the wariness in his eyes. Lines of fatigue edged his face.
What can I do to help?
His polite tone cut like a knife. Yet, what had she expected after her performance yesterday? Greer cleared her throat. First, grab a candy bar off Izzy's table. His brows pulled together. It's part of the icebreaker. He studied her for a long moment, then ambled across the room. Like most of the men in the room, he wore what Greer would dub business casual attire, chinos and a cotton shirt with no tie. Right after work, Greer had exchanged her suit for a white summer dress covered in plate-sized red poppies. Pumps were stowed in the closet, replaced by red strappy sandals. She should have felt relaxed and carefree, but the words she wanted to say, needed to say, had her stomach in knots and her heart pounding. Kinsley, looking impossibly young with her hair in a high pony, sidled over to Greer and held up a Milky Way. "What do I do with this?"
My question exactly.
Wyatt appeared with a Snickers bar in hand. "There were so many choices." Kinsley spoke before Greer could respond. "I didn't know which to choose." There were actually only 4 choices. Greer knew that for a fact, as she had stashed one of each variety in the pocket of her dress.
Greer!
Izzy hurried over.
We should get started. Do you want to explain how the icebreaker will work, or would you like me to do it?
"It was your committee that came up with the idea." Greer smiled. "Why don't you do it?" "I'd like to be on the committee that plans these events." Kinsley's gaze shifted from Izzy to Greer. "Well, Izzy is hospitality chair. Speak with her." Greer barely resisted giving her administrative assistant a shove in the artist's direction. "I'm sure she'd love your help." "Truer words." Izzy shot Kinsley a wink before crossing the room to stop onto a small platform. She lifted the handheld mic from the podium. Izzy glanced around the room and waited for everyone to quiet.
I want to thank you all for coming. The purpose of tonight's event is to allow us to get better acquainted on a personal level. There are many benefits to building these connections. We can be resources for each other, and we all know how much easier it is to reach out to someone you know personally.
"When can I eat my candy bar?" Oakley's bellow had laughter rippling through the room.
I'm getting to that.
Izzy offered Oakley an indulgent smile.
Find someone who has the same candy bar as you and introduce yourself. They'll reciprocate. After 10 minutes of getting better acquainted, you'll switch to another person who has that same bar. The third switch will be up to you. At that point, you can eat the candy bar. The time starts now.
"Do either of you have a Milky Way?" Kinsley asked. Greer shook her head. "No, I'm afraid we both have Snickers." "Too bad." Kinsley hurried off, holding her candy bar high like a flag. Wyatt glanced at the Snickers, then at Greer. Greer shrugged, even as her heart began to race. "Guess you're stuck with me." A suspicious look crossed his face.
Show me your Snickers.
Why does that sound just a little risque? With a nervous-sounding laugh, Greer dug in her pocket. She sorted through the 4 bars until she pulled out the one matching Wyatt's. "See? We match." When she looked up, she found him staring, a look she couldn't quite decipher.
Greer.
He cleared his throat.
Maybe we...
Hold that thought. Was he about to say they knew all they needed to know about each other? Was he going to suggest they find other partners? Greer couldn't take that chance. "You said you wanted to help tonight. Come with me." When Greer turned toward the stairs, she heard Wyatt behind her. "Wyatt and I need to get something from downstairs," she called out to Izzy, not waiting for a response. "Take that first step," her mother had said. Well, Greer would take that step. She only hoped Wyatt wouldn't take a step right out the door. Wyatt followed Greer to an office behind the bar. Once inside, he surveyed the cluttered room.
What do we need to pick up in here?
"Nothing." Surprised, he turned and found her standing with her back to the door. Her face was pale and her eyes dark and unreadable.
What's this about, Greer?
She blew out a breath. "This is going to be more difficult than I imagined."
Wyatt realized then that she was cutting her final tie to him. He wouldn't beg her to be with him if that wasn't what she wanted. Yet he was confused by what had brought about the change. On Friday, things had been good between them, until suddenly they weren't.
I thought we cared about each other. I thought we were friends.
To his horror, a couple of tears slid down her cheeks. She hastily wiped them away. He furrowed his brow. This was clearly difficult for her, too. Did she worry he was going to yell at her? Surely she knew him better than that. Was that the reason she'd brought him down here, away from the others? While he wouldn't make a scene, Wyatt wouldn't let her walk away without telling him why the sudden change of heart. She owed him that much.
What's going on in your head, Greer? Whatever it is, just tell me.
The silence between them stretched and extended. I made such a big mess of everything. Greer lifted her hands, then let them drop. You probably hate me.
I might be confused, but I could never hate you.
He closed the distance between them. She cleared her throat and gazed up at him. I'm sorry.
About?
I'm sorry I blew up when you offered to pull out of the race. I'm sorry I implied you were an outsider during my soapbox speech. I hope you can forgive me.
Of course I forgive you.
Something more was at play here, but darn it if Wyatt could figure out what it was.
Besides, I am an outsider.
You're not, she insisted. You're as much a part of this community as I am. Heck, most people like you more than they like me.
That isn't true.
Forget it. She waved a distracted hand. It isn't important. She looked so distraught, Wyatt acted before he thought. Wanting only to comfort, he wrapped his arms around her, and his lips brushed her hair. Wyatt couldn't stop the surge of hope when it took her several heartbeats to step back. I want you to do what's right for you. She twisted her hands together. But not because you're trying to help me out.
This was the strangest conversation. Understood and appreciated.
Greer didn't so much as crack a smile. Remember the relationship card, the one we didn't answer? Wyatt wanted to groan, but nodded instead. It was, if you could ask me anything and have me answer truthfully, what would you ask? The conversation continued down the rabbit hole at breakneck speed. He nodded. I remember. Taking another step back, she moistened her lips and fixed those smoky eyes on him. Here's my question for you. Would you like to be Good Hope's mayor? Disappointment coursed through him. This was the question she was burning to ask him. Well, I have a lot of work at Yes or no? Complete honesty. He couldn't lie to her. Wouldn't lie to her. Wyatt met her steady gaze with one of his own. Yes, but I meant what I said before. One word from you, and I'd willingly bow out of the race. I don't want you to drop out.
I understand.
He decided to go for broke. Since we're finishing up the cards, I have a question for you. Greer nodded. Ask me anything.
My question is personal.
At one time, Wyatt had been convinced he knew the answer, but the past few days had left him confused and unsure.
Do you love me, Greer?
Greer's gaze searched his. She smiled. Yes.
Hallelujah.
Wyatt couldn't stop the grin. She took a step closer. Does that mean...
I love you too.
When Wyatt's mouth closed over hers, Greer savored the sweet taste of victory. This wonderful man was all hers. Epilogue. Election night. This is a first. Lynn wrapped an arm around her daughter's shoulders. I don't believe I've ever heard of two opposing candidates holding an election watch party in the same place. Greer's gaze slid across the dingling main floor to where the opposing candidate stood, laughing with her brothers. It warmed her heart to know that over the past month, Wyatt had become even more interwoven with the fabric of the Good Hope community. He'd certainly become an irreplaceable part of her life. She glanced at the ring Wyatt had surprised her with last night. Greer had accepted his marriage proposal. She couldn't imagine her life without him in it. He continued to encourage her to venture outside her comfort zone, nothing too radical, though Greer had to admit she never envisioned herself singing karaoke and liking it. She was now subbing on her mother's golf league and making time for her niece and nephew. She'd even said she was sorry a couple of times when an apology was indicated. Best of all, she was happy. She couldn't stop smiling, and people had noticed. A recent poll had shown the race between her and Wyatt was neck and neck. While Greer wanted to be mayor, she was comfortable knowing that Good Hope would be in excellent hands no matter who came out on top. Out of the corner of her eye, Greer noticed a pretty blonde woman she didn't recognize step into the bar and look around as if searching for someone. When she saw Ethan cross to the door, Greer knew he would explain that this was a private party. Instead, he pointed to where Wyatt and her brothers stood. "Do you see that woman?" she asked her mother. Before Lynn could reply, Loretta appeared. "I just want to say you look absolutely adorable in purple, Greer," the schoolteacher exclaimed. Greer caught the glance her mother gave her. Lynn knew that Loretta wasn't one of her favorite people. What she didn't know was that Greer had forgiven the woman for what had happened all those years ago, as well as for what had happened at the soapbox. Her heart was too full of love to hold on to any negative emotions. "I don't ever recall you wearing that color before," Loretta continued. "You're right." Greer smiled at Loretta. "I don't usually wear such bold, vibrant colors. Somehow the shade seemed perfect for tonight. When I saw the dress in the window at Swoon, I had to have it." "I adore that color." Gladys sidled up to her and nodded approvingly. "Now, let me see that exquisite ring. The sparkle from the mammoth stone nearly blinded me when I walked into the room." Greer held up her hand, letting Gladys and Loretta ooh and ah over the marquise-cut diamond. "You've got a good man there." Loretta hesitated for only a second. "He's got himself a good woman." "Speaking of women," Gladys narrowed her gaze, "who's the blonde with your fiancé? I don't recognize her." "I don't know." Greer set down her glass of wine. "I think I'll find out." Curiosity propelled Greer to the other side of the bar. Wyatt's face lit up when he saw her. He turned to the woman beside him. "Here she is. This gorgeous woman is my fiancé, Greer Chapin." Greer had to smile. When she'd accepted his proposal, they'd called Wyatt's parents and most of his siblings. Wyatt had introduced her to each of them on FaceTime with those same words. Did Wyatt realize he hadn't introduced the woman to her? As if aware of that fact, the blonde held out her hand. "I'm Trinity McConnell, Wyatt's sister." The one member of the McConnell family they hadn't been able to reach last evening. "It's so nice to meet you. Trinity may be moving to Good Hope," Wyatt interrupted, as if the news was too exciting to wait. "That's wonderful," Greer told her. "You'll love it here." "It would be nice to be close to you and Wyatt," Trinity agreed. Before she could say more, Greer's and Wyatt's phones pinged at the same time. Greer met Wyatt's gaze. "Results are in." She'd spoken softly, but even before they opened the official notification, word spread quickly through the crowd. "Who won?" Gladys demanded. Greer exchanged a glance with her fiancé and felt her knees go weak. Wyatt let out a war whoop. "Ha ha! The voters got it right." "Did you win, Wyatt?" Loretta asked. "Greer will be the next mayor of Good Hope," Wyatt announced. "I couldn't be happier." Cheers and clapping filled the room. "A free round for everyone," David called out above the din. "In honor of my sister, the next mayor of Good Hope." "Congratulations, Greer. I'm sure you'll—" Trinity's voice trailed off, and her gaze focused on Ryder. He stood alone on the far side of the room. "Oh, he's here." "That's Ryder Goodhue. He owns the Daily Grind coffee shop," Greer told her. "You know him?" Trinity nodded. "We've met." Greer started to ask where when calls of, "Speech! Speech!" rang out. Ethan handed her a microphone. Greer glanced at Wyatt, who still beamed with pride. Anyone looking at him would think he'd won the election. She lifted the mic. "Thank you for turning out tonight, and for lending your support during the campaign to both Wyatt and me. I believe that Good Hope would have been in good hands no matter which one of us was elected. I will strive to do the best job possible for the town of Good Hope during the next 4 years." Greer caught Wyatt's eye, and he winked. Her heart melted. "As it's customary at these kind of parties for each candidate to speak to their supporters, I'll turn the microphone over to my fiancé, the amazing Wyatt McConnell." Grinning, Wyatt took the mic from her, then gave her a big hug. His expression turned serious when he faced the crowd.
I second what Greer said in terms of offering my thanks to each and every one of you. There is not a single doubt in my mind that Greer will make a stellar mayor. She won the election tonight. I won last night when she agreed to marry me.
Cheers rang out. Wyatt motioned to Greer, and when they spoke, it was as one into the mic. "Let the celebration begin." This has been Sparks Fly and Good Hope, a Good Hope novel, book number 10. Written by Cindy Kirk. Narrated by Amy McFadden, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Copyright 2019 by Cynthia R. Rutledge. Production copyright 2019 by Cynthia R. Rutledge. Thank you for listening.